You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have had it.
You might
Now you
have
can
it.
unmute now.
Listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants.
This
and
is
do
funny,
not
isn't it?
necessarily reflect the
It's very
opinions of
funny.
their associated
Push
organizations
button.
or
We haven't
Lifestyle
done this in a
Radio.
while. Are you ready? That's awesome. You should all know the words by now. And I don't.
Music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance with do and teach you how to cheat. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show.
On the 420 radio show.
On Lifestyle Radio.
Way behind there, lady.
Way behind.
It was like listening to an echo.
It was on. It was bang on for me.
You be quiet or I'll play this.
3, 2, 1.
That's all you get. It's like a preview for later. We'll play it again later, the whole thing.
That was still funny.
It was.
That.
I honestly,
free in my brain.
I should send you some sauerkraut that you can actually try. Not that gross old wine sauerkraut that you
If
had.
you could send me anything, I would want some Moon Mist ice cream, but it wouldn't make it
No, it wouldn't.
here. No.
How about, what is it? Sir Stroming.
Now hold on. Tommy is coming with Kush into Toronto a lot these days. He could be your little ice cream transportation. They do it in a night, not even. Zip right here.
That's funny.
What?
They've been buzzing. Tommy is and Devon have been, or Devon have been running back and forth from Ontario to Nova Scotia doing shows.
Oh, really?
So that could be your little cartage system right there. You see, now I'm telling everybody. Yeah, everybody's gonna.
I
ask.
can't. I have enough trouble getting my ice cream from the grocery store to my freezer.
Yeah, because I
getting
forget.
it from Nova Scotia all the way here, jeepers.
I know. Eh? Where have you been hanging out that you've got an accent all of a sudden?
I hang out with all sorts of people, and I just sort of like pick up their accent.
You've been hanging around with Naomi too much.
Actually, no, I have been spending a lot of time from somebody from Nova Scotia lately, so maybe, just maybe.
Well, when I go to PEI, I walk around and go, yeah, because that's what they do, as you know, Marcel. Yeah.
I know. PEI, the only province I know that has 4 different pronunciations for the same spelling last name. And it just depends on what part of the island.
What's the last name? Can you spell it?
That
Cadet.
happens in Toronto, dude. It depends on what
What?
corner you're sitting
Cadet?
in.
Cadet.
Like
Yeah.
Godet? Godet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Goody.
Goody?
One of them is Goody.
That makes me think of good evening.
Goody. Goody and plenty.
Okay.
Plenty goody.
I just want to say we're trying something a little bit differently. If you want to chat with us, you can on the 420 radio show page, right in the little event thing there. Please use the event thing, because that way we'll see your chat and let us know you're listening. Because otherwise we're just going to sit here, the three of us. After 17 years.
4 of us.
Four
There's
of
4 of us here, but one just won't unmute his mic.
Well, that's why I said the three of us. There you go. Hi, Dale.
Hi, Dale.
How's it going?
Good. It's funny, Dale's always got so much to say in the 420 radio chat with like all these cool pictures and articles and stuff, but you don't
He's
see
shy.
much on the show.
He's shy.
Yeah.
That's all right. I was shy when I first started too. Now look at me.
I still am.
I'm not much into the camera.
I'm an introvert.
An introvert. Oh, yeah, right.
I am. I really am. I seriously, I have to, for me to go out and speak at public events and things like that, You have no idea how much anxiety. It's no wonder I used to
I
watch
have to
fucking
take you
cannabis.
guys with me, or I can't speak.
Well, you
Yeah.
did a great job at Harvest Fest.
You ask anybody who has, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I know how to do it. But the minute the internet goes off and you guys disappear, I'm like,
No, you already know where your safe spaces are. You know which booths you can go to and hang
Oh,
out
yeah, yeah.
at. And
Yeah,
so
if
as
I'm
soon
having
as
a
the
panic
camera goes
attack,
off,
just
you're
find me
going.
the Shatterizer booth.
What
Yeah.
did you say about Harvest Fest, Dale?
I said you did good at Harvest Fest.
And it's from practice, years and years of
I
practice.
haven't seen
used
one
to-
picture of you from Harvest Fest this year at all, mister. Not one picture. All the
Me
pictures
either.
I've seen are from everybody else but you.
Maybe
Yeah, I
he was
didn't
the one behind the camera.
Yeah, that's my excuse.
Actually, you know what? I don't even think. No, I don't remember if I even took a fucking picture.
There's no, but I mean, out of all the pictures that I've seen that,
Yeah.
that Deb and other people have posted, there is not one picture of you in a booth or anywhere else.
Well, I didn't have a booth this year.
You didn't?
No.
Oh.
No. I didn't
You just
bother
had
doing
your
the
ice
booth.
cream in a cooler beside your chair.
No. I didn't even bring any ice cream. I didn't even bring
Really?
any edibles.
Wow.
No, I went down there solely to do the presentations and then hit the road and come home.
You didn't even stay this year.
Not there. I stayed in a motel down the road with a swimming pool and air conditioning.
I think that was the same hotel
And
we
a
stayed
solid
in when
roof
we
over your
came.
head.
No, because when you were here, it was in a totally different location.
Okay.
Now it's down in the valley, down in the Annapolis Valley.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah,
nice.
it's way down.
I
Yeah,
never
no,
got to enjoy the hotel anyways. I was at the event with you guys painting vaginas apparently.
Yeah, it's like a 3-hour drive for us. So we went and we stayed one night in the motel. The Friday night, we did what we had to do on Saturday, and then
Oh, I
hit the
got my
road,
shirt. I
went
should
home,
show my shirt. I'll get
and
it when I
got
go.
out of there before they had another storm.
Yeah, that's I would have been pissed if I had driven all the way there and all it did was fucking rain.
But Harvest Fest is going to be different this coming year, or the next Harvest Fest is going to be slightly different if everything goes according to plan. Because we've already started organizing it. And one of the things that we're really seriously looking at, trying to get half decent pricing, is renting a big ass tent. One that'll fit 10 to 20 booths. So the ones that bring the big trailers and stuff like that, they're totally fine. They have their trailers, they've got shelter and stuff like that. This would just be an opportunity for people to come. Instead of having to bring a canopy and all of that crap, they can just come in and set up in their designated area inside the large tent, where the demos would be, the announcements, and everything else.
Just in case.
Well, I mean, this is 2 years in a row that they had some major weather issues.
Wow.
So, and
was it hot?
Not overly hot this year.
It hasn't gotten over 25 here.
It was our heat index today was 37.
Well, I shouldn't laugh because it's like it was 99 and it's even been 100% or more humidity here.
Humidity.
So, yeah. Oh yeah. I've woken up last week. I woke up a couple of nights in a sweat. It was that humid.
Well, our humidex has gone all the way up to 39.
That's what ours is for tomorrow.
It's
that was this past week.
74 in the we're outside. It's 46% in here, 28 in the greenhouse, 51% downstairs. No, I don't know which ones. Why I got to put labels.
Tomorrow is 39 here. 41.
Is it sunny?
Here now it is. Yeah.
Supposed to be. No, it's dark here now. Is it sunny in Truro?
No, I mean tomorrow.
It's still light until like
It should be daylight outside right now.
Not yeah,
It's
till about
here.
9:30.
Oh, I guess
What?
that's there. It's 8:30. It's 8:11.
Yeah,
It's 7:11 here.
they've already been to the
It's
store and
It's
gotten.
8:15. It's already dark here.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
Dale's in the dark right now.
Yeah.
And even better,
Didn't you
we
hear
have a
there's a
hur-
power out? in
no,
Nova Scotia?
we have a hurricane coming next week, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's going to be exciting. So the models for the hurricane, depending on
Are
which
we getting
model you
that
look
too?
at,
We'll get
no,
the
you don't get
aftermath.
you don't get hurricaned. No, you don't.
We get the weather.
We get the
No,
storm.
you don't.
We do
you
get
don't.
some of the residual weather.
No, you don't.
Here in Toronto, we do.
Up here,
No.
yes, we do. When
From
the
our
last,
hurricanes,
when the last
Like, are you talking about the
hurricane or
ones that go up the
tornado or
south
whatever,
of, or the south or the east side of the state?
yeah,
up
the ones that
and
those
come up,
things- no, you guys get those because you're all, out in the middle of the fucking ocean.
right? But you guys don't get any of the residue from those because
We get
they
other
don't
stuff.
really. They don't. Well, no, our weather systems go from west to east. We get your guys' shitty weather and pollution.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can talk
Well,
to
yeah,
Neil
but
about
right
that.
in Ontario, if you look, Marcel, where Ontario sits, you're right. It comes from west to east, but it also comes from south to north, and they meet right just under Ontario and pushes out to the east.
Right, and this is what makes Atlantic Canada the armpit of
Oh, you
North
need
America.
to get a weather girl
Oh.
background,
There's
Mary
the
Jane.
news.
Mary
There's
Jane,
the weather.
you need to find a weather girl background for you because that was really cute the way you went, and you could be our meteorologist.
I
Or
can't
the
even
weather
figure
girl.
out how to change it from the green background. What's on the
Well,
green?
So all of the
we could walk
smog
you through it if you like.
and your weather
Yes.
that you have in Ontario
Yeah.
comes east, as well as all of the stuff from the industrial U.S. So we get this. This is why we have such.
Yeah, you get all of it.
Well, we have really high rates of autoimmune diseases, cancers, everything else, because we're literally an armpit. I learned this in the 70s from one of
I'm
my
not in an
teachers.
armpit. I'm in the coast, on the edge of the water, the coldest water of all the cold waters.
Well, the hurricane that we're getting, or may not get, is being projected 3 different ways. One is for it to go into the Carolinas, North and South Carolina. That would be awesome because that would mean that it probably work its way up to Southern Ontario. We don't care about that. The other option is it comes straight up and hits Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I'd
Just
prefer that.
bang on, not us.
I
the
don't want it
third-
to come to Southern Ontario.
The third option is the cold front that's supposedly going to push down might push it out to sea and miss us completely. That's the
that's the
one
best.
I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's the best.
But the way it's tracking, the eye of it would go right over mine and Dale's house.
Oh, really?
Yep, because the eye is that big. The eye of this thing is the size of PEI.
Yeah, they said it was pretty aggressive storm.
Well, it was a
Where's
category
it coming
5,
up
but I think it
from the
off
Gulf.
of Africa, off of Africa, where they all
Oh,
of our
Where they all
storms
are.
come off of this from Africa, off the Sahara.
Dang you, Sahara.
Yeah.
does it get sandy?
Actually, if you look at some satellite footages, depending on the resolution of the camera and stuff, you'll actually see a brownish cloud that goes off of Africa out into the middle of the Atlantic, and it goes about halfway across. That's the sand and dust, and dirt, and storms. But our concern, of course, is a lot of us grow outdoors, and we don't like hurricanes when we grow outdoors.
Let's not talk about growing
What
up.
would you even do to protect them if
Pardon?
they're not ready? What would you do to protect your plants?
We have
Say, for
people that
example,
some
like
people
it's
are.
coming. What do you do?
Yeah, some people know that it's coming, so the day before they'll put their plants into a garage or something like that.
Yeah, but mine are in the ground. I can't put them in the garage. What do I do?
Every big leaf that's on them, remove it.
Okay.
If it's any sizable leaf, because by now they should be flowering.
Yes, because
right?
that's
Yeah,
their little sails. Yeah.
So you rip every leaf off that you can, tie as many branches as you can, right? With stakes and things like that.
Uh-huh.
Because
Prevent it
with
from
That,
shit from like
makes
moving and
total
blowing
sense,
around.
Marcel. It makes total sense to
well,
do that.
yeah, because with all of the heavy vegetation that's on it, it basically, like Al said, it acts like a sail. So when the wind hits it, it has something to push against, which can cause breakage to
Yeah.
your stalks and things like that.
We need
So
2
you
people, and then we can do
you
the braid
remove.
box.
Here, hang on, because I've already started.
Have you got a video that you can show us of us whatever we're talking about?
No, but I'm going to show you what plant should look like.
Okay.
For
It's
Fiona,
just going to take me a minute because I got to email it to myself.
when Fiona hit, I put all mine together. I put all 4 together, the pots right against each other, and then I took a rope, started at the bottom, and I wrapped them all the way from the bottom up to the top, and it just like a Christmas tree wrap.
Yeah. Some people cover them in burlap for protecting shrubbery and things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do the same. You
But-
can cover them the same way you would do a tree or a shrub. Yeah, sure. Why not?
The
But
outside
after
part
you
Now,
you
I got a question
Probably.
before you go on with that. When you're covering plants that are flowering, do you have to worry about trichomes and stuff sticking to what you're covering?
You're
Right.
trying to save as much of the plant as possible. Who fucking cares?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, don't
Right.
worry about the outside stuff. You still got all that inside stuff.
All right.
Mary Jane, can you turn a little bit to your left just so you're looking at me? Because you're looking at the wall and not
I
me.
was just looking at Timmy for a second. 'Cause I
No.
was doing,
What I'm getting at is the biggest thing that bugs me about this stuff is my video is usually over here looking at the wall. You see how I'm looking? I'm not
Okay.
looking at you guys.
but just so you know that if I look this way, I'm looking at a wall. I
Yeah,
don't want
you
to look
are.
at
I'm your wall. Hi.
No, I don't want to look at. I literally have a wall here. I don't want
All
to
right,
look at my wall.
Back to plants. Sorry. Welcome to my
Oh.
world.
Yes.
Can't you move me over to the other
I
side?
just did. I just did.
But I'm looking this way.
Well, tell Timmy to fuck off, and then you'll have to look that way.
But look, my
Hi,
hair
Tim.
looks better this way. Don't you see? Don't you see?
Oh, this is your good side. Is this what it is?
Yeah. Hello.
All right. Well,
it took
I
me
will,
like an hour
I
to blow
will
dry
put you
this.
underneath, so you're looking at Dale then.
Yay! I like looking at him.
Ooh, Dale.
I'm telling you, he's always got the best photos.
I'm trying to download some right now of last year's hurricane.
Oh, those might not be good photos. I mean,
So-
they might be good photos.
So
but not as good as
while
they-
everybody's downloading, do we want to talk about anything?
Not really downloading. But
I'm excited about something coming up.
Well,
anyways,
that's
if
what
you
I was
wanted to
getting.
talk about what you do for hurricanes. I wasn't finished.
Oh,
Well, we were waiting for the rest of that. Yeah.
Well,
Hurricane.
because
Hurricane
option-
Marcel.
option 2 is go out and harvest them now.
That's what I'm doing tomorrow for one.
Are you serious? This
I'm
early?
seriously, I'm seriously thinking of doing it on this one. Critical course.
so that would just make it more of an uplifting
Is that the critical
sativa-like
kush?
high, right?
Is that the critical kush that you got from OCS from somebody else? Or the other way around, from somebody else through OCS?
No, that was the chronic critical orange,
Okay.
and it wasn't OCS, but similar. All right. So
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter where you get them from. If you get them from the same breeder, because they're all the same breeders,
Yeah.
right?
no, that was critical orange. It's nowhere near ready.
But you
It's
see, you know,
probably middle of October, the end of October. All right.
I should have gotten some of that when it was there, when I saw it, but I didn't have the money.
And
I got something called oh crap. I had them written down in front of me and now I don't know where it is. It's behind me. Hold on. They're right here.
I still have some of those
Bruce Banner.
Violator Kush. No, I got Violator Kush seeds.
Did
from
you
Barney's farm.
you didn't oh yes, those those are good
That's
ones.
one of my
I'm sure.
favorite strains.
Are you not growing at home anymore?
No.
okay, there's
Oh.
a stripped plant.
Is there a reason for that?
For what?
Yeah, I just don't have the time. I don't have the
Okay.
time. I don't want to do it.
And you're close to the res, and prices are
It
manageable
costs.
there.
It literally costs. It costs more to grow it right now where I am. It's
There,
ridiculous.
yes, yeah. I don't even I have no access other than one store up here, or I grow my own, or I order in.
Well, I mean, the reality is there's probably 7 or 8 legal stores here in the town that I live in. And if I don't go see one of those,
You can
there's
always
always
go to the
Legacy
res.
420, which is like 20 minutes away from me.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Yep.
And you know, Tim, there's
And
never
they're
any
all
problems or
yeah.
issues and good
I'm gonna
stuff.
ask
And
Tim to come on the show. If you're listening to the show, if you're watching us wherever, say hi, because then we know you're listening, right? And then you become like interactive, and then you become part of the show.
Mhm.
Or
So,
not. Be
let's see
afraid. Be very afraid.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
these plants here. What is this?
I'm gonna. You want to show
Make
them,
me bigger.
Dale?
No, make me bigger.
Make you bigger.
Oh, this is the 4 plants Dale was talking about that he tied up.
Oh, okay. Here's what the one that I'm gonna.
You see any big leaves?
I'll
He
show
pulled them all out.
Dale stuff.
Exactly. Because we have a hurricane coming.
I just want to say those buds look really frosty.
They are really frosty buds.
I can see that from here. I'm like, oh,
What
those
is
look
that?
nice.
That's critical kush.
Okay, that's not an auto, obviously.
No.
And was it seed or
seed?
Clone? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not having fun with this fucking seed shit. But
So what we're doing now is we're doing all the pruning and getting rid of as much leaf and the lower bud that we don't want off. And do you see that green stake that's in there?
Yeah.
Those are my
it's
6-foot
metal.
fiberglass. Well, it's fiberglass. They're like 6 feet long fiberglass.
I used bamboo last year out here because it was really windy before I got the greenhouse.
Bamboo's great, but I mean, every year you got to buy new bamboos. I buy these things every year. Every time I see them in the store, I'll buy more.
Yeah,
because those ones are
dollar
probably
store has them usually
6 or 7 years old. I got those at Walmart, and they were on sale for like $2 a piece. I think I bought 25 or 30 of them.
Dale's picture as well. Okay.
Yep.
So this is Dale's picture.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't have done that. And I mean, yes, it works and it makes perfect sense to do that. I wouldn't have done it only because there's that risk.
How did you make out with those, Dale? Did they work out?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they went on the ground. They got blown over, but yeah, they survived well. I stood them there of the aftermath.
That's the worst thing is when you're growing in pots. If you don't have a heavy enough pot and you've got too many leaves on, they'll blow over.
Just as you said, blow over. I changed the picture.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a risk, and that can be more damaging than just the plant by itself because you have 4 of them all going over together.
Because that's obviously before.
No, that's after.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't fare that bad. You didn't lose any bud, did you?
Well, the trichomes were beat around, and it was, sitting in water and shit.
But the other reason I wouldn't put them all together like that is because if one of them has a little bit of mold on it, they all now have mold.
Yeah.
Plus, they're wrapped in there tight and growing mold.
That's only for one night, though.
This is what I had to deal with. This is what I'm dealing with right here.
Yeah, you had bad luck with them this year, man.
You grow the best looking males.
It does. I feel bad.
Oh, where'd it go? Shit. Hold on a second here. Oh. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, I am not happy at all. And I'll tell you, buddy, some of these are your seeds.
Oh, that's all right. 50% of them are going to be male.
Yeah, I know.
Why?
Yeah, see, you can actually sex them and then like put them in a the flower and sex them and find out.
We tried to.
And get to that.
Tried to.
Oh, you didn't do it right then.
Well, no, I didn't. It's called a learning thing.
You'll know next time. You just put
Well,
them in the dark.
we can hope so.
Start them in the winter,
Oh,
and you'll know what you
sorry,
got.
Dale. That was rude of me. I was trying to remove my screen. What did
No
you
worries.
start them in the wintertime? Well, you
That's
know
what
what? Yeah. Frustration is this is my first time ever growing from seed. So I'm frustrated. But I guess it's got to happen, right?
Unless you purchase like feminized seeds, this is a possibility.
Well, now I've done that. I have some seeds that I got from OCS because I needed to get something. I got I can't remember what they're called. I'll go look in a second. But I got 2 strains that are fem autos and 2 strains that are feminized. One of them is a Pineapple Express, and I just dropped my ashtray all over the place.
Wow.
And the other one is I can't remember because the strains were kind of like, near and far behind, right? Is that the way it's said?
I don't know how well Pineapple Express would do at your altitude or latitude or latitude.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Unless you do indoors.
That's the out of all of the seeds that they had, the feminized and the autos that they had, that's the only one that I knew that they had stock of left. So,
Yeah.
If anybody listening has a way to send me clones, please let me know. And no spiders, please.
Why not?
I don't want any spider mites. Thank you very much.
Well, if my re-veg works, I'll send you some clones from that early finisher next spring.
Yeah, but how do you send? You see, this is my thing, though. I mean, great, thank you, but how do you send them so that they come? Who did we have? We had somebody on the show that was telling me that they when they ship clones from LP to LP, they actually put a light in the box now.
Yeah,
there are special
clone shippers.
It's easy
yeah,
to ship.
there are containers that literally the top comes off. It has a puck in the bottom, reservoir for water. It literally has the light thing. You just
now
click
can
on
you
the
walk
top
in?
and-
Can you walk into the post office and say, "I'd like to mail this"?
Well, you put it in the box.
With that, Mary Jane, can you do that?
You'd have
Put
to
it in the
like,
box.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want you don't want them to know what's in it.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It's
Just
none of
tell
their
them it's
fucking
a
business
plant.
what's in your mail. But put it in
Are
a
you
cardboard
allowed
box.
to send plants in the mail?
Why not? You're not
I've
sending
gotten
them
tons in the
into
mail.
another country.
And they're not budding, so you're covered there.
Yeah.
So I got to find out how long an overnight, like how much an
Here,
overnight would
can you-
cost.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you see this?
That's
Oh.
it right there.
So the bottom is the. There we go.
Are there any LPs or res stores that are
And see the
sending
top
out
got the
clones?
light.
This is what I'm
Some.
asking.
Yes.
All right, so I need to find some.
There was LPs sending or selling clones, but the problem is you're paying a shit ton of money for a clone from an LP.
Well, that's the fucking thing. I'm looking for equipment and stuff for the grow room. I'm looking at, hey, it's only $49 and $153 fucking shipping.
Well, no, what was Ribliotti's company out there?
I can't remember. Is he doing clones?
I think it was one of them, one of those ones from out in that area. When they first started with legalization and you could have 4 plants, they were selling clones. And I think it was for the 4 clones, it was $500.
Ooh,
but then any
$500.
clone after those 4 was $50 or something each.
They just fucking, this is the thing. Like,
so I mean,
you got to make it equal for everybody. Period.
It'll never be equal for everybody because that's not how the system works.
That's not how money making works.
But that's not.
I'll send a bunch, Al, if you want to try them out.
All right.
I wouldn't. Don't base your whole harvest on it, though. Just kind of think of it as like a side project, in case they don't root.
The easiest way to do it is start some seeds. If they're feminized seeds, great. Start those seeds, grow them up, cut the tops off after you get 4 sets of leaves, root them.
Mhm.
Once they're rooted and they're actually growing leaf again, force them to flower. Right? Just take them and put them in a fucking cardboard box. But put them in the dark for 24 to 48 hours. And then start looking to see the hairs. Because if the female is coming out, usually it'll have a couple nice little hairs coming out of each of the calyxes. And then you'll know that those are truly females. You can then turn around and start cutting clones off of those plants. If you don't know what they are, then you're going to spend 3 months, 2 months feeding a plant that you're going to chop down. And nutrients aren't
And this
fucking
is
cheap.
what I've fucking just done. I've spent the last 3.5 months feeding and watching and primping 10 plants that have all turned to fucking male.
Mhm.
Well, sorry, not all. One Hermie. There were more Hermes, but we already discarded those.
Yeah.
So not pleased at all, but live and learn. And now here's my question, though. It is September 9th, 8th.
9th.
8th.
8th.
9th month, 8th
Seventh.
day.
Yeah.
I need minimum 60 days for these auto fems. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It'll say on the package.
So, okay. So here's my question. Last year, I was in the greenhouse until October, December. I took most of them out in October. I left one in almost till Christmas.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know why I did that, but I did. Probably just to see what happened, right?
Mhm.
Am I going to be able to do that with these autos, or because of the light, as you told me?
Yep. You can if you want to put a light out there.
So no, thank you. When is the best time to bring them in? After what point do I have to keep an eye on the light cycle outside?
In all honesty, Al, I wouldn't put them out.
This is what I'm asking you, bud. Should I
It's already less than 12 hours of daylight.
All right.
Or
So
sorry,
then we're
16 hours of daylight.
So we're going downstairs then is what we're going to do.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of have no choice because they're not a flower. They require, at least a minimum of 18 hours a day of light.
What I'm worried about mostly is it's dropping down to 3 or 4 at night here. And even though it doesn't go below 10 or 11 in the greenhouse, it's going to get worse.
That's right.
So my season outside is fucked, gone.
No, your season.
No, any seeds?
No, because you're in a situation where you have a greenhouse and you have an indoor space.
Yes.
So when in this winter time, you start your seeds.
For outside, and they'll be going out right away.
Well, no, hear me out a bit. Let me finish. So start them in January, beginning of February. All right. For the plants that you want. Cut the tops off, force them to flower. That should be done by April. All right. You should know what sexes you have by April.
Okay.
That plant there, you start cutting off the clones that you want to put in your greenhouse and you start them vegging. And you'll have from basically the end of April until mid-June or so.
Okay.
They can then go into your greenhouse.
Well, that's that whole. Okay. So then
right? But they're going into the greenhouse as plants that are 4 feet high because you've been vegging them.
Okay.
Right? Indoors. So you're putting out half decent plants outside. You're not putting out little stubby things and then have to sit there and wait months to grow. Now you've put them out and you're getting them used to outside and the sunlight, and they'll automatically start to flower as those days start to shorten For you, it starts in July.
So instead of putting them out on the deck for 3 weeks, I've just put them right out into the fucking greenhouse.
Yep.
Okay.
And then, so you try and get them out when they've got some size to them, so they can
survive the cold.
Well, it's not that you want some quantity.
But it will make it easier for them to survive colder weather, though, when they're larger.
It'll be hardier.
That plant that you had there that you showed the picture of as the male, if that was a female, I'd be shocked if you got an ounce.
Yeah, they were all very stringy. I didn't like the way that, and I was poking and primping and fucking.
Did you top them?
Yep, I had to because they got too big in the dome.
Next year we'll teach you about.
That's how Dean got some, because I cropped them out.
Yeah, but you're cutting clones off of males.
Yeah, well, I didn't exactly know that, did I?
No. Right, and that's the other issue that happens. And I mean, shit happens. It's not the end of the world. In your case, it's the end of your outdoor growing season.
Yeah.
But now you know what to do for next year.
Yeah. Not
first things. Yeah, first things first. Clean out that fucking greenhouse.
Yeah,
because
and that's what it's all about. Learning from experience.
You've got residual pollen now all over that greenhouse.
Well, that's why I bought a big jug of vinegar and I got the pressure washer. So yeah, the first thing I'll do is I'm going to get them out of there tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to let the dirt sit for a while, and then I'm going to put it into a big pail and mix it up so that it's all mixed up and stuff, and pull all the crap out of it. I'm not sure if I like this WP420 stuff that I got. There's a lot of fucking plant matter in the bags.
That's what creates airflow around your roots.
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure, right?
And it helps retain moisture.
There's lots of stems and everything in there. So
yeah. I mean, even ProMix, which is a pretty reputable soil.
Not the white, just the regular ProMix.
Oh, not the white ones. Right? No, the general purpose
doesn't have anything in there. But the other ProMix that I was using for the veg and flower,
yeah,
that did, yes,
and that's to create airflow around the roots.
Okay,
yeah. Not a bad thing.
They even took her cool chair. Look at that. Left her with a fucking camping chair.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
That bites. Where are we at? 8:40.
8:40, 7:40.
Okay, I had some news I wanted to talk about, but I got to finish.
How's your plants doing this year, Dale?
Not too bad.
Yeah,
we're starting to get into the mold season. I go out every morning and scope them out and pick off little pieces here and there.
One thing that I'm enjoying is I've got one window fully open, and I've got the other window that's automatic, so it opens and closes on the humidity thingy, right? On the arm, and it works really well. I don't even and it's not getting really hot in there, and the humidity is not as bad as it was. Like, you go in there last year and it was just like and now it's not. It's tolerable. It's not like you're walking into a sauna. So I'm hoping that next year now that I've got this system working with the pots and all that and the windows, I won't have any powdery mildew like I did last year.
Oh, you had some up there, did you?
Well, don't you remember I washed it? I washed all my plants on the air.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you did.
Yep, I did. Now, should I do that anyways? I guess I don't have to if I don't have any issues, eh?
I tend not to, but a lot of people do. It's personal choice.
Yeah.
I missed it. What?
I know some people do it because they want to wash bugs off, as well as
there's lots of different reasons for doing it. Some people do it just to do it.
Doing what?
I
Washing your
never
plants?
washing
Watching
them.
your plants like I
Yeah.
did last year. I downstairs in the basement.
I never liked to do it because I always thought I was just adding moisture to the plant and then I
Well,
had to dry it. But I get why people do it.
I
Oh, I
find you lose a
understand
lot
why
of
they do it, but you get 10 or 20 fucking plants. The last thing you want to do is spend a week washing them.
I want my farm back.
and you lose a lot of terpenes too. You lose the flavor and stuff.
Seriously, the year that I got off at the farm there, that was a good one for me.
Yeah.
And that was my
Um,
first. There was no mold, there was no nothing. I got every bud, there was no dry
That
rot.
was your
nothing.
first year, though.
Yeah.
I feel like that was just beginner's luck.
That was also all
Once you
closed.
get used to that spot
Al?
and you learn the growing there, you'll be good.
I know.
that
Yeah.
same year, I pulled 22 pounds off of 19 plants.
Yeah, I got 2 pounds.
Nice.
This year we've had such horrible fucking weather.
Are you going into adolescence or something there, buddy? Because your voice just cracked.
Who? Mine?
You were like,
I got a cough. No, we've had some really shitty weather here with forest fires,
Terrible.
flooding.
oh, here too. We've got, the forest fires are all around us. I got choppers flying over my house 20 feet off the fucking ground looking
It's
for.
been a weird, wet.
The one advantage I
wet
have is I
season.
live in a no-fly zone because this used to be part of an Air Force base back during World War II. So helicopters can't fly over my house. Planes can't fly over unless they're above 3,000 feet or something silly. It's pretty awesome.
Well, I've enjoyed the summer. Last week there were a couple of days where the humidity was so bad, as we talked about earlier, that I was uncomfortable, and the dog was uncomfortable too. But I'm learning the flow of the house. I've had the furnace on all summer. It gets that chilly at night here.
That's crazy.
I've had our heat pump set on dehumidifier all summer, and have not gone to air conditioning at all because all we need to do is get rid of the humidity and the temperature gets down enough.
I've got
friggin' nonstop rain.
Pardon me?
I've got the
Nonstop
dehumidifier
rain.
downstairs in the grow room for when I need it.
Yeah. What did Dale say?
I don't know.
It's been nonstop rain.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I know. It's crazy. Now we're looking at another week's worth of rain coming.
Fuck, eh?
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna take that one tomorrow.
We went out to a cannabis farm and they were saying it's been a shitty growing season just because of all the rain, which means not a lot of sun, which means not a lot of growth. You'd think a lot of, oh yeah, let it rain. The plants need water, but they got too much water.
My plants are half the size of what they normally are.
Yeah, it's fucked up here.
That's how bad it is here. And I mean,
I wonder if people growing in sand over soil did better this year.
Why?
Well, because with all the rain, and traditionally sand is drier.
I have cloth pots. The water runs right out.
Oh.
Lack of sun.
Right? It's the lack of sun. We've gone like days without sun.
Well, I think all of July was all rain. The whole fucking month.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It was pretty much rain almost every day for the month of July here.
Yeah, I had a friend at the beginning of August said to me, they're saying summer is over. And I was like, fuck you. Don't fucking say that. And she was right up until last week when it got really stupid hot. It was cold and it was shitty.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Global warming.
It's
a thing.
The hazards. Fuck that global warming. I don't buy into that shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's global warming. That's why it's heating up, right?
Yeah, but it's not man-made global warming. This is my problem.
No.
All the tax money in the world's not going to stop this.
I'm like, I think we've had this discussion before. This is literally, we've been coming out of the ice age, or it's been warming since we've been coming out of the ice age.
This is like using a mask and a vaccine to fucking stop the cold. Same thing, no
I'm
difference.
still wondering why nobody said anything about respiratory illnesses going in through your eyes. Why did we not have to wear goggles?
Because respiratory illnesses don't go through your eyes. So.
Well, and they also don't go up and over barriers in between you and the table beside you either.
Yes, they do. And I'll tell you why. Because
no, I was being sarcastic because
I know,
respiratory,
but
you can still catch it.
the one that gets me is the people that think the mask protects them. So for anybody that thinks the mask protects them, you wear it and have somebody fart.
Well,
and you let me know when you can smell that fart.
It does protect
Right?
them, but the only thing
It does not protect them. It only protects them from spitting on somebody.
We went
No,
through
it
the whole
protects
all of
their
COVID
comfort
and didn't have
level.
one argument. And now listen.
No, it protects their comfort level up here because they're comfortable with being around people now because they feel protected, right?
But there's no protection.
If they mandatory
protection is
make,
mental.
if they make masks mandatory again, are you going to wear one?
No.
No, I will
Did
not.
I wear one?
Didn't the last time.
Okay, so we're all good.
It's
like actually no, I did. I bought a special mask and it was a rhinestone mask, and it was like more. It was less mask than it was mask.
Did you feel like a rhinestone cowboy?
No, I felt like I could breathe, and that's all that matters.
You didn't even know that song?
Yes.
Who sings
like
it?
a rhinestone cowboy.
And who sings it?
I don't know. I've seen it on movies, though. I don't know who sings it.
Don't say
my
it.
Time.
I know it, but for some reason, Chris Christopherson keeps kicking in my head, but it's not
No,
him.
it's not Chris Christopherson.
I know it's not. I know Nestor Pister did the knockoff, which was "I'm a Rhinestone Plowboy."
Oh my!
Oh, fuck. Yeah, who is it?
I can't remember his name, but I see his face in my head.
Yeah.
All right, Google it. Google it.
I gotta look it up now. Hang on.
That's funny. You asked me like you knew. You don't even know, Al.
No, I can't remember his name. I do.
Ben Campbell.
Thank you very much. Fuck.
Yeah. See, that's why Chris Christopherson, because they were both right around the same era.
Yeah.
You ever want to watch a good documentary? Watch one about him. It's all about when he progressed into Alzheimer's.
You know what?
I would want to
He was very, very vocal right up until he left us about his Alzheimer's. The Last Waltz is up on although I haven't watched it yet. It is there. Thanks, Marcel.
Dying.
This is a pop show.
This is
wow.
Darcy's hash.
Oh,
Darcy's
blaming on Darcy's hash.
Oh, fuck me.
Choking on some Darcy.
That wasn't an offer to anybody. Thank you.
Choking on some Darcy, are you?
I thought you were talking your wife.
Everybody has some of this.
I wanted Darcy to be on today. Today's our 10th anniversary of being Facebook friends.
You know what? You're about 10 years for this. Mary Jane's at 5. I'm at 17.
I'm at 6.
Is it 6?
Yeah, I think she's around 6.
Marcel's about 10.
I'm like, I can't believe it's been 6 years. Next year is my 10-year anniversary as an advocate, like a public advocate, not just like behind the shadows. But when I said "fuck you," I'm actually coming out.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, only 10, but still.
What year was that? 2008.
You know what's scary?
I think 2008 is when I started becoming an advocate.
Gail, what did you say?
I say, you know what's scary? I've been kicking around here for like 5 years or so already too.
4 anyways. Darcy's.
I know it flies.
4. 3 or 4 anyways. I think Darcy's been around for 5.
5 for Darcy, I think. About the same for Lenny.
For
Just-
Lenny. We were farting around for about a year before Len. And here's the funny thing though. This is like the 5th group
Yeah.
of people that I've had on the show. It started out much
Well,
different.
when I joined, it was just Marcel and Al.
And Ross.
When I
Yes,
joined,
and
Good
Ross.
about Ross.
I
Ross was
forgot
awesome
about
on the
Ross.
show. Yeah, you know,
Mhm.
I thank Ross for all of his knowledge.
I'm like, I didn't actually forget about him because we just had him on a show, but I forgot about him being on the pod.
how's Ross doing?
Good.
He's retired
Good.
apparently.
Yeah, he and Deb are out in Nova Scotia. Got a house out there.
No
Fixing
way.
it up. Yeah, man. Reach out
There
to
you
them.
go.
They're on
Now you
Facebook.
can have him back on the show.
Yeah, we can
Well, I
bring
didn't
him
know.
back.
I didn't know if you two made up or not.
No, we haven't spoken, but you know, if he wanted to come on as a guest, I wouldn't mind that. I do miss having the guy around. You know who else is out in Nova Scotia working for the company that he works for is our buddy Kurt, Mr. Geesley man.
Nah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's out there building houses or renovating houses.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I started, the hosts were
Amy.
Amy. Well, no, I was a guest for that show.
No, but it was at that back then. It was just Amy and I.
Yeah, it was Alan, Amy, Lori.
Amy
had,
Brown, Amy.
I can't even
Amy
imagine
Anonymous.
what that would have been like. Just a
Lori
show
was
with-
on.
You know what? She was. No, you're right. It was Amy and Lori and I.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Brian. But Brian
Brian
was never on. Brian was in the background.
Brian came
Brian was
on
like
again
Dale?
for a little while, but not very long. Yeah, yeah. Anyways,
Well, Brian stayed for a while when I was there, but
he's still very much around, but not in the backside. You know,
I come on to the show with Amy as a guest, brought up an article that I had written that pissed Amy
had an
off so
argument,
much,
and then she left. Yes,
and
we all
she
know
never
this.
ever came back. So they
Oh,
made,
Wait,
Marcel
you
had
were her
to
last show?
they made me
Oh,
take her
Amy.
place
Marcel had,
Amy. Oh.
because I made Amy leave.
That's
I wrote an
okay.
article
She
about
got the
cooking.
BBD.
That's funny.
I wrote an article about cooking with cannabis is stupid because after you've decarboxylated it, why would you cook it twice? You're just vaporizing it off. Yada yada yada. It's pure simple science and logic. She read it, and I don't know. I guess she thought it might affect brownie sales or something. That's stupid. I don't know.
well,
But I mean, and that's fine. And
I-
then we had Lori,
I don't
and then
think
we
it did,
had
though.
Jess.
no, Lori was around for many years before Amy, and then Amy joined us, and then Lori left when.
No,
Yeah, Lori.
no,
yeah,
we got
whatever.
we had Jess
Oh yeah,
for a while.
Jess.
We've had Chris Backer.
Oh yeah, Chris Backer. Yeah.
We had Ross Middleton.
Ross. Yeah.
Lori was on for all of those ones.
Lori was on before you came on.
Lori
Because
was.
I
she
Because
don't
was
Lori was
have
the one that
those people.
kept bringing me on as a guest.
She kept, but she was on for a long time. Just me and her.
Yes. Yeah. And then the falling out happened, and Lori left, and it was you, me,
There
and
was no
Ross.
falling out. She just left.
But there was a bit of a falling out.
Not for me. Maybe for you.
Well, it was me and Ross.
It was,
Because-
you know what it was? It was
It
the
was-
legal aspects that Lori does not agree with, and she didn't want to be a part of it anymore. You guys were both going into the legal market, and she didn't want anything to do with it.
I wasn't going in the legal market.
You were going to work for Truro.
Not then.
Well, it was around when all the legalization stuff was going on, and you know, quite frankly, there were a lot of mindsets that got changed, and a lot of people left, and a lot of people went their own way, and some people went to the legal market, some people dropped out of it completely, and Lori's still very much around. I see her posting and stuff like that all
Oh,
the
so
time.
do I. I see her
She
posting.
just
and I mean,
decided
I have.
she just decided she did not want to be a part of the cannabis community anymore, and I don't fucking blame her. I should have
I
done
know.
it 10 years ago too.
It's
Like,
a.
maybe that's why I don't know this person. because
It's
I
a
got into the
hateful.
community in 20.
It's very vengeful. It's very
It's a
hateful.
hateful,
It's evil.
vengeful,
It's and
backstabbing.
fighting is what gets me. I don't. You
I feel like
cannot win anything with anger, and that's
feel
what
like
that
I
community
just
was about.
I
Anger.
just need to say it's not just the cannabis community, it's
Oh no,
every
it's everybody now.
community.
It's everybody like that.
But
Yeah,
it literally, it's what is their intention and their personal intention for being in this space, whether it's the cannabis the space, the church space, the education space, politics, whatever.
Well, yeah,
What is your intention there? If you have intention of doing positive for the plant and for it to advance the laws and the whatever,
my
then
issue is
those are the people I want to align with, not the people like you're talking about. You know who you are.
we don't need it. Nothing changes from anger. Period. And a
No.
lot of the people that have have come and gone were angry people to begin with, who thought they could use their anger to change the minds of people, and it doesn't work that way.
Oh,
I mean, cannabis is a social plant. It's social, not fighting.
here's a saying that you will like, Al.
Yes.
Your temper is the one thing you cannot get rid of by losing. So you can't lose your temper and get rid of it.
No, but you can learn how to alter it.
Well, yeah, anger is normal. It's just like
Well, yeah, of
happiness
course.
or
If
sadness.
couples
It's an
don't
emotion,
argue,
but it's how you deal with it.
when a couple says we don't fight ever, bullshit. Because if you don't have little squabbles, if you don't have conversations,
Like the newbie and I don't fight, but we have disagreements.
yeah, he
And
gets told to
discussions.
do. He gets told to do what you say, and he says okay.
Nope. No. I'll be honest. We've had disagreements, but
I
we
know
don't
you
have
have.
arguments.
Well, but you see, okay, but
That's about intention, though. We intend to have a relationship that is,
because you communicate, but the art of
respectful.
communication as a whole has dissipated immensely in the last 20 years.
Not my house.
Well,
Because
I find in general
we communicate, but we're usually
conversation
laughing at everybody else.
conversation is gone.
Okay, so I'm guilty. I will tell you, I've had conversations with people over the last 5 years where I've learned through the conversation
That I
how
don't
to
like
speak
those
better
people.
to people because no, that I'm not speaking the way I should be communicating properly. And I'll tell you why I do it is because when I grew up, the communication that came from my mother was yelling. It was demanding. It was attacking. It was always like,
But that's also
so
generational.
well, exactly. But this is what we learn. This is what we learn as communication.
Yes.
So like when I'm trying to deal with my children, I have to stop and think, is this the appropriate way to communicate? And I think that not enough people actually stop themselves and think about that. They just go off of what they've done for years, and that's just who they are.
Was continuing the circle. And yeah, you're right. But when I say the art of communication is gone, I mean people don't like. I don't remember the last time my phone rang and it was just a friend calling to say hey.
Yeah,
It doesn't
people
happen
don't call.
anymore. People don't call anymore. You used to sit there, and I long for those 4.5 hour conversations. My sister and I still do it. I do it with Kelly all the time. I do it with David. I just sit there on the phone.
I think it's important to have at least one person that you can do that with. Like I do this.
You should.
This
You should
exact
be able
same
to do
thing,
that.
like this
It
video
used to
call.
be
We do
all
this
your-
every day.
Used to be all your friends were like that. You'd have a party line. You'd be all like, zip, zip, zip. Okay, I'm gonna have it. Who's snoring? It's Al. Oh, hi. Are you still there? No, you hang up. You hang
They're
up.
like, Al, get up.
Like even in our 20s, we were doing that. Now we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't.
We hold on
everybody-
to this.
Most people
stupid fucking
listening are
thing.
probably like, "What's a party line?" Because
Yeah.
party lines didn't exist when I was around. I know
Well,
what
they
it is.
certainly did. At the cottage, when your parents took you to the cottage when you were a baby, okay, we had party lines, right? Yeah, you don't like talking on the phone, but you sit here every week with us.
Touche. No, I'm not a fan.
I have a group of girls that we video chat every day. Like we are just having like meeting for a tea or a coffee. We sit down with our tea and our doobie and we just do this.
I long for that. I long for that with that type of person, but I don't have those. Like they just don't make people like that anymore.
Well, if anybody
you
out
need
there
to
is
get yourself
listening,
a Darcy. Al
if
needs a
anybody's
Darcy.
listening and
No,
yeah,
I
wants
don't
it,
like Darcy that much.
well,
No,
if,
you need a Darcy because Darcy and I talk pretty much every day or every second day.
Well, I talk to Dean, a few times a week, but I'm not really a let's have a chat every day kind of person anyway. Sometimes I just want to be left alone, quite frankly.
Well, that's an issue.
That is me and my mood disorder. Yes.
Yeah, that's an issue, not an issue me.
No.
The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius was a pretty smart guy.
Yeah. Who was he?
Marcus Aurelius?
Yes.
You got to look up Marcus Aurelius.
You already did.
No, I'm just reading a quote from him.
Oh, okay.
are we telling wise quotes? I got one.
Well, you already did.
Which one? Oh, the other one. Okay. Well, this one, just the one you said, made me think of one.
Marcus Aurelius was born in 121 AD and died in 180 AD.
So it's nobody I would know.
And he was
You're a very loud roller, Mary Jane.
He was the Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD.
So he's an emperor,
Right. He was the emperor of Rome.
Yeah, he was a character in the Gladiator.
She's offended. She's muted us.
Yes, he was. And his most famous quote is, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength."
That's basically everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, but I think a lot of that is
let's wait for the emails on that question.
Yeah, I think more so that would be, don't worry about something that might not ever happen.
Yeah, and that's valid too, because I keep
there's a lot of people that stress themselves over shit.
Keep telling David that don't worry about things like he's like, and this is gonna happen, and that could happen, and that could happen. I'm like, dude, don't worry about things until it happens. When it happens, then you worry about it. Because
I would say it's probably 80% women that do that.
I kept fucking saying.
No, I disagree there. I think
you're gonna fall down the stairs. You're gonna slip down the fucking stairs.
I think a lot of
I did it.
Would do it as well, but.
Well, I will tell you, I have plan A, plan B, and just in case plan B doesn't work out, I generally have C through E as well.
Everybody
this
should.
Is something I'm learning just recently. No, think about this, okay? Burning Man. Let's just for example.
You just got a finger shook.
Burning Man. No, let's use it as an example.
Burning Man
all
didn't
these
go
people
off very
went
well this year.
All these people, they bought their tickets, they went out there, they had their campers, their food, their clothes, their whatever. And what happened? It fucking torrential downpour. Everybody got trapped.
Same thing happened at Woodstock.
You made plan A. Plan A was to go there with your RV, with your food, with your friends, with your clothes. And
think about the rain.
Something happened. You wouldn't have been able to plan for plan B or plan C through D or E because why? You wouldn't have known that it would have torrentially downpoured. You wouldn't have checked to see where the closest hotel is. You wouldn't find out if you could get an Uber
Let's talk
or how you're getting out of there.
Shall we? Same thing.
You plan for one thing and you have a backup, and after that, you just
was there a backup, Marcel?
Fucking...
I mean, what you do instead of worrying about what could happen,
just do it.
Prepare yourself in case it does.
Okay, now
for
some, that's worrying about it too.
No, it's not.
Has anxiety, it's hard to do that, Marcel. When you have anxieties, I mean, I am afraid
No,
of
think
pretty
about
much
it.
everything.
You're going to go to
Okay,
Harvest
Harvest
Fest.
Fest. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. It's a good example.
Yes.
We're in Nova Scotia. Our weather can change in 5 minutes here.
Yes.
I mean, we can have sunshine and super high heat, and the next thunder and lightning, torrential downpour, hail, and high winds. Right. So you're going to an outside festival camping. You've got to be prepared
Bring a raincoat.
for
I'll be right back.
any eventualities, especially when it comes to the weather. I grew up as a kid hunting and fishing and shit in the woods, usually by myself. My parents had a rough idea of what direction I was be in, always, whenever I went. I always had extra food just in case, but I know how to trap and catch food to eat, but just in case. I know different routes to get home just in case. And I'm talking when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old doing this. This was normal for me to go walk 5 miles back in the middle of nowhere to go fishing for a day. People today don't prepare for any eventuality until it happens, or they sit and worry about what might happen, but don't stop to prepare themselves for it.
Well, what I was trying to get at, Marcel, let's use Harvest Fest like you are. What if the road washed out and there was a fire and there was no way to leave that location, just like at Burning Man, stuck at
Actually,
this
there is.
location.
There's 2 roads in.
No, one of them is washed out. The other one you can't get out. There's no possible way to get out of there.
Fine.
But you couldn't pre-plan for that, is what I'm getting at.
No, exactly.
You couldn't pre-plan. You just deal
an
with it in the
emergency.
moment.
Right. And how do you
Which is
deal
why
with
I'm
something like
saying
that?
don't think like those people, which I'm saying I'm trying not to be that person because it's not healthy for me to go. For example, I'm going to this event for 4 days.
Yeah.
And I can plan for my clothing, I can plan for sleeping and travel and food and all this other stuff. But if the power goes out at the event or if something like things that I can't control, I'm not
What
going
if
to
there's a
worry about
force?
all of this stuff.
Right. Here's a good example. We
It's
have
just
a
too
hurricane
much.
coming.
Yeah.
It may or may not hit us.
Yeah.
We have people that are actively freaking out because
So you plan, like
they're
you're
in
saying, you
panic
got to
mode
plan for
because we might get hit with a hurricane. My attitude is, all right, I'm going out and taking the leaves off my plants.
Yeah.
Right? That way I'll lose as little as possible off my plants. It's just a fucking windstorm and it may or may not hit us. If the leaves are off my plants, even better, because it's less for me to do when it comes time to harvest. Right? They've already been pre-trimmed, more or less. That's the difference. Why sit here and worry about what might happen when I could go out and do something in case it actually does happen?
Yeah, you got to make the
Yeah,
best
but
of the
see,
situation.
there is something
Always.
to prepare for the worst, but also expect the best.
And it could come from my military background. I mean, you always had to be prepared for the unpreparable.
Yeah, but if you're saying you used to do that when you were a kid with your parents, Marcel, I think it starts earlier than that, unless you were in the
Yeah.
military as a youngin.
Oh, well, I was pretty young in the military
I
because
know
I
my
went
friends,
through
my friends all
cadets,
used to.
then I went through the reserves, and then I went through the regular forces. And
Blue Moon
Well,
ass.
military definitely does help because you guys are built differently. My friend's dad was in the military and literally got his daughter and kids in it, and he would drop, like you say, he would drop them off in the middle of the woods or say like, "Here's all your tools, go home.
Yep.
I'll meet you there."
Yep.
Hey,
And
Blue
this was
Moon.
before cell phones and shit. Like,
And then, but when
see
I
you buy
joined the
dinner.
military, they would still do that to me, but they would pay me for it. So it was awesome,
Nice.
right? It
Hey, did you ever let
the-
them do any testing on you while you were in there?
nope.
I heard about that. Like they just
I
line
did.
up and they just like jab you with these shots in the arm and just send you on your way.
That's not testing. That's your inoculations. So everybody has
Sure.
no. Everybody has to be inoculated for TB.
Well, that's normal stuff, but why do you have to do that as an adult?
because you're going to be tasked with going to other countries.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Because if you were to go to another country, they always make you get shots before you go.
Right. So, I mean, we went to the Middle East. So before we went to the Middle East, we had to go in for a series of shots for that, malaria, shit like that.
When I went to Europe, we had to go for shots too back in the 70s.
Yeah. I mean, but these are shots have been around since the 40s and 50s, right? So they've been deemed safe for years. It's not new shit that's fucking with your DNA. So yeah, we never had testing. I mean, I did an atropine test one time, and that's not something that I would go through again. But it was an eye opener in how it works. Pardon me?
That sounds funny. A natropine.
Atropine. Atropine is a drug that if you come in contact with a nerve agent, it's the only thing that's going to save your life.
Is it the same kind of thing as that?
And you literally have seconds
to kind of thing.
No, so, you literally have seconds to get it into your system.
Oh, okay.
So nerve agents are used in chemical warfare, and it attacks your central nervous system and shuts down respiratory and everything else. Atropine basically goes in and slows everything down, your entire nervous system, to basically keep you stable until they can get you to a hospital, because you ain't going nowhere. You can't move, walk, or anything. I would like to say I did a test on CS gas, but that was more of a punishment than anything. We had to go and do our gas training, and I learned a couple valuable things that day. CS gas is essentially, it's military grade tear gas. This stuff will burn the eyeballs right out of you. And they take everybody with their gas mask, put them in a little hut, make them do jumping jacks, push-ups, sit-ups, whatever, just to get sweating happening, especially like the crotch area and the armpits. Then they turn on the gas, and you have your gas mask on the whole time. You start to feel the burning sensation anywhere that you have open pores. Basically anywhere where you sweat it. Then at the end, when it's time to go out, you line up in a line and somebody's at the door wearing a gas mask with the door closed. And when you come up, you take a deep breath, hold it, remove your masks, say your name and the last 3 digits of your social insurance number. And then they'll let you go out the door. So when I got up, I took the mask off, and instead of holding my breath, I breathed out and breathed in, said my name, said the last 3 of my social insurance, and these guys were looking at me. And one of them, the sergeant was there, and he said, "Are you breathing?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Actually, this kind of smells nice." And he opened the door and he made me get out. So then he turns around. The next group are going in. He made me go back in the entire time without a gas mask on. And yeah, my eyes watered a bit, but I had no problem breathing the gas. So years later, we were on a grenade or on a rifle range doing weapons trials for the M16 rifles, and all of a sudden I could smell something, and I couldn't place what the smell was, but I knew I liked the smell. So I'm sitting there breathing this in, trying to remember, where do I know this smell from? Somebody else starts freaking out, gas. They all take off running to get out of it. The grenade range across the road was firing gas grenades, and the wind was blowing it all over to us. And I'm sitting there breathing this gas in, thinking, this smells great. I wonder what this is. I like this smell.
Where have I smelt this before?
Yeah. So the CS gas, The initial breath makes you want to cough. If you don't cough, then you won't start, because once you start coughing, you won't stop. So you get over that initial cough, and I probably credit that to a lot to cannabis for the amount that I smoked before I got to that stage. So, yeah, cannabis. But yeah, if there's a riot and they fire gas, I'm
You
staying.
wouldn't have to. Yeah, you're staying. Yeah.
I'm
You want
staying.
that. Give me it. Give me
Marcel's
it.
over there going,
Fuck yeah, I love this smell. Fire more, fire more.
Mhm.
Send it all. We were on an exercise one time, and I got in shit because I didn't put my gas mask on, and there was gas grenades. But I was helping my buddy who was coughing his lungs out and puking from coughing so much, helping him get his mask on. So the boss comes over and he said, "Why isn't your mask on?" And I said, "I was helping him." And he said, "Get your gas mask." And I'm literally standing in a trench that is nothing but a fog of this gas. I pulled my gas mask off and put it on. And he looked at me and he said, "Where's the filter canister?" I said, "They're all out." I said, "They're waiting for more on resupply." I said, "I don't have one." And I said, so I said, "Can I take this off? Because I can actually see better without it." So we had a big gas attack. I didn't have a gas mask, which was fine by me.
you're lucky you're still here. You're special. You got something like internally that you could just.
Yeah, it won't let me fucking die.
Who do you keep whispering to, Dale?
His wife. He's whispering to his wife.
No, I'm outside. I'm just sitting here by myself. Me and the dog.
Oh, I thought it was the dog.
He hears somebody on a sidewalk, so he's running around checking shit out right now.
Got some comments on the chat from Blue Moon. And Blue Moon wanted to know why they don't do it later in the year with Burning Man. And in all honesty, it doesn't matter what time of year you do it. It could rain anytime. That was a desert that
Right?
hardly ever gets rain. That can happen at any time. It's not
more
because of that specific time of year.
It's happening more now because of
The
Come on,
natural
say it,
cycle.
Mary Jane, say it. Because
The
of
natural cycle of the Earth melting the glaciers.
This term that
Raising-
we're calling warming of the globe.
Well, we
and
call
the
it what it
coughing
is.
of Marcel.
Yeah. Well, we call it what it is. The last of the last ice age.
Is
Because
it the
once
last though?
it's the
How
last
much
of the
longer
last
do we
one.
have?
Well, as soon as it finishes melting and then temperatures drop again, and very likely have a shift to the poles slightly, and
But that could be another 100 million.
Then we'll all be
I
walking around
don't
like
know,
this.
years.
this could last for another 250 years. But I mean,
It's not going to affect us or our children or our children's children.
well, it is already kind of, because I mean,
Yes.
the increased temperatures, yes, is
We're
a
about
big
to see a
concern.
huge food issue. That's for sure.
Right, that's our
With
problem.
everything
Is
that's grown
droughts
this
and
year.
flooding.
Yep.
We've got flooding in parts of the world, and we've got droughts in the other part of the world.
It's
But
not
this is
just
all
been a
during
shitty cannabis year.
right. This is shitty every year.
Yep.
The
There's going to
forest
be
fires.
a big lack of corn this year as well.
Mhm.
Everything that grows from the ground is going to be. I'm telling you, by next year, you think food prices are bad now?
$35 for a fucking sirloin steak up here.
Oh yeah, I would be bad up there.
Yeah, that's why
I
people
can still
go
get 'em
get
for
a moose.
670.
Al, you should learn to hunt.
You know
Go
what?
get a deer and a moose.
My sister's coming from Alberta.
It's 104 Fahrenheit in Texas today.
And I'm going to
What's
ask
that
her
in
to bring
Celsius?
some bison steaks.
40.
Well, that'd be all right.
I want to try
40
some
degrees. 40 degrees Celsius is nice.
bison. Wow.
Where's that?
No,
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah, but you expect Texas to be hot, don't you?
Blue moon to Texas,
Hot.
but it's a dry heat. I
Hot.
love when they say, but it's a dry heat. Arizona, but it's
Making
a dry
fun of my accent again.
Texas
Jeez.
is hot.
I had a stopover in Dallas one time, and
I've never been.
I got off the plane and I had like an hour or two to kill before the
Oh,
flight
that's not true.
went
Yes,
on.
I have. I've driven through on the way to
And I thought, all right, the airport was nice, air conditioned, it was nice and cool and everything, to the point where it was actually too cool. And I thought, all right, well, I'm going to go out and have a smoke. And walking out, it was like hitting a wall, a solid wall that I had to push through that was nothing but over 100 degrees plus like 95% humidity. And I go out, have a quick cigarette, and think, there's no way I can stay here and go back in. Go to Arizona, 100 degrees, go out, and there's like 2% humidity. It's totally dry and it's totally different.
California. Yeah, I was in California.
Yeah. Humidity makes a big difference on how you feel.
Well, it's very humid up here all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So even in the winter, it's humid up here. So
I live in a province that's almost completely surrounded by ocean.
I know.
We have.
When does humid become moist though? Because like there comes a time of
when
year
you
when it
when
gets
you wake
damp,
up
right?
when you wake
After
up in
about
trouble.
70%.
Yeah.
Right, like you get damp in the cold, and
Last
then
year,
it chills your bones, you're freezing.
Last year in October, I guess, I had a condensation on my ceiling in my office here, in the corners on the outside wall, that was being caused by hot and cold, and I wasn't running the furnace. Now I'm running the furnace every now and then, and it's keeping it drier in the house.
Does your furnace have a dehumidifier on it or a
Nope, but it's
humidifier?
gonna fucking have one next year.
Okay, because you can. When I lived in PEI, we had
you can get them. They just attach right to them, and they just run water all the time, and the air goes through the water. I have a blue light filter on it.
Ours was slightly different, the ones that we had, and it ran a dehumidifier during the summer months, but a humidifier during the winter months. Because in the wintertime, it's much drier and you need some humidity in your house, right? So this was a great attachment to the furnace.
Somebody's hungry.
But all summer, we've been running ours at around 61%, which keeps the house cool and keeps us dry and not sticky. But we go outside and it's like 98% humidity, almost to the point of drizzle, which is right around 98%.
Well, it's 81% outside right now.
For humidity?
For humidity.
Let me take a look and see what ours is.
1%, 11 Celsius, 15 in the greenhouse, 55%. 44% in the house, 21.2. This is the weather forecast for the evening in Terrace Bay, Ontario. Thank you for listening.
And it East Coast of Canada is 21 degrees. And humidity is 90%.
I got a thing when you're done to play.
And it's staying 20 degrees and humidity 90% all the way through until tomorrow morning.
Yep. It's crazy.
When it goes up to 93% and higher temperature.
Yep. In Nova Scotia. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
420 Radio Show. 420radio.ca. Hey, you can hear us on 420radio.ca and see us on CBG TV. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
CBG TV is the way to broadcast your message to an audience looking for your products or services. Affordable advertising, personalized campaigns, special promos, event attendance, and more. Talk to someone today, in person or by email. Find us online at www.cbgtv.com. Or you can.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Woo!
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio. Are you an independent musician? How would you like to have your songs played on hundreds of radio stations just like the one you're listening to right now? Join MusicSubmit.com and we'll promote your music to radio stations and blogs in your genre. It's free to set up your account, and we guarantee your music will be considered for airplay by radio stations worldwide. Why not sign up today? It's free. MusicSubmit.com, radio promotion for indie musicians.
This is how it grew to be.
Okay, we're back.
Hey, at this time of night right now in Austin,
It goes
Texas.
right back into the weather.
No, I brought up windy. I wanted to see what the temperature was in Texas right now. And it's 40 degrees.
He's in San Antonio.
San Antonio.
I've been there. I've been through there, I think.
I don't even know where San Antonio is.
Texas.
I know, but like,
is it not on the Mexican border? I don't know. I don't know exactly where it is. Is it
San Antonio del Bravo? 39 degrees right now.
Is it right on the border?
Yep.
Yeah.
San Antonio del Bravo.
Hey, buddy, go get us some Mexican brickweed.
Oh fuck no! Please don't. I don't even know if you can still get Mexican brick. Yeah, got to remember the Alamo.
Got some growing in the greenhouse right now.
Mexican brickweed. Oh, that stuff was terrible but fun. I mean, when you got a brick of it and you're trying to pull it apart to see what it actually is, and dissecting.
What was it? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know. We don't even know what it was back then. We didn't have strains back then. It was just, this is good shit, or this sucks, man.
It could have been any of the Mexican land strains. Yeah, San Antonio del Bravo is not on the border.
So what are you smoking down there, Blue Moon? Well, I'm having a mix of some, I can't remember, and I can't remember. But it's a mix of two strains that I enjoy.
San Antonio is a pretty big city, eh?
Yeah. Yep.
I like how they have that big circle road. Actually, they've got two of them around it. Makes nice feeders to get in and out of the city. I wish more cities would do that. Put a circumferential highway around the city so that you can go on the circumferential to get around the city proper to go into whatever exit you actually need to.
So the reason I played our Grow segment song was in honor of our pal Darcy, who better be fucking listening because he's got nothing else to do.
I can't see it because if we make him laugh, it's just going to hurt. So
okay, so we better not do that.
Yeah,
Fuck you,
I mean,
Darcy.
if he is listening, then yeah.
Fuck you, Darcy, you fucking piece of shit.
You better sing, bud.
I called his wife. About an hour before the show to get an update to see how he was doing and stuff.
Yeah.
And she said, "Well, he's not going to be able to. He's not going to be home tonight. They'll keep him for the night." I said, "Well, I already knew that." I said, "I was just calling to let you know that you had to come on the show to take his place."
You actually called Carla and said that?
Yeah, and said you need to have something ready for a Grow segment.
Oh, I would. You know what? You need to be recording this shit when you do stuff like that. Dude.
Yeah, no, the profanity coming out of her would suggest that I don't do that.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I love Carla. She's awesome. I only pick on people I like.
I know.
So I pick on Darcy. I pick on Carla. I pick on Dale.
Holy, who's making all that noise? Dale, you in the kitchen making a tea?
No, just finishing up.
I'm still looking at my supper thinking whether or not I want to finish eating it.
I enjoyed the sandwich I had while I was getting ready for the show.
I
And
got
I'll
sushi.
probably have something after that. Sushi. Where did
Sushi.
Mary Jane go? Bitch, she left.
Again?
Well, she made it half the show.
I suppose. He's smoking kryptonite. Kryptonite. Blue, or she. Could be a she. I'm sorry
Could be
there,
a
Blue
she.
Moon. Could be male. Could be female.
Don't tell us. We want to keep this relationship
As
Just
gender neutral.
Gender neutral. You can
Yep.
be whoever you want. If you want to be a princess on the moon, you can be a princess on the moon.
Well, wait. Now they said skunk and mostly kryptonite, so we could stay gender neutral and just call them a pothead. But it's a guy. That's fine. Oh.
If you'd like to call in and be insulted by our hosts, you can.
Yeah. Feel free to jump on board. We can trash everybody.
We're equal opportunity assholes.
We should get Blue Moon to come on though and tell us what the cannabis situation is in Texas.
Well, maybe maybe he can do that one day. Sure.
We haven't heard from anybody from Texas, have we?
Yeah. Jesus, our friend there, the cop, the Leap guy.
Yeah, but he's a cop.
Howard J. Woolrich.
Yeah, he's a little different. I mean, I want somebody that actually isn't a former member of law enforcement and has a different take on what the view actually is.
Oh, well, you're no fun.
I mean, it's all good.
Look, she came back. She actually came back.
I didn't think it was good there, Blue Moon.
Now, she got a onesie for us.
I don't know what happened.
Why couldn't you change while we were? Never mind.
Oh, I can. Okay, I'll redo it. I'll redo it.
Hey, did you?
Just so you know, she wears clothes under the onesies.
Did you go as a kid to see the Harlem Globetrotters when they came through town, Marcel?
No, but I went as an adult.
I used to go. My dad used to take us every time to Maple Leaf Gardens when they came into Toronto back when it was Meadowlark Lemon and Curly Neal, all the originals.
Yeah.
Are they
and
like
they've just had an anniversary. They've been around so long. They're still doing the same fucking thing, and they're playing the same fucking team.
And they're doing a lot of the same gags that they did because
you know what? As a 5-year-old watching Meadowlark Lemon, a huge man rip down the fucking court and get a basket every fucking time off of Curly Neal's back. You know, I mean, like that's when
Chrissy and I went
entertainment
saw them
was
about
entertainment.
15 years ago, and it
That's
was hilarious.
Real entertainment. That's what entertains. Like going to the Barnum and Bailey's. I've been watching Nick Walenda's show on Prime TV where he goes around and does different stunts in different places.
Oh yeah.
And Nick
I've been
Walenda,
watching Catfish.
Yeah, do you know who I mean? You know who Nick Walenda is?
Do you?
Yes.
Like, do you guys know this team?
No.
The
Bananas?
Savannah Bananas.
No.
Okay,
The what?
So they're called the Savannah Bananas. They're like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Oh,
okay.
They're like the best. They'll like to catch the ball. They'll like do a backflip to catch the ball. Just
cool.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we went and saw Harlem Globetrotters about 15 years ago, Chrissy and I. It was awesome.
Yeah, tightrope.
But I started watching Catfish a while back on Crave, and because I started out in the internet when the internet started, catfishing was pretty normal then, but it never had a name, right? And now I'm watching these people and I'm thinking, how stupid can some of these people be not to realize that they may not be talking to who they think they're talking to? right? And that's exactly what it boils down to. So back when we had Telnet and message boards and all of that shit, and a name like Blue Moon, you had no idea if you were talking to a male or a female.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then you'd have to
I ran
ask
IRC chat rooms
ASL.
back then, so yeah.
And you say ASL, and they'd tell you, and
Yeah.
then you had to take them for their word.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it was before that, Mary Jane.
Yeah,
Okay, you know, like
they didn't do the ASL then, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
you were
They don't do it anymore either.
unless you were standing in front of that person, until you did that, you had no idea who you were talking to, male, female, kid at all. It didn't matter. We changed that when we started using video cameras.
Right, because we never had video cameras. There was no FaceTime or anything like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah.
So catfishing was way easier then, and I'll admit I've done it because it's fucking hilarious. But usually you let them know so they can, at least understand why they're the brunt of your joke type thing. Now, in this day and age, everybody's got a camera or access to a camera.
Yep.
Right. And there's so many different platforms such as Facebook, Messenger, FaceTime, Skype, Zoom, StreamYard.
So we're on
right?
all of them, 7 p.m. every Friday evening on 420radio.ca.
Yeah. And it's so easy for somebody to say, well, let's FaceTime. If you're chatting with somebody and you're thinking of getting into a romantic relationship,
I don't like that.
You suggest
That's
that
actually
you
rule number 1. Do the video as quick as
have
you
a Zoom
possibly
meeting
can.
or something like that, and they come out with an excuse of they don't have a camera.
Before the internet,
Get
we were
rid of them.
talking about it earlier, there were party lines, and you used to call into these party lines, and whoever was on the line you talked to, and if you got along with that person, you gave them your phone number, they called you, you started conversations, all of them, blah, 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 blah. That's what we used to do.
But that's
Right,
but
you
biggest
could
running
tell from
joke
the
from back in the day. You know, the sex workers.
But you didn't know what the person on the
voice.
I could
Yeah,
hear
that's
a
the thing.
female.
You don't know what they look like.
I could hear a female, but I didn't know the age of that person back then.
Well, you also don't know what they look like.
That's right. Now,
I'm sorry, I'm
luckily,
vain.
luckily, I had good luck. I had good luck. So,
I should do it.
I met
I've
somebody
never
who I
called
got
into one
very
of those
serious with
lines.
on the party lines.
Yeah, but see, I've
Are
never
you talking
called
about
into
party lines or chat lines?
I'm talking
Chat
about
thing.
party
Chat
lines,
lines.
not the 100, 900 fucking call me baby, not those. I'm talking you pick up the phone, you call a centralized number, and it's usually an area where there's cottages or
that
whatever.
sort of party line.
That's where the party line theory started. And then you had all these businesses who would operate a party line where you call a centralized number and you go into a bank of people who you can meet. If you don't like them, you press 9 or
record like
your,
a 5-second or a 30-second thing. I
exactly.
remember that.
And if you like them, you connect live.
I used to
and
get
you
booted
chit
from that
chat.
all the time because they're like, "We're sorry, but you sound like a minor," and I was like, "Fuck."
I've never done it.
Well, I mean, that's, we went from real people hanging out at high school to a very antisocial society in the 90s, which has turned into a society of people who either think they're sick or they're not and don't know how to have conversations with anybody anymore.
Think they're sick or they're not.
Like maybe they are or they're not.
Or maybe they are sick and they don't think they are.
Right.
No, I don't know. I have no hope for humanity.
Me neither, bud. Me neither.
I honestly don't see a way out. The way the world is going, I honestly don't see a way out for humanity to survive.
People are fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know though. Like
it's humanity is going to destroy itself.
I hope that we have uplifted your evening.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta let me cheer
Made
you up.
you feel special today.
I feel like empires have risen
Little ray
and
sunshine.
fallen for many, many years. It's gonna happen again. I think it's
Yeah.
time for a new
Just
leader.
because your mother has told you you're special every day of your life doesn't mean you're actually special there, Buttercup. All right?
Really
and
just
if
a
and if
fucking
she
prick.
told you
Shut
you
up.
can do whatever you want, she's wrong.
She's a fucking liar.
Yeah, because that's not true.
So next week, Mary Jane won't be with us because she's going to evolve into what?
Nope. Evolve. No, I'm going to Elevate.
Oh,
The
Elevate.
Elevate Expo Cannabis Expo.
Where's that?
It's going to be in Etobicoke. It's 4 days, Tuesday through Friday.
Well, please record a little bit for us.
Is this
Oh
like
yeah,
a
we're going and doing media. So
this a
anything
legal
legally
market type
published.
thing, or is this
Yeah,
a
it's B2B. There's going to be retailers, bud tenders, LPs. So basically, I don't know if you know Jazz Samra. He is the owner of Sativa Bliss, the founder of VIP Media, which actually is doing the Elevate Cannabis Expo. And what he's done is he's created a network of people within the industry, so that way, they can communicate with each other. He even has like a group chat with like, I can't even remember how many store owners and managers are on there. So like, if there's a new product that hits the market, that's like, a way to communicate. But there's going to be education sessions on like all kinds of different things, and he's got it geared. Each day is for different things. Like one is for retailers, one is for bud tenders, one is for LPs, one is for the I think the
good
last
for
one's like
him?
an expo thing.
Remember what was that quote
Yeah,
about 10,000 people?
and I think he said it was like 90, 95 or 90% Canadian companies.
The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject. I'll just leave it as that. See,
Well,
that Marcus Aurelius was a
that's
smart guy.
that's one of the reasons why I'm excited about this, because it's literally 4 days of like, I like I'm not going to discredit any other expo or event because they all have their benefits. Like some of them are like let's just
Some
go
of
and
them
hang
are car
out.
shows, and some of them
Well,
are.
some of them are for everybody. Like for example, Lyft has it for like any consumer can go in, a bud tender, an LP, like
Still a car
anybody.
show.
But at this one, there's not your basic consumer. So it's literally, we're just trying to educate the people in the industry. And
But
it's all
but
free.
educate them what is the thing? Are you educating them what the black market knows or what they think they know?
Well, there is quite a few of the speakers that have like for example, I know Katy Perry just off the top of my head because I've been going through the like schedule and whatnot, which you can find online at
Katy
the
Perry,
site
the singer?
Elevate. No, Katy Perry, the owner, founder, the CEO of Toke Cannabis.
Yeah, I
I
know.
Okay.
think she has like multiple stores now
He does. Yeah.
in and around Toronto, but like she came from Legacy. So there
So
are a lot
She
of those
was
people that
she
are,
was a part of the original Legacy
yeah.
crowd
Yeah.
out of Ontario. Yes.
When I first met Katy Perry, I know I seen her at a 420 or a global marijuana march with a megaphone in her hand, and she was speaking, but I didn't really
Probably.
pay too much attention because it was kind of like, oh, there's a chick over there standing doing a speech,
Yeah,
and
there
I
were
was
50
headed
other
this
chicks
way.
doing it too, though.
You know what I mean? But
Mojo.
the first year that I actually like, the time that stuck with me, Al, you were there. You and I went to the MP's office or some
Oh
shit
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah. I
Toronto
remember that. Yeah,
because we were trying to like, still I don't understand why cannabis is still the only medication that's taxed in Ontario or in Canada and double
that was
taxed
right in the
because
village.
it's
Yeah.
excise tax.
Yep. That was
So
in the
but like
village.
I remember when Al and I went to go smoke a joint, I had a sign and I was like, hey, and I said to the chick beside me, I said, can you hold this? It was Katie.
Ah, okay.
So that's when we started chatting, and yeah, that was a great day too. Like any day I get to go out and be an actual advocate, those are the days that I like. I enjoy entertaining. I love being a podcaster. I love interviewing, but advocacy is where my fucking heart lies. Like grass on the hill, stuff like that. So
Is
education,
that
like I'm excited. I'm excited to
see?
see what they're going to teach.
I'm more for the medical side. And 31% cannabis is not medical,
And we
right?
also have work to do there too, because that is about to come, the rules and regulations. And one of the things that
Well,
Ross said on the podcast that we did was that hopefully with those changes, because he's been in talks with Health Canada to bring in-person medical access where people can actually go and ask questions and receive cannabis.
The only way that you can do something like that is through what Lenny's doing. Who we'll talk about it next week with Lenny. His Optimus Cannabis is a medical only dispensary, online dispensary as well.
Yes, but do they
in
have an
Nova
actual
Scotia.
store in Nova
No,
Scotia now?
no, he only does online orders. But
Yeah,
you
I
can
had no
order
idea
out.
Truro didn't do that anymore.
What?
I had no idea Truro didn't do that anymore.
Churro's only doing
very
rec.
few LPs are doing medical now because they all went after the rec market
Want
and
that big
stopped.
buck.
Exactly, and they think everybody wants really high THC, but people get higher off of low THC.
Look, if my pharmacist said to me, I got a strain that they say will work really well for your ADHD, would you like to try it? I would say yes, please. I don't get that question anywhere. You know, I just found out my doctor.
In the rec market.
I
It's
just found out
against the
my
rules.
doctor of almost 40 years is retiring, and I'm dumbfounded. I feel like I'm getting a fucking divorce, and I don't like it. You know, because he's been one of those doctors that if I had a question for him, he would answer my question, or he would find the answer. Yes, no, maybe. It wasn't just I don't know.
Yeah.
And you don't get that from the younger doctors now.
That's the situation.
They are truly practitioners.
Which is sad because if you think about it, family doctors, if they don't fix the problem, you're just going to keep going back to them.
We need pharmacists to be able to prescribe as well, because, and I know they can, but only in certain situations, because
in certain medications.
Yeah, like I'm not. The only medications that I take now are for my diabetes. I'm not going to have a hard time getting a doctor, even at the emergency room, to continue that prescription once my doctor retires.
Right.
But
the problem
it's
is
still
finding
the
a new
anxiety
doctor.
behind that. I don't want to be an emergency room guy. I did that already. Thanks.
So, are you looking for a new doctor now?
I have a year. He's given me a year worth of prescriptions.
So why aren't you looking today for a new doctor?
Because I just got
this,
the letter.
this is this whole thing.
Takes a while, dude.
I just got the letter.
We went through this whole thing earlier. No, you got that letter like 2 weeks ago because I remember you saying
me 5
years. Divorce.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it was 6 years for me.
the day you got that letter is the day that you should have got your name on the waiting list for a doctor.
There's no there. Okay. Well, here's the thing, though. Okay.
Our province has a waiting list. I've been on it for 5 fucking years.
There's no doctor here in town anymore. I have to wait until one comes into town to even get on a waiting list. The only thing.
Well, no, you can get on a waiting list for one of the teledoctors.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I can. Yeah. And I will. I'm not worried about it. But let me speak for a sec, Marcel. What I'm getting, I'm not worried about having to find a doctor. What I'm worried about is the anxiety of that. Do you get what I mean? I
totally understand.
I think
I
Marcel's trying to make you avoid more anxiety later.
Dale is right. I will not have that kind of a relationship with my next doctor.
Build trust again.
Right.
I mean, this is a doctor who I have open conversations with about cannabis before cannabis was legal. This is a doctor that I've been having for the last 10 years conversations about psilocybin. Well, for 5 years about mushrooms and psilocybin. He was very on board because he knew my father, and he sent people to see my dad, who was a psychiatrist, right? So he knows that, like, I'm not dicking around. I'm not just trying to find a buzz, because if I was, I would have been getting perks from him the whole fucking time. You know what I mean, man?
My doctor learned about cannabis from me. referred
mine as well, because when
referred
the
patients to me. Let me
the
finish.
first question
Referred
was,
patients to me. You didn't let
didn't
me
know.
finish.
Yeah.
But he referred patients to me to talk to them about cannabis.
Yes.
Got cancer in his throat. Wouldn't listen to me. Went the chemo route. He's now in the nursing home
That's too bad.
because the chemo destroyed half his fucking brain.
That's too bad.
Right. So I mean, and he knew what cannabis could do and how it could help because he had patients come and talk to me about it.
My doctor did not, as you know, because you've been around a while. And he said to me, our first conversation is, I don't know anything about doses. That was his first issue. For about 2 years, he was humming and hawing, dancing around. And then finally he said, well, you didn't bring me your papers. So, but since then, he's learned about doses. He has a lot of other patients on using cannabis. I was going to say on the dope, and now he knows a little bit more. He was learning about the whole mushroom thing, and it's just sad because he is a doctor.
Mm-hmm. So was
The
mine.
doctor,
My doctor wouldn't let you leave the office until every question you had was answered.
exactly.
And
That's
I've
a
had
good doctor.
appointments where we would turn around, he would send out emails and make calls while I was in, have me go sit in the waiting room, see other patients. Then as soon as he got those answers, have me come back in and finish off the appointment type thing. I had one appointment with him, which was 4.5 hours long. He would not let me leave until we had exhausted every possibility of what we were trying to figure out.
Half my life, he's been my doctor, dude.
Yeah, well, mine wasn't half my life, but it was my sick life. And as I got better, he was stunned. So he learned firsthand the power of cannabis. And it got to the point where we laugh about things that were coming out that they were saying about cannabis, like hyperemesis and shit like that, right? The first time I mentioned to him, he sounds like bowel obstruction. And that's exactly what it sounds like, is a bowel obstruction. In most cases, it is a bowel obstruction, right? So I miss him, and I haven't had a doctor since. Why?
You know,
Because I'm one of the 25% of this province that can't get a fucking doctor.
I stopped seeing him, and I had a doctor up in Durham, Mount Forest area. And then when I came back to the city, I went right back to him, and he says, like, I thought I just sent all your stuff up there. I said, yeah, I moved back. He went, oh, okay. You know,
We're at the
it's
6
not
minutes
easy,
left mark, Al.
Yeah, I know. I see that. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your point?
Well, because I don't want us to get cut off without you playing your ending spiel, and I forget how many hours long that is.
It's not that long. 23 seconds, you ass.
I was smoking Darcy's hash, so I have no concept of time. But I do know I need a gummy.
I hope that Darcy is feeling better.
Me too.
And I hope that he has enough in him to join us next week, and Lenny as well.
I've come to a new routine that I figured out for my health and well-being. If I don't eat a gummy before I go to bed, I can't get up in the morning.
Okay, so a friend of mine's daughter has seizure issues, and she's been having some work done upstairs. Has another operation coming up as well, and she had some gummies the other day and slept right through. She was actually quite amazed, because she usually says, "No, I don't want to try that shit." Yeah.
Well, I've always said cannabis can cure a lot of things, but it can't cure stupid. And if you're too stupid to at least try it, then I'm at the point now that you get what you deserve.
I give you that.
Right.
If you've got a block in your mind over cannabis that does not allow you, like my father with Parkinson's, shaking like, I don't want to try anything that takes over my mind like that. My father was a psychiatrist, a pill doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, with Parkinson's, and the ending was not good. So at least try it. My sister tried it. The whole time she's been in Alberta, she's been using cannabis. But then it got to the point where she was having anxiety and stuff like that. More so, I think, about taking the right thing. And so she stopped. And now she doesn't have any issues. She's sleeping better. And, she started taking melatonin and she's sleeping.
Yeah. Actually, I was just reading up on something here today, and I forget the name of it. I'll have to look it up again. But it was it was a TikTok video or one of them stupid things, and the guy was talking about 7 different natural remedies that they don't want you to know about, things like zinc and magnesium and things. But this was Solera or something like that, and it'll give you the best night's sleep you've ever had and mental clarity. So a lot of people with ADHD are using this and stuff like that, and so I want to find out more about it.
Blue Moon says COVID needed a hobby. On that note, we shall say good night. Thanks for listening. We're here every Friday. This is the 420 Radio Show. Usually Darcy and Lenny are here too. Maybe next week.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll have a full house. No, we won't, because Mary Jane's not going to be here.
Mary Jane will be here.
Way to go.
We'll put a
Way to
picture
ruin
up.
it.
We'll put a picture up. It's okay. All right.
And Blue Moon, anytime you want to come on, you let us know, man.
There you go.
Yeah, you can come on next week. Take my
Bring you
place.
on. And, yeah, and fill us in on the cannabis situation of Texas.
There you go. All right. Say good night, guys.
Good night,
Good night,
guys.
Good night. Have a good one.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
We are the Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable 101. And this is another special discussion that we have, and that, of course, is with our dear friend, Dr. Peter Grinspoon, who, of course, comes to us from the East Coast today. And one of the things we want to talk with him about for a second time, we had him previously, and so we're definitely happy to have him again. Basically, we're going to talk about his brand new book, and this is a fascinating look where, of course, we focused on a lot of different things, but this one is aging well with cannabis, feeling better, sleep better, live better, and with marijuana and CBD. So we've seen a lot, of course, information come out regarding, we've seen, nursing become a specialty around medical cannabis. And of course, Dr. Grinspoon's lineage, his father, Dr. Lester Grinspoon, of course, I was fortunate to be published in his book, Marijuana, the Forbidden Medicine. I was the PTSD study through my, my Gulf War syndrome, etc. But we, of course, got introduced to Dr. Grinspoon back, let's see, our VAC roundtable. And we wanted to bring him back because his book seems to be touching a note with people. Because one of the main things we deal with, and especially medical cannabis, is older people coming to cannabis. And older people have a lot of questions. Yes, some did come from smoking back in the day, but of course, the landscape has definitely changed. We've seen the emergence of CBD. We've seen the emergence of now CBD potentially being covered by insurance in some resolves. So that has, of course, brought people to more questions with few answers. So we figured we'd bring one of the experts in here. And since he just published his book, and since he's a doctor, he can give us a different perspective from most people. So everybody, please welcome again Dr. Peter Grinspoon. And it's an honor to have you. So I'm just going to jump right into it. Your new book focuses on aging in cannabis. So what surprised you most while researching and writing it? And did any of your assumptions change along the way? Dr. Grinspoon.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me back. I'm so excited to see you guys and to be back. This is always such a fun discussion. You know, I've been treating patients of medical cannabis for 25 years, and an increasing number of them are seniors. So I sort of noticed that change. But what really surprised me, number one, is how many seniors are embracing medical cannabis and how quickly that's changing, right? It used to be very difficult to get someone, if you think it would help their pain or their anxiety or their insomnia, someone over 65 to even think about medical cannabis. Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. And now it's just amazing. Like the demographic of patients that's embracing medical cannabis most rapidly right now is our 65 and older crowd. So I was really amazed at how rapidly that's changing. And then, doing the research for the book, again, it wasn't really anything I didn't know on some level, but there's so many maladies of aging. I mean, they say aging is not for the faint of heart, right? Your knees wear out, your hips wear out, your back wears out. Tens of millions of people have chronic pain. Our treatments for chronic pain we can talk about are very, not very safe, and it just, cannabis really seems to align well if used safely and appropriately. You don't want to start someone off with like 100 milligrams when they've never used it before. But if used safely and appropriately, it's amazing how well it aligns with like many of the maladies that are specifically associated with aging. And I don't think it's a coincidence the seniors are adopting medical cannabis so rapidly. I think they're finally realizing that they've been sold a bill of goods about it, and it actually is like a relatively harmless or like less harmful than many of the prescription medications, way to alleviate a lot of their suffering. And at the end of the day, medicine's just as much about alleviating suffering as it is about diagnosing and treating conditions. And, they're finding that the cannabis really helps alleviate their pain, their anxiety, their insomnia, their colitis, their spasticity, sort of like a lot of the end of life issues too. So I was really amazed at that, at how like just closely aligned the benefits that medical cannabis has are to the actual specific things that people suffer from when they get older. And then finally, it is really interesting to see the prescription drop off. There's something called polypharmacy. People who get older, they accumulate diagnoses, they accumulate specialists, and they accumulate medications. And doctors rarely remember to de-prescribe medications. So, polypharmacy is when you're on 5 or more medications. I have seniors on 10, 15, 20 medications. And because, and I'm sure this crowd knows this as much as anybody, cannabis can do several things at once. It can help with the pain, the anxiety, the insomnia. It could help people peel off some of these other medications. And polypharmacy can be dangerous because on the one hand, it's a lot to keep track of. It's also expensive and easy to make a mistake. And so it's really a win when people are peeling off these pharmaceuticals, especially ones which can have much worse side effects than cannabis. So I was really interested to find also how effective it can be in helping seniors limit how many different medications they're taking.
That's a key component because many of our younger veterans are finding, contraindications just over their prescribed medications, not to manage, much less cannabis, when they're doing the mix, because it's a VA policy just to throw pills at us as opposed to, think about contraindications or, the polypharmacy realities that lead to other medications, right, which only stack the polypharmacy, which we have seen to the point where you have seen many of our veterans have done protests where they've actually spilled out bottles to show just the sheer amount of how we're just overprescribed these medications. And that's why, many of us are drawn to the natural medications and especially cannabis because we don't seem to have those contraindications. It doesn't mean that people can't or don't have contraindications from cannabis and regular medication. Those are still ongoing. And one of the things we did earlier in Berkeley Patients Group was have a contraindications form. So when people actually had those types of adverse reactions to medical cannabis, I think we started that in about 2004, 2005, because people were coming in and saying, hey, I'm having a reaction to this and that. And Dr. Mikaria and others were very fascinated by that because there was so little data and information out there regarding medical cannabis that, we soaked up with a sponge, anything and everything you get. And being that pre-internet, we were reliant on the very few books and periodicals that were out and available. Whereas now, thanks to, people like you and others that are help educating others from the educated perspective and also the applied real world applications is something that is unassailable to many of us because the information that you're receiving is real world information that, as we see, the majority of the studies that are out there are metadata studies. There are not cannabis specific studies. So we see and are dealt and have to deal with the backlash all the time of, sensationalist articles quoting another metadata study that says medical cannabis bad because this, that way, and the other. So, one of the things we hope to see and dispel in time is to see more of this actual patient data. And that's why it's important to have discussions with people like you who are seeing patients directly. So let's continue that discussion. Next up will be Doc Lang. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes, hi, Peter.
Hey.
You spent years practicing medicine at Massachusetts General Hospital. Can you share a patient profile or clinical experience that fundamentally changed how you think about cannabis as a therapeutic tool?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, one experience I had that was interesting is, I've always been interested in medical cannabis. When I was a resident training, this will date me, but when I was finishing my residency in the year 2000, I gave my senior medical presentation on medical cannabis. This was 26 years ago. I actually invited my dad to come too, and I was speaking to all the other residents. And back then, they all thought I was really eccentric. Now, none of them were sort of against cannabis because they were like young doctors. Like they weren't like the old school elderly psychiatrists, the Bertha Madrises who hated it. They were like young. They had all used it in college. Nobody was against it, but they thought like, what a cute idea. What an eccentric notion that cannabis is as a medicine. And then now it's just really interesting 26 years later that these same doctors are referring patients to me. So it's really cool to see the slow change in opinions of doctors on medical cannabis and the fact that many of them are starting to meet their patients halfway and starting to embrace medical cannabis. We still have a long way to go for physicians, educate physicians about medical cannabis. A lot of them are really caught flat-footed when the patients bring up medical cannabis, and they can come across as like judgmental or critical, which then the patient just clams up and they don't have any communication at all. I'm a huge believer in open communication between doctor and patient, and that means it's on the doctors to create a climate where they're first of all open to what the patients are saying and learning from them, because the patient knows best what works for the patient. And second of all, so the patient doesn't feel judged or criticized. And it's been very interesting to see the attitudes of doctors over the years. What a doctor thinks about cannabis. And I'm just bringing this up because I know the doctors have been a huge part of the problem over the last 50 years. They've not been particularly helpful in the fight to legalize cannabis, except a few, like my dad and a bunch of others. But, on the one hand is like the oncologists, right? and they see their cancer patients, doing really well with their chemotherapy, their nausea, vomiting from their chemotherapy, their pain, their anxiety, their insomnia. They see them doing really well with cannabis. And it's really hard to find an oncologist that is against medical cannabis. I mean, like almost all of them are supported. And then on the other side of the spectrum are like the, adolescent psychiatrists who see like these young people, psychotic, not working, smoking tons of cannabis. And, cannabis probably plays a role in all this. It's certainly not helping, but they tend to overgeneralize, these sort of addiction psychiatrists, and think that cannabis does this to everybody. And they tend to be really against it. But most doctors are in between, and doctors are slowly coming around to becoming more and more in favor of it. And I get more and more consults from other doctors. And when you have lectures or you talk about it, it actually comes up. It never used to come up. So I would say that the most amazing thing to me clinically has been to see the evolution in doctors and nurses, and seeing them listening to patients and becoming better able to tune out the nonsense. The problem with cannabis for patients is that for any issue about cannabis, if you look online, you get completely contradictory information, right? So if you don't know about it, it's really, really confusing. It helps nausea. It hurts nausea. It treats pain. It doesn't treat pain. It's addictive. It's not addictive. Like whatever you look up, you'll find two opposing answers, which is really confusing. And I'm just really surprised relieved that doctors are finally coming around. And I think that's the thing I've seen over the last 26 years that's been the most surprising and the most encouraging. Reading my dad's book, Marijuana Reconsidered, he proved in like 1967 that the magazine Playboy had more accurate information about cannabis than the Journal of the American Medical Association. Like I sometimes jokingly refer to the JAMA as the Journal of Absolute Marijuana Antagonism. They're like always completely against, like unreasonably. But despite that, the doctors are coming around. So I would say that is the most amazing thing I've seen over the last 26 years. And it's about time. So,
well, about time. That leads us to another pioneer in medical cannabis here, Marilyn Mathrig. Oh, wait, Mike G has a question. Has a follow-up.
Had a follow-up. Hey, that's some really insightful, information as far as the, excuse me, the look into how the doctors receive their information as far as the breakdown and kind of like the different specialties and everything. Something that I've kind of always, wondered about and maybe is the training, and you kind of touched on that. And it's been the slow progression over the last 26 years. How do you see, because for instance, I sent my doctor, some information about, cannabis just the other day. How do you see doctors kind of in the field right now, either being trained on that? And this is a good follow-up to Mary Lynn because of what she actually does. And how do you see kind of the medical field and doctors kind of being trained into this? Because the other things that we keep running into are kind of misdiagnoses of even like CHS, right? So how can these doctors kind of get properly trained in cannabis so that it's not kind of relying on solely that kind of doctor patient?
Right, absolutely. Well, that's why I wrote my book. I mean, my book is very objective. It talks a lot about the harms, the benefits, the dangers, the medication interactions, the things it works for, the things it doesn't work for, the best ways to use it, how to get people started. But doctors are really not taught very much in medical school that's helpful about medical cannabis. And again, it hurts doctors and patients because patients are bringing it up very frequently, and the doctors are being caught flat-footed. And then the doctors can't really advise the patients. And the patients go to the dispensary and they don't know what to get, and they end up accidentally over-consuming and ending up in the emergency room because they get a 50 milligram gummy when they should start at like 2.5 milligrams. Or they ask the bud tender. The bud tenders are the nicest people in the world, but they're not medically trained. It would be so much better if the doctors and the nurses could advise patients. Slowly, this is coming around. JAMA, which I just talked about, actually had an article recently, calling for more education of physicians with medical cannabis, because for these exact reasons, like patients are using it and doctors don't really know how to talk about it with them. But the younger doctors in particular are sort of very dissatisfied. And recent polls have shown that about 10% of them feel like they got adequate education about medical cannabis and that they're prepared for speaking with patients. So, that's really got to change. I mean, the other thing is they don't yet, they're starting to. I remember there was a poll from about 15 years ago where they only taught the endocannabinoid system in like 13% of medical schools. I think they're starting to teach it. It is so crazy not to teach the endocannabinoid system. I mean, that controls everything. It controls all the other neurotransmitters. And like, even if you hate cannabis, you're like the most reefer madnessy, you think cannabis is like satanic lettuce. You need to understand the endocannabinoid system to explain why. I mean, everybody needs to understand the neurotransmitters, molecules, and connections by which cannabis works in the brain. So I think slowly but surely it's getting better. But what really makes it difficult is there's this like cabal of academic addiction psychiatrists. They come out all the time with these articles saying cannabis doesn't work for anything. And it's really frustrating. It makes it really difficult. I mean, who in this day and age can argue that cannabis doesn't work for pain? I mean, there's some issues we could debate, but for pain, for example, and you just have to talk to people. Of course, it helps them with their insomnia. I mean, why would they use it if it kept them up all night and didn't help with their insomnia? So 10 million people use it for insomnia in this country. So we are getting more and better education in the medical schools, slowly but surely. But this is really hampered by the fact that there isn't really agreement in the medical community. I would say like 2/3 of it is pro and recognizes that it helps. And like there's this small minority that because of the addiction psychiatrists, people tend to defer to them and they're kind of unreasonably against cannabis. And that makes it very, very difficult to agree upon a curriculum to teach doctors. I mean, how do you, if it's something like treating blood pressure, I give you a blood pressure medication. No one's going to debate that. We could all agree about that and come up with a curriculum for the medical students. But if there isn't agreement that cannabis works or what the harms are, it makes it much harder to educate doctors because there just isn't consensus. So I work really hard on this, but it's been really difficult.
No, it sounds like it's quite a challenge. But going off your point, I haven't heard of anybody saying, I stayed up all night smoking pot. I just couldn't get to sleep.
Well, it does affect some people like that, actually. I mean, honestly, when I use
it's a very small percentage.
Right. When I use it, it keeps me up at night, but it's mostly because it's fun to be up. And my dad used to keep up at night too. And my brother actually. So in my family, it keeps people up. But for most people, it helps them relax. It helps them with their anxiety. They feel a state of gentle euphoria. They drift off to sleep and then they wake up and they're not hungover. It's not like taking trazodone where you have a dry mouth and you're groggy, or it's not like taking Ambien where like you don't remember what happened. You have like the huge black and you're groggy the next day. So I think it's really effective for sleep. And it's just so funny to spend time arguing with doctors to say that it doesn't work.
And it must be more frustrating being the doctor to have to argue that with other doctors. Okay.
Well, it is frustrating, but I actually got addiction certified last year. So now I'm an addiction specialist, and that makes it a little bit easier to argue with them. So.
All right, Mary Lynn.
Yay. Well, good. Congrats on that. That's my background is addictions. And it just gets so frustrating because over the years, we've started calling cannabis the exit drug instead of the gateway drug. And Peter, in talking about this, the good news for us is the American Nurses Association has recognized cannabis as a specialty. And actually at the end of this month, at the General Assembly of Nurses, at the ANA, there's a policy there to get it into nursing curriculum, the endocannabinoid system, and to encourage all practicing nurses to get educated on it. So makes a difference because you're right. AMA, they kind of giving in a little bit, but they still fight it so much, whether it's, big pharma that's too much influence or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, your question, you kind of addressed it a little bit, but in your view, what are the biggest mistakes physicians make when discussing cannabis with patients? And how can medical professionals have more productive conversations about patient benefits and risks?
Well, the biggest mistake physicians make in discussing cannabis with patients has to do with what I think the biggest mistake that physicians make in general, which is like not being humble. And the three most important words being a doctor, I think, are I don't know. When doctors bluff or pretend they know everything, they get in trouble and they screw things up. Now, I'm a primary care doctor. I mean, if I were like a sub specialist, I should know. But as a primary care doctor, as long as somebody knows and I get them to the right person, that's all that matters. It doesn't have to be me. And there's such a culture of like bluffing and pretending you know things. And I wish physicians would just say, you know, well, the lack of humility and also the lack of curiosity. I wish physicians would say, you know, I don't know much about that. I've heard it helps patients. Let me look into it and let's have another discussion about that. That's all they have to say. And then they just learn about it and find some credible resources. I think that they don't know much about it and that makes people insecure. I mean, yeah, of course you're insecure if you're perceived as the expert, you don't know anything about something. And I think that they get a little bit defensive and they sort of like default to like what the thinking in the medical community used to be 20 years ago, which is what they vaguely remember being taught in medical school, is like, well, that hasn't been proven as a medicine yet. And then that just shuts the patients down. And again, you need open communication between doctor and patient, between nurse and patient. It's dangerous if there's not open communication. I mean, cannabis does have medicine interactions, and it also like affects anesthesia, how much anesthesia. And some people have a bad reaction to cannabis. So for some people, it makes their anxiety worse. And it's just really bad if you can't communicate with your doctor. But if the doctor is all judgy and judgmental, I mean, and it's not just cannabis. Like a good doctor has to make a patient feel comfortable talking about their alcohol use or their drug use, so they'll never learn about it. And if you never learn about it, you can't help anybody. How do you know they're addicted to opiates if they don't feel like they could open up to you and you could discuss it? So I think a lack of humility and a lack of curiosity is what is getting a lot of these doctors in trouble. I mean, they're sort of set up for trouble because the war on drugs and the AMA, they're just boneheads about cannabis. They've been ridiculous. That's why, you know, like in the 1970s, 80% of doctors were members of the AMA, and now like 14% of doctors. I mean, they're just too much big pharma, too much conservative nonsense. So I don't really take the AMA that seriously, but I just think the doctors haven't been taught very well. And if you haven't been taught very well, again, you should approach something in curiosity and humility, not just like default into your like the few things that you remember from 20 years ago that aren't true. So we could do a lot better. We're getting there, but we could do a lot better.
Yeah.
All right. Next up will be Michael Crowitz, council member.
Thanks, Etienne. It's really great to see you. So if I can figure out where my question is here. Yeah, this is a question that is kind of near and dear to my heart. I was telling the guys that one of the most interesting dispensaries that I'd ever seen, right in Santa Barbara, I think it was, when we were getting ready to do the conference there, Maryland. Remember the Horta Farm dispensary that opened up, and they brought in the media and they brought in the mayor and everybody to see how they handled, you know, naive patients, a patient that had never used cannabis before. And they had a rather elaborate intake system where you would sit down if you needed to and learn about, you know, how do you roll a joint? How do you, you know, recognize what part of the plant to use and how do you use it? Whatever, you know, stuff that we maybe learned, you know, out in a van, you know, parked at a Led Zeppelin concert or something. It needs to be more formally taught. So anyway, that's the origin of this question. The question is, many older adults grew up during the height of cannabis prohibition and anti-cannabis messaging. What are the most common facts or misconceptions you encounter among seniors who are considering cannabis for the first time?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, first of all, it's unfortunate that they grew up during all this anti-cannabis messaging, because it makes a lot of people not even consider it. And it makes people embarrassed to ask about it. And it's funny, someone will come in and they'll be like, whisper, like, can we talk about medical cannabis? Like, as if a SWAT team's about to come in the doors. Like, we've caused such shame and stigma, and we've scared so many people off from using it. I think it's really unfortunate. But again, as we talked about at the beginning, they're coming around. They're the group of people that are embracing medical cannabis more rapidly than any other group in our society. So obviously they're getting another source of messaging that's kind of overruling the drug war messaging that they got, or they're just suffering and they see their friends feeling better and they're sick of suffering. So, but there are a lot of myths. One big myth is that cannabis needs to be smoked. Now, I once had a friend of mine, he's a psychiatrist, he's a good guy, but he just got angry and stormed away from me. How could a burning plant medicine possibly be, any kind of burning plant material possibly be a medicine? And he like stormed away. And it's like, I don't actually recommend that people smoke cannabis medically for several reasons. One is a doctor, I'm really not supposed to, but also, I mean, it does, the smoke theory does have combustion products. It is safer to use a tincture or an edible, assuming you use the right dose and you know what you're doing, which is part of why I wrote my book. So the biggest myth is that you have to smoke cannabis. People don't want to smoke. They've been against cigarettes. You know, a lot of them have respiratory issues. They're older. They have trouble breathing. A lot of them have COPD or heart disease, and they think they associate cannabis with like smoking a joint. And like, unfortunately, a lot of the articles in the newspaper, when they reference cannabis, they show someone smoking a joint, and there's like this huge cloud of marijuana smoke. But in reality, it's really safe. Again, if you use the right dose, to use a tincture or an edible. And I just wish people didn't automatically associate medical cannabis with smoking, because that turns off so many people. It's not the healthiest way to use it, and it sort of plays into a lot of these stigmas of the past. So that is, I would say, the biggest myth is that it has to be smoked. I mean, let me think. There are a lot of other myths. I mean, you have all the myths from the war on drugs, like the gateway and the like amotivational syndrome and all that stuff. I think that stuff is slowly starting to die down, which is good. So yeah, there are a lot of myths. But we're getting, again, that's why I wrote my book. I have this whole section on myths, but I would say most people think it is. I mean, the other myth is that because it's not a pharmaceutical, it's not a legitimate medicine, right? I mean, we've been bombarded with pharmaceutical advertisements our whole lives. And, you know, I don't have to tell you the outsized influence that the pharmaceutical industry has had on, you know, the medical societies and the medical profession. And a lot of people think it's not really a medicine if it doesn't come in a pill bottle that you get at CVS. And I think that's another big myth that people have. People have been using plant medicines since the beginning, the dawn of human beings, and they've been using cannabis for 5,000 years. And many of our pharmaceuticals that we use have come from plants. They're plant-based, like digitalis is from foxglove. So I just think that's an unfortunate myth. And, you know, it also gets into this like Eastern medicine versus Western medicine and how you have to be in one camp or the other. And I just don't see why we can't take the best of both worlds. And like, healing is healing. People get into these camps. So I think there's been a big pharma influence on like the perceptions of people about cannabis. That's really unfortunate. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're feeling better and doing better, that's all that matters.
Michael Krauss has a follow-up.
Yeah, I'm curious. It just brings to mind a discussion that we've been having recently. It seems to come up more often, an increasing percentage of times, that we hear about efforts to limit the products that are available. The percentage of the THC, limit the products to only non-smokable products. One of the presentations I remember, I think it was Rand, did a side event at the UN like a year or two ago, and they talked about the percentage of THC in one of these vape pens being like 97% or something like that. And I asked them a question, do you take into consideration the dose that you actually inhale from that vape pen? Because I use a vape pen, and I use a remarkably small amount. I might use a 0.5 gram vape pen, it might last me a week. So that 0.5 gram compared to a smokable combustible cannabis isn't even half of a one afternoon supply, let alone a whole week supply. So it's obviously you're not using the same amount per inhalation or the same amount per day or week or month or whatever. That's number one, is sort of the comparing apples with apples and oranges with oranges. But then the other side is, it seems like, and this is just our observation, I guess, inside our council, but it seems like these things have very deep unintended negative consequences. Like it sounds good to get people away from smoking, but then who actually gets hurt by this, change to make it non-smokable? Maybe you can, speak to that. That there is rare cases where you actually need to smoke, or patients that prefer it for one reason or another, aren't there?
Well, first of all, I'm not saying banning smokable products. I think that's ridiculous. I don't like banning any of these products because they just become in the illicit market and become more dangerous. I mean, the more you legalize cannabis and bring its use onto the open, the safer it gets. And I agree with you. There's certainly, I mean, I generally suggest to people that they don't smoke it, but if someone has a migraine, it's much more effective to smoke it. When you're in the middle of a migraine, like your stomach, you don't absorb medications very well, which is why many of the migraine medications are like nasal sprays or injections. And I remember I would have these 36-hour shifts in medical school, and I'd be like such a migraine at the end of this 36-hour shift in the hospital. And the only thing that would work would be like a puff of pot. And if you took a gummy, you just wouldn't absorb it. So I think migraine is an example of when it is reasonable to take a puff. And then also, like, you're in chemotherapy, right? You're in cisplatin or some medication that makes you barf. And these nausea and vomiting comes on so quickly, you can't take an edible and wait for an hour. And my brother Danny, which is a whole other story, you guys probably know the story, but he had childhood leukemia and my parents let him use medical marijuana. He wasn't going to take a brownie. I mean, he was throwing up, and the smoking really helped him. So I think there are cases where smoking is really appropriate. I do have a lot of patients that use it for pain, and they also have heart disease and they have lung disease. And I do sort of feel like, why don't you just use an edible? It's just better for you. So, and I try to nudge them in that direction, not because I want to tell them what to do, just because it's healthier. I'm a doctor. I want them to be healthier. And the thing with smoking, it's also like, if you have a puff once a week at a party, it's not bad for you at all. If you puff on your vape pen, which people do like 60 times a day, that's obviously bad for your lungs. So it is sort of a question of magnitude as well. And then as for you asked about 8 questions at once. So as for the THC limits, on the one hand, I don't think we should limit the THC because it's just going to end up in the illicit market, number one. Number two, if we say it can only be 10% instead of 20%, that screws all the people on fixed incomes like veterans and seniors or on like Social Security. And it makes it cost twice as much. And then all it does is make people pay more. And it's already very expensive for people. I have patients who have gotten off Percocet and Valium, and then got them using a little bit of an edible for their pain and for their anxiety. And then they come back 2 months later and they're like, the cannabis was $100 a month and the Percocet and the Valium are each $1 a month on Mass Health. So I had to go back to the Percocet and the Valium, even though I was feeling much better in the medical cannabis. So you make it more expensive. And as my dad always used to say, people titrate to their own level of comfort. And that's actually going back to misconceptions. Like, a lot of people who haven't used cannabis and a lot of these like addiction psychiatrists think it's like other drugs, like cocaine, like the more you take, the better you feel. But actually, if you take too much cannabis, it feels really bad. You're anxious, you feel sick, it's awful. I mean, I'm sure we've all had the experience, I certainly have, of like taking the wrong brownie and just being like so anxious and so sick, it's awful. I mean, literally people find the right level for them. So I think there's a lot of hype and a lot of hysteria about these high potency products. At the same time, there has been an increase in accidental overconsumptions. There's been an increase in accidental overconsumptions to the emergency room. And like, I've been at parties, one party in particular where like these baby boomers took the same 3 bong hits they took in college, but now, when cannabis was like 3%, and now they took the same 3 bong hits and it's 24%. So it was like taking 25 bong hits, and they just freak out and it's an awful experience. So I think with the really strong cannabis, I mean, many people here are like veteran cannabis users, but if people who are new to it, it's really easy to accidentally overconsume. And like, there are sodas with 100 milligrams of THC in it. And like, who drinks half a soda? And I was once actually speaking to a bunch of addiction doctors at a dispensary, and they had a chocolate bar with 1,100 milligrams in it. And it's like, you could easily see someone ending up in the hospital with that. And then the final thing I'll say is that, fortunately, despite propaganda, the sky is falling, teen use has not been going up with legalization, which is really, really good. And that rips away like one of the main arguments against legalization. Some of these idiot groups like Smart Approaches to Marijuana will still lie and say that it is going up, but it is not going up. Even Nora Vokow admits that teen use isn't not going up. She's actually interestingly gotten a little more progressive about cannabis recently too. But there is some evidence that teens are getting access to these like super, super potent products, which is really not good for them, especially if they're 14, 15. It's just not good. You can't, I mean, of course, I started when I was 13, but I grew up with, like, the household that I grew up with. But generally speaking, you can't argue that you want 14-year-olds or 15-year-olds. We just say wait till 18 at least. And there's some evidence that they're getting their hands on these like super potent products because people buy them in dispensaries and then sell them to the kids, which is sort of unethical. And then that's really not good for them. So I agree with most of this, but these issues are nuanced. And like when the prohibitionists say something, there's always like a kernel of truth, but it's just like wildly exaggerated. And like people do get cannabis hyperemesis, but it's like overdiagnosed. I mean, and it is bad for teens. So I agree with a lot of this stuff, but I do think that's the hard thing about cannabis. A lot of it is really nuanced. Like it's not good for you to smoke, but in some instances, it is good to smoke, right? We shouldn't ban these high potency products, but there is a negative to these high potency products. It's a very, very nuanced topic, but that's why we're having discussions like this, right?
And the importance of discussions like this, because we have our anecdotal experiences and over the decades, whereas doctors are just really documenting it now or being able to, because in the VA system they can't, until we had to create a whole law and a directive 1315 that made them do so. So even in that case we had to force them into their next step. All right, next up will be Michael Davis, council member.
Okay, so this is kind of a long question. Okay, so you've lived through hang on a second. You've lived through every major phase of modern cannabis history. In early generations, many people learned about cannabis through friends, community, and shared experiences. Today's seniors often didn't have that opportunity and may be approaching cannabis for the first time later in life. How do we help them access and understand cannabis safely and confidently without requiring them to navigate cannabis culture and without leaving pharmaceuticals as their only option?
Well, honestly, that's exactly why I wrote my book, because they need good information. Knowledge is power. Think, for example, put yourself in the shoes of an 80-year-old that's never used cannabis, and imagine yourself walking into a dispensary. And imagine how bewildering that would be. It's like completely confusing, bewildering. Like there's a million products, there's a million people, there's a million strains, there's a million delivery methods. So in my book, in one of the chapters, I go through walking into a dispensary, what you do, how you get the right dose, what the options are, like in a granular level, just to make it less stressful. And I think the most important thing for seniors is to really start low and go slow. I mean, a lot of them their kids are sick of seeing them suffer. So they're like, here, try this 20 milligram gummy. This is what I take. And the grandparents get really sick because it's too much THC. And then they get turned off on the whole endeavor. And they're like, that didn't work. I had a bad reaction to it. And I think if you just start these people on either like 1 milligram or 2.5 milligrams of THC and work your way up slowly, most of them do really, really well. Some of them, a lot of times you can even get them feeling better without even them feeling it, a psychoactive effect. Some of them you need a slightly higher dose. Some people don't like the psychoactive effect and just say, I don't like this, I'm not going to take it. It's not for everybody. It doesn't work for everybody. And some people have a bad reaction. I mean, most people, cannabis helps make their anxiety better, right? In lower doses, it tends to lower anxiety, and in higher doses, it increases anxiety. It's biphasic. So we have to start really slowly and carefully. We really do ourselves a lot of injustice when we make these really high potency products combined with a lack of education. It's really dangerous for seniors. I mean, if you take too big a dose of cannabis in addition to an anxiety attack, it could trigger an arrhythmia because it gets your heart rate going so quickly. So I really think knowledge is power, and we've just got to educate our seniors a lot better. And ideally, the doctors and the nurses will be doing this. And I know we're all working towards that end, but again, that's why I wrote this book, so at least there'd be like one neutral resource. I really, really did try to talk about harms as much as potential harms, as much as benefits, because those are just as important. The anti-cannabis people just talk about the harms, and we tend to talk about the benefits, but they're equally important. It's a medicine like any other medicine. It has It's good sides, it's bad sides. It could be used in a more or less safe manner. And it's all about educating people. So I just feel bad for these seniors that want to try medical cannabis and they can't really find a doctor to talk to, and they can't really find any good information. So they try to do it on their own, and it's hard to do on their own because, as you guys said, they didn't have the cannabis culture. They didn't have like the Grateful Dead parking lot where like all your friends are smoking and someone's like, take a puff of this. And back then it was like 6% THC. Now it's so strong. So I just think we can do a lot better with our seniors. They deserve a lot more. They deserve the alleviation of suffering that cannabis can provide. And they certainly deserve to have enough readily available education so that they can do it the right way.
Absolutely. Well, leads us into our next question because, of course, we saw cannabis use disorder. It's something that's been coming up, and of course, we did kind of a deep dive into that ourselves when we're doing our FOIA request because we saw, of course, a change in the DSMs, right? A combination of cannabis, cannabis disorder and I don't
Dependency and addiction, yeah.
correct, and they combine them into DSM-5 with, of course, no further breakdown for everybody, and of course that led into the psychology of DSM-10, which of course is something that a lot of our veterans are dealing with, and that focuses specifically around cannabis use disorder, which of course I'll get into the question here and why that leads. So as somebody who practices both internal medicine and addiction medicine, how do you distinguish between healthy cannabis use, problematic use, and true cannabis use disorder in the clinical setting?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, first of all, cannabis is addictive, and anything that causes euphoria and relaxation can be addictive. A certain subset of people, it's not as addictive as tobacco, alcohol, or opiates, or cocaine or methamphetamine, but it certainly can be addictive. And I don't understand some cannabis advocates that just flat out deny that it can be addictive, because it can be. And I treat people, I consult privately, and I treat people for cannabis addiction, and it can be a mess. It can be really difficult. Now, no one dies from cannabis addiction. It's not like opiates, alcohol, methamphetamine. So you have to keep it in context. It can really derail people's lives, but it's not deadly. But I think we do ourselves a disservice when we like flat out deny that there's cannabis addiction. At the same time, the way the DSM-5 is written, they vastly exaggerate how many people are addicted to cannabis. To be addicted to cannabis, they have 11 criteria. I mean, addiction is continued use despite negative consequences, and like loss of control and risky behavior, and not participating in your family, your habits, your hobbies, your friends, just having all your emotional relationships be with the drug. I mean, so that's basically the definition of addiction. But to try to make everything clinical, they have 11 criteria. And again, these are like the same: loss of control, use under dangerous circumstances. But to get cannabis addiction, you only need to qualify for 2 of the 11. And unfortunately, one is tolerance, needing to use more as time goes on. And the other is withdrawal, meaning like when you use it every day and then you stop using it, you get withdrawal effects. People who use cannabis every day heavily, and they stop using it, not everybody, but it does sort of the opposite of what the cannabis does. You're grumpy, you're not hungry, and you have insomnia. It's not pleasant. It can make people who need to stop using cannabis for like a drug test at work, or they're traveling to Russia, they have trouble stopping because of the withdrawal effects. But the fact is, if you have tolerance and withdrawal, you're defined according to the addiction psychiatrist, to the DSM-5, as being addicted to cannabis. But the problem with that is it ropes in all the medical patients. Now, we have the same 11 criteria for opiate addiction, right? You need to have 2 of 11 to be addicted to opiates. But they have an opiate exclusion where they say just having tolerance and withdrawal does not constitute an addiction, and that everybody that uses opiates chronically for pain has tolerance and withdrawal, of course, is part of using opiates for chronic pain. And the fact is, because these addiction psychiatrists don't consider cannabis a medicine yet, a lot of times you read things and they put medical marijuana in these like derogatory quotation marks. They just don't believe it. They don't have the same exclusion. And in the same way, many medical patients have tolerance and withdrawal. It's just part of using the substance. If you stimulate your endocannabinoid system every day, it can over time get a little bit less sensitive and you might need a little bit more. And if you stimulate it every day and then you, for whatever reason, have to stop, of course you get withdrawal. So their definition of cannabis addiction doesn't have that exclusion that we have for other drugs. And it ends up roping in all the medical or many of the medical cannabis patients. So you get these articles from these addiction specialists, quote unquote specialists, to say 30% of adult American cannabis users are addicted to cannabis. And that's such nonsense. It's probably like 3 to 5%. I've seen very few medical patients addicted to it. They use lower doses and they're using it to alleviate suffering. So it is addictive. It's vastly exaggerated how addictive it is. We need urgently to educate people and to get the addiction people, which is part of why I became addiction certified, to rethink how they define cannabis addiction. But just to get, that was a long answer to get back to your question. I mean, it all goes back to continued use despite negative consequences. Like if you use it for a legitimate medical reason and it's helping you, that's not addiction, right? If you use it socially at a dinner party on the weekends and you have a good time and you use it instead of drinking, that's a win. It's better for you than alcohol was associated with 178,000 deaths in 2024. Cannabis was 0. So that's a win. Like I do have one patient, for example, he really does have cannabis hyperemesis. He spends 1 to 4 nights per month overnight in the hospital, throwing up, barfing his brains out, just throwing up. And I can't get him to stop using cannabis no matter what we do. I'm like, look, I'm a cannabis specialist. I'm not anti-cannabis, but you have to stop smoking it for 3 months. If you stop smoking it for 3 months and the problem continues, then it's something called cyclic vomiting syndrome. It has nothing to do with the cannabis. If you stop cannabis for 3 months and the problem goes away, it is cannabis hyperemesis. But to spend so many nights in the emergency room, he's so miserable. He's missing work. He's missing his family. That is continued use despite negative consequences. So it clearly is addictive, and it can be really difficult, like all addictions, to treat.
And we find that when we were, of course, we had Dr. Russo on, and we did a deep dive on cannabis hyperemesis. And just for those who are watching, the only way to really get away from it is abstinence. Unfortunately, there's just it's a genetic defect in the human. Has nothing to really do with cannabis that we're able to find as much as, and there's a metabolomic test for that too, just so people are aware, because as Dr. Grinspoon was talking about, cyclical vomiting syndrome, and a lot of the cannabis hyperemesis of true people who experience it, they on average, Dr. Russo said it costs around $98,000 for them to finally arrive at that diagnosis, because cyclical vomiting syndrome is so much more prevalent and diagnosed that it's sometimes cannabis use disorder is not properly diagnosed. So just
right. Well, you know what? If I could just mention, it's really
Please.
interesting. They used to underdiagnose cannabis hyperemesis syndrome because it hadn't been defined yet.
Right.
Now, in the age of electronic medical records, and you could search, for example, in the word cannabis, anytime anybody comes into the hospital and they're vomiting and they have the word cannabis anywhere in their medical record, they call it cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. Sometimes it is, but it gets so overdiagnosed now. So it's just really, it's really difficult when they do that. Also, I want to say I've seen it. It's really ugly to see, and people shouldn't deny that it happens. It's really ugly. But then again, it gets so confusing with the prohibitionist physicians, or like people are scrummeting in the ER because they're so sick. It's like there's no such thing as scrummeting. That's just like nonsense. I mean, where do they come up with that stuff? So again, it's very difficult because like one side flat out doesn't believe it exists and says it's because of a pesticide called neem, and the other side is like vastly exaggerating it, calling people scrummeting, and it just makes it difficult for like an ordinary person to know what the truth is.
Well, and it also paints a terrible picture. He used that a couple of years ago at the UN in his presentation, and we were laughing, and we actually were talking with country representatives from Finland and Norway, and they're like, his experiences we do not experience in reality. We do not understand what is he saying what is true? And we had to reassure them, no, he's a professional liar. He's just very good at what he does. And they're like, oh, okay. But yes, when we first heard the term scromiting, we laughed heartily and were almost kicked out of his event because we were laughing at his willful ignorance. But we'll move on now because we could spend way too much time talking about that ass hat. All right, let's get on to Council Member Lang. Doc, you're back up with another question, sir.
I'm ready. What role do you think cannabis could play in helping people maintain independence, mobility, and quality of life as they age, particularly when compared with some conventional pharmaceutical approaches?
Well, I would say that's the key. If you're switching a more dangerous pharmaceutical for a less dangerous medicine, that is key to your maintaining your independence as you get older. Now, cannabis, again, is not without its side effects. You want to use as low a dose as possible, like you do with any medication. I'm not talking about recreationally, but for like medical patients, and it certainly can make people feel high. And you want to be careful if you're 80 and you're getting up at night to go to the bathroom. You don't, get woozy or fall down or trip or anything like that. But that said, you'd much rather have the person on 2.5 milligrams of THC than 5 or 10 milligrams of Ambien. They're much more likely to fall. And cannabis doesn't contribute to dementia. It can definitely affect your short-term memory temporarily. Then it comes back in a couple hours. But so many of these other pills like Benadryl and Ambien and all the drugs like Ambien, the benzodiazepines, your Klonopin, they not only do they cause falls and balance problems, but they contribute to dementia, which is a really, really big deal. Especially so many people are getting so much older. So cannabis can really contribute to people's independence because it's a way to treat. You can't just not treat people's symptoms. If someone's in pain, you can't just not treat the pain. So, it's a way to treat them without opiates so that they're not going to get constipated or fall in the middle of the night or whatever, get addicted and have neuropsychiatric changes. And we talked about Ambien. So I really think that it helps people age and maintain their independence strictly because it replaces, one, because it alleviates symptoms. I mean, if you have bad arthritis, you need something to help you move around, and cannabis helps people do that. But it actually helps people do that with many fewer side effects. I mean, you think of pain, again, 50 million people in this country have chronic pain. Nobody wants to be on opiates because they're addictive. No doctors want to prescribe them. They cause really bad constipation in the elderly, and they can cause falls, really bad balance problems and falls. You fall, you break your hip, you're screwed. Now, Tylenol doesn't do anything if you really have arthritis. It's really not strong enough. And then the nonsteroidals are the biggest culprit of all. The Advil, the ibuprofen, the diclofenac, the Aleve, the naproxen. They cause 10,000 heart attacks a year. They cause ulcers and gastritis. They interact with so many medications like blood thinners and other medications like that. But mostly, as you get older, I see so many people's kidneys who have just been killed by taking ibuprofen after ibuprofen after ibuprofen. It eats away at your kidneys. Cannabis doesn't do that. People have this misconception that if it's over the counter, it's safe. And there's so many over the counter medications that are it's particularly like ibuprofens that are just deadly. So I think if you're using cannabis instead of ibuprofen, using cannabis modest dose responsibly, I think it could really help maintain your independence because you don't get kidney failure or an ulcer. So I think you avoid other medical problems that these other pharmaceuticals cause, combined with the fact that you could pretty comfortably, in a lot of the cases, not for everybody, but in a lot of the cases, control the symptoms that really interfere with people's mobility and their independence. I think people are finding cannabis really, really helpful for this. It also, can make people more social. There's an epidemic of loneliness out there, especially among older people. And people are rotting of loneliness. When I was during COVID, I'd have older patients make appointments with me as their primary care doctor just to have someone to talk to. There was nothing wrong with them. And I felt so bad after they only give us 20 minutes for an appointment. I'd feel so bad after an hour, but I couldn't see them all day and they were just so lonely. And I think with cannabis, people, their pain isn't bothering them as much. So then they go out and they start doing an activity with their friends or if their senior living facility. And then because they're doing an activity, they're not as lonely. And then because they're doing an activity, they're not thinking about their pain as much. And they sort of get into this positive cycle. And I think the cannabis can be really helpful to older people in that sense as well.
Agreed. All right. Well, next up will be Marilyn Mathery.
All righty. All righty. If you could redesign medical education from the ground up, what would a modern curriculum on cannabis and the endocannabinoid system look like for future physicians?
Well, first of all, I would, you can't understand cannabis without understanding the social history of cannabis. So I would talk about how it was a medicine in this country in the late 1800s, early 1900s, was put into the US Pharmacopoeia in the 1850s, and then how it was criminalized and taken out of the US Pharmacopoeia in the 1940s, and about all the nonsense that has been out there about cannabis and all the drug war propaganda that our government put out. And then unfortunately, a lot of the doctors followed. Remember, you just have to talk about that a little bit because people have these views and have heard these things in like the DARE program when they were teenagers and don't really know where to put them unless you kind of give them a context for it. And then I would start certainly with the endocannabinoid system. Again, even if you think cannabis is like Satan's lettuce, you have to understand the endocannabinoid system. And, it controls so many different things. Like if we had studied the endocannabinoid system when I was in medical school, so many other things would have made sense, like how it all fits together. The endocannabinoid system is like the air traffic controller for all the other neurotransmitter systems. Now, they were just discovering the endocannabinoid system when I was in medical school, so I don't really blame them for not teaching it to me. But now there's no excuse. We know it really well. We've been studying it for 50 years or 40 years, not that old, 30, 40 years. And I would teach, the basics, the enzymes, the receptors. I would just talk about all the different things it controls in the body and talk about how it works, having nothing to do with cannabis. Just how does the endocannabinoid system work in our bodies? What does it do? What does it help? How is it connected to the gut? How does it affect memory, temperature control, pain, reproduction, all the things that it controls. Then I would talk about what cannabis is, what the different components are, the main ones, THC, CBD, but also some of the minor cannabinoids, because doctors see that because patients are taking that. And I'd really go over like the different delivery systems. And I'd really put the emphasis on practical education. Like patient comes up to you and says, "Doc, do you think I should try medical cannabis for my fibromyalgia?" How do you educate a physician to have a really helpful conversation with that patient? How do you give them practical information? How do you get them started safely? How do you get them to avoid, using super high doses? How do you gently encourage them, even though it works really well, not to smoke it, to use an edible, to use a tincture? So I really think it wouldn't be that hard. And the biggest challenge to teaching doctors about cannabis is there's so much to know. I mean, there's so many studies, like 4,000 studies a year, and it gets really complicated, the endocannabinoid system and the different components of cannabis when you get into the weeds. But I think it is really feasible, no pun intended, but I think it's very feasible to give them just a basic cannabis education. And that's how I'd go about it.
Absolutely. We definitely need more books in education, and yours is definitely a step in that direction, especially for other physicians. There's not many books by physicians for physicians. Of course, the nurses, that's done by nurses for nurses, but yeah, we need more of these things. So great job, Doc. Next up will
Thank you.
be Michael Krawitz.
Boy, am I distracted tonight. I don't think I don't multitask very well. It's really been a fascinating discussion, and I feel very strange because now I'm getting to where I got gray hair myself, and I start to sort of see these issues in a very different light. But yeah, anyway, my question is, looking back at your father's work, are there lessons from Dr. Lester Grinspoon's advocacy that remain especially relevant today as cannabis becomes increasingly commercialized and mainstream? I would wonder what he would think, as he looks at the lay of the land today.
Well, there's just, it's hard to answer because so much of what we know today is sort of from him, and it's sort of all this stuff that he dug up and now we've kind of confirmed. But I think that he would be concerned about the commercialization because it, you know, the alcohol industry just wants people to drink more so they can make money. The tobacco industry just wants people to smoke more so they can make more money. The cannabis industry is complicated. And that's why, you know, it's not a very good straw man for like the prohibitionists, because when they attack the cannabis industry, it doesn't quite fall right. Because there's like 10,000 mom and pop operators, like local dispensary owners that are really trying to do the right thing, really trying to promote quality products, really trying to redress some of the social justice inequities that have been perpetrated during the war on drugs. And like, these are like good people and good things, not every single one of them, but generally these are like a really good thing. On the other hand, you do have a component of the cannabis industry that looks increasingly like the tobacco and the alcohol and the pharmaceutical industry. These big multi-state operators, your Trulieve, your Curaleaf, they're not acting in a benevolent manner. You know, they're really just trying to gobble up all the smaller shops and gobble up all the market, you know, and then you really wonder what they're doing with their advertising. I mean, I just think they're like about making money. They've lost the social justice component of all of this. I think a lot of people in the mom and pop stores sort of like come out of the movement, and you just have these multi-state operators that are just like, you know, sort of like it's getting harder and harder to distinguish them from the alcohol, tobacco, and pharmaceutical companies. Not every individual, I'm sure some idealistic people work in those companies, but so I think my dad would be extremely concerned with like these multi-state operators that are just, you know, they make more money if people get addicted, and they're just, their hearts are in the right place. So my dad would feel a little bit discouraged that like the social justice movement that he was in such a big part of is sort of ending up in these companies that are becoming increasingly indistinguishable from tobacco, alcohol, and pharmaceuticals. At the same time, I think my dad, there was this great picture of him on the front page of the Boston Globe with Steve Mendili smoking the first joint that was legally sold in Massachusetts. It was really, there's dad on the front of the Boston Globe getting high, but it was just really wonderful to see. I mean, he's worked on this for 50 years, the last 50 years of his life. And he's from Massachusetts, and to see him smoking, it was a strain of Jack Herrera. It was seeing him smoke the first joint was really amazing. And I think he would like, his heart would, I know what, toward the end of his life, he would just be overjoyed to see a dispensary, like, and just to see people being able to legally buy cannabis. It made him so happy. So he would be ecstatic at how far we've come with the legalization movement, but I think he'd be quite concerned about certain aspects of the cannabis industry, which are really out of control. So I think he'd be happier than unhappy because people are overall arrested or down. You know, we're not, you know, we arrested 20 million people over the last 50 years, mostly of black and brown skin. That's, the arrests are not zero, but they're down. People have legal access to it in 24 states, and it's legal medically in 40 states. It really stinks if you have cancer and you're in Idaho, you either suffer or you have to buy it illegally. And that's just an awful choice that like no sick patient should have to face. But I think overall, he'd be just so thrilled and delighted with how far we've come, especially since he wrote Marijuana Reconsidered in 1971. And, you know, back then, 12% of Americans supported legalization. And now, like, you know, 70%, it actually went up about a point for each year he worked on it. But now about 70% of Americans support legalizing recreational cannabis, and like 90% support legal access to medical marijuana. Now, name anything else that 90% of Americans agree upon. I mean, who would have thought that cannabis would be like legal access to medical marijuana would be the thing they agree upon? So I think he'd be pretty happy. And ironically, in 1979, he wrote this book, Psychedelic Drugs Reconsidered, which was just an amazing book. They're amazing drugs too, but it was an amazing book. And I read it when I was 13. It blew my mind. And he went into the social history, just like he did with Marijuana Reconsidered, all the medical uses. And he was like crying from the rooftops that we should be using this in psychiatry. And he got crucified for Psychedelic Drugs Reconsidered. And now, like, even my hospital, MGH, has the Center for the Study of Psychedelics, like all the major hospitals do. Most psychiatrists are in favor of it. And it's just so weird to see that. I'm glad that they're in favor of it now, but it was so awful the way they crucified him. And it's just amazing to see the change. And, I can't help but think he probably got the change started by introducing good information and just saying it out loud. But it is pretty amazing. I think he'd be thrilled to see all the psychedelic research that's going on, and the fact that like 4 drugs have emergency breakthrough designation. And even though I think he thought Trump was like the biggest asshole to ever walk the planet, he'd be happy that he loosened the restrictions for research on ibogaine. And he'd be really amazed to see that Australia has legalized MDMA and psilocybin for medical care. So I think he'd be so thrilled, not just with cannabis, but really, really thrilled about what's happening with psychedelics as well.
Without a doubt. Miss him so much. All right, Mike D, you're up with our next question, sir.
I am myself a big fan of psychedelics, and that is that is great. Yeah. So the next question, imagine you're messaging or speaking to a 65-year-old patient who has never tried cannabis and is curious. And is curious about it, but feels overwhelmed by products, terminology, and conflicting information. What advice would you give them? And what do you wish every new patient understood before they begin?
Well, the advice I'd give is keep it really simple. Ignore the hype. A lot of this is advertising. There's like more than 1,000 different strains. You look at the genetics of these strains and like there's just no rhyme or reason to any of it. What really matters is the THC level and the CBD level. And I just say, keep it really simple. Get some CBD, try that, 25 twice a day, 50 twice a day, 75. Get them ramped up in the CBD. And if that doesn't work, add a little bit of THC. Work that up really slowly. I write them up like a schedule. Maybe even if you're going to be conservative, say it's like they're 80 and they're on a lot of other medications, so you don't want to have an interaction. You start with like 1 milligram a night for 3 nights, and then 2 milligrams a night, and then 3 milligrams, like really ridiculously slowly. And I just tell them to keep it simple, keep to an edible or tincture, use a really low dose, and to just focus on those simple things, and to ignore all the paraphernalia, ignore all the different strains, ignore all the marketing, and ignore all the hullabaloo, because it's overwhelming for them. And again, at the end of the day, what really matters is how much CBD, how much THC, and how carefully you up titrate the dose. So I would just keep it really simple, give them explicit instructions what to do, and tell them to just keep blinders on and ignore all the rest.
All right. Well, Dr. Grinspoon, we cannot thank you enough for joining us for an absolutely fascinating discussion. And, we've had you back before. Well, may have you back again, because there's a lot of information there that's in there that you've been able to share with us, but I know you haven't been able to cover it all. But, let's give you a chance to plug. How do they find your information in your book? And then how do they find you on the socials to follow you, Dr. Grinspoon?
Oh, it's easy to find me. My book is on Amazon, and so it's easy to get. And it's also in bookstores, but it's definitely reliably on Amazon. And to find me, I'm easy. It's just petergrinspoon.com is my website. And, there's a contact me button, but the contact me button just goes to my email. So it's really easy to get me. So it just literally if anybody has any questions, I'm always happy to answer questions. I've dedicated my life to cannabis education, as has everybody here. But send me a message, petergrinspoon.com. And again, if you have an elderly parent or reaching 65 yourself, the book I think it really helps people, because you do want to know about the harms. It talks about that. You do want to know about the medication interactions, and you want to know how to get started and the different ways to use it. And now everybody in this group knows these things. But again, imagine an 80-year-old that comes to your office that's never used it before. We really have to keep it simple. And I just think with like good education, we could avoid these accidental overconsumptions, these emergency room visits. We could make people a lot more comfortable and have it be a much more effective medicine. So, I hope the book is helpful. I really enjoyed discussing this with you guys, and thank you for all the great questions.
Well, we appreciate it. So go out to your bookstores, get it for your friends, family, especially if you have an elder family member who's curious, or in my case, my family's blind, so read it to them, So thank you, everybody, for coming out. I'd like to thank our council members, Michael Crowitz, Mike Davis, Doc Lang, Marilyn Mathery, myself, Etienne Fontan, and of course, our special guest tonight has been Dr. Peter Grinspoon. So thank you for joining us on VAC Roundtable number 101. Peter Grinspoon, aging
Thank you, guys.
cannabis.
Look forward to the next time.
Absolutely, Doc. You have a great rest of your night and week.
All right, you guys have a good weekend. Take care. Bye-bye.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone. As always, welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're coming to you from paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good evening, Tamara. How are we doing tonight?
I'm okay. My daughter's visiting and had some kind of shitty news today. My husband found out he has type 2 diabetes. So
Oh, I hear that.
so that was kind of a day, but it's more it's warm, but not quite as warm as it is out there for you. So how are you managing out there?
Well, actually, I was expecting a scorcher. Like yesterday was felt like 110 degrees here. It was like 98 on the
Fahrenheit scale. And but today they said the same thing, but it was like 20 degrees cooler. Now, as far as our air quality and our visual end of things, because we are in the smoky area, the sky is today. It looked like felt like I was walking around with yellow tinted sunglasses on.
They were saying that that was the reason why the heat levels have come down. I was watching that on CBC tonight, and they're saying that the smoke is blocking the sun, which is causing it to be as warm as they figured it would be. But the smoke, I can just imagine. We had a summer out here when it was that bad, when you felt like you walked outside and you were smoking a pack of cigarettes and you had smoke.
Well, that was yesterday. Gail said to me, "What's burning outside?" And then I went outside, and then
you got a lot of fires.
Down and knew what was going on then.
We were looking at the map earlier, and you got a lot going on out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Fires in the north. There's fires out west.
Yeah.
And the smoke's
We're actually
blowing.
I shouldn't say much. We've got 2 fires burning close to us too, but one's being held and one's like out of control, but it's up in a very up in the mountains where they can't get to it. You know what I mean? Because we've got there's places that they just sometimes have to try and hit with bombers because they can't go to them, right?
It's so remote. There's nothing that
and so high up, like it's on the side of a mountain, and you just can't get to them. And we've got one up that's Lucier, which is a quite a spectacular view if you ever get to the top of it. So yeah, there's but again, that's just, it's summertime, and we hope that we don't have the fires, and we don't have as many as you guys have burning out your way, that's for sure.
The numbers last I saw were in the triple digits. So.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. But it's been really dry everywhere. Let's face it, we did not get the snowpack. You guys didn't get the snow, but again, we had lots of rain in the spring, but it's dry. Like my lawn is yellow.
Yeah, our snow was pretty good compared to the previous year, but
yeah,
we could really use the rain. Like the yard is feeling pretty crunchy and looking the same way.
We set that mosquito tent up today beside my house, and we're under water restrictions. We're not allowed to water. So.
Right.
So for all those people that are growing cannabis outdoors, I hope that your crops aren't drying up too bad, and you got some irrigation going on, because that would be a very large hit for patients, and because a lot of patients go outside in the summertime, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing. When they grow outside, it's too even when in Ontario with the heat the way it is, if you're not getting irrigation water,
exactly, and even if people out in the country, wells can go dry, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing.
So then you have problems watering your cannabis if you haven't got any water, and there's no rain to collect. So
yeah, true that too.
All right, going from weather, what do you say we bring in our guests?
Absolutely, let's bring her back in so we can hear what.
All right, I'll let you do the introduction.
Oh, we've had Melissa on the show. Melissa Ellsworth is one of our longtime cannabis advocates, but she's in Nova Scotia, and they've been having some excitement today out there, but she's been fighting WCB for a long time. And again, she's actually in a hotel room tonight because she's out there doing her treatment. So let's bring her up, and she can fill us in on what's new and exciting in her world.
Hello, Melissa. How you doing?
Hi, Al. Hi, Tamara. How are you?
Good to have you back on the show.
Thank you. Good. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah.
You had plans, and then the plans got changed again. So here we are.
Yeah, I was the last couple of weeks have been kind of flippy floppy, but I'm up here this week.
Before we get into too much of what's happening right now, on behalf of some new viewers, can I get you just to run just a bit of a rundown on what's happened in the past, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, how far do you want to go back?
Well, I should let people know how you had your injury and how it happened, and a summary, right?
Yeah. Okay. I was working as a psych nurse, and in 2006, I was hit in the head with a chair by a patient, and I ended up with post-concussion syndrome and a whole bunch of stuff. And then I went on to work for federal corrections, and then in 2009, I was assaulted by an inmate. And after that, it was just none of my injuries were treated. They diagnosed me with only TMJ, and that was it. And that was in 2014. And from 2014 till 2023, I basically had to bring up all the other diagnoses, fight to have the other diagnoses recognized. I went through the gamut of medications. I mean, you name it, I was on it, and nothing, it either didn't work or the side effects were horrific. And then
you mentioned TMJ.
Yeah.
What's that stand for?
Temporomandibular joint disorder. It's a click under your jaw, and you have a hard time opening your jaw. And I was hitting the head with a wooden chair. So, I mean, there's a little more involved than that.
Lack of diagnosis, to the lack of healthcare in Nova Scotia, right? So
Yeah.
that being said, because of lack of doctors across the country, that also led to being on a WCB claim to begin with. So you're dealing with WCB doctors that want to get you through because it's an insurance company and not give you any validation for your actual injury, right?
Go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Continue.
And
Sorry.
then they switched me. Once we went through the gamut of medications, I was put on the synthetic form of abalone, and it worked some, but didn't work.
So they only gave you that because of WCB not wanting to pay for your raw flower, right? So they give you a no, which is a cannabis derivatory pharmaceutical, and pay for
Nice.
that. They would not pay for your flower, right?
$2,400 worth, but they wouldn't pay $2,200 for flour.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they were
So
saving money, giving you exactly what you needed, but they still refused to pay for it.
yeah.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
And then I fought for coverage, and I won. And in my tribunal in 2018, it wasn't for amounts or doses or anything like that. It was more specifically if I met the medical criteria for medical cannabis coverage, and I did. I blew it at the water, but that was before they had a policy. And then they came in with this policy that was 9%, that was 4 grams a day, 9% THC, and you can't even find 9%. It doesn't exist.
9%.
So that's what they're sticking with now. Yeah, they're still sticking with it.
And that's it. That's the thing. Like, she can't find what she needs because there's the levels of the ability, and not even like, it's just ridiculous. Like, they put the barriers on it when, again, you're dealing with a private insurance company, right? Because WCB, I think a lot of people think that it's government, and it's not. It's a private insurance company that's regulated by government policy, but it's not regulated by the government either. It's just them doing whatever the hell they want.
Do what they want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
that can be a
it's
bit of a
like
pain.
Wild West.
The Wild West, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So where are you sitting now? Like, I know that they do pay for a portion or not at all still. Are you able to get a little bit paid for, or?
They put me at, they had me at 4 grams a day at 12%. They bumped me up to 12%, but even 12%, I was through my LP, I was only limited to 3 products. Like, literally.
Oh, really?
So,
You
and
seem to
I couldn't access what I needed, like sour diesel and different things like that for my headaches. And then when I reapplied again, they put it down to 3 grams at 9%. It's like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, because this goes through Medbee Blue Cross too. And then they bumped it up to 4 at 9%. But I went to Canabo. I've been going to Canabo, like through the Canabo clinic, because they wanted me to see a cannabis expert. So I did, and they ignored. I had prescriptions from Canabo since 2019, and they even ignored those. And I had an appointment with Canabo just a couple of weeks ago, and they left the script at 8 grams a day where it was from Canabo before. And I sent it in, and they denied it. And because they said they denied it 2 weeks ago because they said there was no new medical information on my file since 2021. And I'm thinking that's weird, because my PMI, my permanent medical impairment, went from 12% up to 58% in 2023 based on new medical. So they're not even reading my file or my information. It's just no, 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 no.
That's so ridiculous. And you have to, how many times have you had to change a worker? Like every time you phone them.
Oh my God. Like socks. I think this is my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is my 9th case manager since I got.
And every time you get a new case manager, they have to go through the file. And if they're not looking at the file and reading the stuff, and they don't have a clue.
Yeah.
And I have to start all over again because
Yeah, you have to start educating that person.
not
Well,
even, it's when even my treatments, like if a doctor retires or a doctor leaves, because there's a lot of doctors leaving the province too. So if a doctor leaves, even though I've been getting these treatments back, and my injections say since as back as 2014, whenever a doctor leaves or retires, I have to wait like a year to be reassessed for the same treatments again.
Right.
So in the process,
And
then.
that's a problem with healthcare in general, right?
Mm.
No,
Well,
does
they won't approve it.
have their own doctors? So like, don't they make you see somebody that's under their regime?
Well, they have medical advisors, but at the end of the day, even my case manager said they have the case manager has the final decision. So it was my new case manager that denied this latest prescription because she said there was no new medicals since 2021. This is 2026, and I'm on the list in the queue to get another PMI because it should be higher.
So does she want this? So is she looking for a report from your doctor? Like if she's saying there's no medical information since 2021.
Oh, there's tons. There's
yeah.
build a house with the medical information.
So what is if she says she doesn't have it, has she requested that send it to us, or she's just saying
they have it.
I don't have it and just leaving it at that?
Yeah, I can message her tomorrow and say, can I have a copy of this report? And they'll send me that report.
Yeah.
They just they pick and choose what reports they go with.
But as far as she says there's no medical, like I'm looking at it, she's claiming that you haven't updated the medical file on that with them in 5 years. Well, if she's saying that that's the case, but she's not requesting you to send along information in order to update your file so that she can make a decision. Like
she's got no medical information for the last 5 years. Yet you're still collecting a check and you're still sitting in
yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
And she's a caseworker, but you don't have any medical information on me for the last 5 years. How am I still sitting here, and how are you even talking to me? That makes sense.
I was diagnosed with failure to thrive in 2019, and I'm still alive. So I mean that says something. So my question to her was, how can you say you have no new medical since 2021 when my PMI went from 12% to 58% based on new medical information that came in? Because in 2023, that's when I was diagnosed with trigeminal neuralgia, occipital neuralgia, PTSD, osteoporosis, which are all compensable injuries. So they're just not reading they're either not reading the information or they're just flat out copy and pasting the policy into the replies without even looking.
That's unbelievable.
And as a former nurse, that blows my mind, because that'd be like someone having a patient and not checking their vitals that day. You know what I mean? Like that's an important part of the whole process. And how did my PMI go from 12% to 58%?
No, is that something that they do? Like this PMI, is this their evaluation of you?
It was their own.
Well, I can see why you question how did my evaluation numbers get worse, but yet you don't have any information on it.
That's what I mean. Like that sounds absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, how are you even talking to me if I've got no PMI?
Yeah.
I shouldn't even be on WCB then. You just shouldn't even have a caseworker if you haven't had any information since 2021. That makes absolutely no sense.
No sense.
Yeah.
She just proved she's an idiot. That's what that just proved.
Yeah, pretty much.
Holy.
They want to pay for it. It's almost like they'll pay for opioids, they'll pay for benzos, they'll pay for all the other stuff, right? And which is contributing to a large issue in the province right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've gone through opioid withdrawal twice since Christmas, and I'm not going back on them because no, they don't help either. Like, you know what I mean? Like they don't, and I don't expect to be pain free, but I would like something, a safer option, so I can be around a little longer. That's my main thing.
Well, the thing of it is, like, you want quality of life. What quality of life you do have, and why should
Yeah.
you have to be doing it with opioids? Because you can find a better quality of life using this, and in the long run, you're going to have better quality of life. Isn't that what they want? They want you to be able to get off their ticket, right? They want you to be able to get off WCB. They're, like I said, I think they're just waiting for you to turn 65 so they can wash their hands. Because then once you're 65, you're washed with WCB.
That's a few years off yet, but with
It's not really for them. It's less than 10 years. So for them,
yeah, but the May thing coming up, they're hoping that if they keep enough pressure on me and don't give me what I need, that my body will give out first, and that the rest won't fall back on them.
yeah, well, guess what? They're just not. They just don't know you well enough.
I see there's a comment here from Kendra.
Yes,
She
hey,
says-
Kendra.
Yeah, she says that
OG.
that they have every doctor report submitted from 2021 to 2026.
Yeah.
Like you say.
It's just ridiculous. Like I said, it absolutely makes no sense as to
No.
how she can even say that as she's calling me saying, sorry, I'm denying you because I don't have any medical. Mine, I got to think,
Yeah.
how many boxes of file do they have on you?
I
Like,
remember my tribunal in 2014 when that was 12 years ago. And when the lawyer came into my tribunal, it looked like a train. Like it had all these, like it had all these boxes, like a lawyer, like, you know, all these things coming in. Is that all my information? He said, that's just your one claim. And I was like, wow.
Wow. Yeah, but yet there's nothing there.
When I got Alan's transcripts after fighting with the WCB in Alberta for 2 years, the stack of fucking transcripts I got was as tall as I am.
Yep. And there's probably a lot of stuff in there that was legitimate, that should have been legitimately looked at and taken seriously, but because it didn't fit their narrative, they just push it aside.
It's like they got a check yes, check no box. It's kind of like Health Canada. You know, when you get you send your prescription to Health Canada, your application, that box filled out right, that box filled out right. Oh, they missed that. Into an envelope, back goes denied.
Oh yeah.
I think it's the same thing. Like it's a robot. Deny.
I had mine rejected because the forms that I printed off from the Health Canada website were rejected by Health Canada.
Well, here's my question. They say they're following Health Canada policies, right?
Well, yeah, because there was a new form made out, which was basically like 95% like the original form.
Yeah,
and they wouldn't accept the old form anymore. So my question back to them was, then why is it still available on the website?
Exactly. Take it down.
Yeah,
it's not hard to do. I mean,
the thing is, people have made it as complicated as they possibly can for anybody to get through. It's like anything. They want you to give up. They don't want to make it easy for you to make they're not here to make your life easy. Apparently that's what they've proven over and over and over again. Even when it comes to Health Canada, when it comes to any government entity, whether it's insurance company, whether it's private insurance, public, well, there is no public anything that does this except for healthcare. And healthcare is let down too. Like, to be fair, like the Nova Scotia healthcare system is let you down, but it's a Canadian healthcare system because we're supposed to be entitled to healthcare in Canada. But if the province can't provide the people in that jurisdiction with doctors, then they're failing us. And it doesn't matter whether it's WCB, whether it's, I have a Health Canada patient or a medical marijuana patient that's being told because the College of Physicians don't want you having access to cannabis medically. So they're telling doctors not to sign those forms either. So then we have to go as a patient and spend money we don't have to get a license or get the documents filled out, which costs money. I was talking to her, it cost her $350, and she's not even growing to get a medical cannabis license recently.
Was it Nova Scotia or New Brunswick that paid for a patient's cannabis? They won the rights to it in a court challenge or something several years ago, and then I think something had flipped.
Oh, I think that was in Nova Scotia, and they won it with comp, But I
Mhm.
think the employer challenged it at human rights level and they lost.
Okay, and that was probably okay. Yeah, it sounds
No
familiar.
there's no provincial disability that pays for medical cannabis.
No, yeah.
And nobody's, I don't think anybody's even tried challenging that because let's face it, it's hard enough to get on disability. Yeah, you did. But again, it's hard enough to get on disability as it is. Never mind going against and trying to challenge them to get them to pay for your cat. If you're already on their disability, then you have that ability. And there are people that can't even get on the disability to even bother helping you challenge that because they won't even let you
And
get
then
on.
there's charter, then there's bodily autonomy. Like there's so many things wrapped up in this that are just because and it's funny because I'm trying to now that I'm keeping track of what I eat and trying to gain weight, like smaller meals, especially after because I'm still going through the withdrawal process, right? So I still got to go easy. But in 2015, I was 142 pounds, and that's when I was on it. And I even said to my doctor, I said, when I was on before they interfered with everything, I said, how many times was I in your office? And she said, only for basic stuff, because that's all I needed to be there for. Checkups, just regular things. Yeah.
And now you're in it all the time because I took your cannabis away. And that's proven that the cannabis is the only thing that's helping you. Helps you eat, sleep, helps you function, helps with your pain management, whatever.
Quality of life, everything.
Away from you, and your quality of life is like deteriorated. And your doctor can document that. We can all be seeing like you lost how much.
It'd be all in those medical records.
It is. They have them.
Yeah.
That's and I'm sorry that you had to go through all this to get you have to gain the weight back to keep fighting, like, right?
Yeah, but one good thing is that this trip back up, I'm back with an old pain doctor that I had back when all this was not so bad. And I saw him yesterday, and yesterday was the first time I had my shoulder injected since 2018.
Oh. Been a while.
Are you feeling a bit better today then?
Yeah. Yesterday, I'll tell you, and Kendra can verify this. I was worried that he was going to tell me that I'm past the point of coming back from this, because I know how the body, once things happen as a nurse, and I was worried about that he wouldn't be able to help me, that I'm too far gone. Like, is this going to work? And then after the appointment, I got a couple of injections, like through here and across my back, and then he did my shoulder. And I have to come back up in 2 weeks to see him again. And once I got back to the hotel, we were sitting in the parking lot, and it was just kind of like relief, just like, and it was like my whole body, it was like somebody just pulled the plug on me. And it was like I just broke it on this. It was like a panic attack. It was like all my nervous system, everything just kind of just went at one time.
Yeah.
And I broke out into a sweat, and I'm looking at my friend, and she's looking at me, and I knew I didn't feel like there was no tunnel vision, like there was none of that. It was just, and it wasn't anything to do with the injections. It was the relief of finally being heard, and that I might actually make it through this. That it finally hit me once I got back, and then I ended up leaning forward and trying to put my head between my knees because I thought I was going to pass out. That's how, because my nervous system is a mess from everything. So the doctor sent in the last prescription. She sent it in for appetite and pain control and appetite, which is like the two main things.
Yeah.
And Medivy Blue Cross still only kept it at 4 grams a day.
Yeah. Like I said, I was talking to that other patient that I was telling you about that had to pay $350. She had a 30 gram a day, and it was a stink and a great big phone calls and stink, and they cut it in half on her.
Oh yeah, they don't like the big numbers.
Well, the doctor, my old pain doctor that I was seeing, that I'm seeing again, he's not one to muck around with this stuff when it comes to that stuff with them.
Right.
He's the one doctor that will discuss and he's won things for others. So, and see,
Yeah.
my issue was when I went through and won the first time, they had no policy. Like there was no policy. I just had to show that I met the criteria and it should be medically expedient. And then they came out with this insane policy. So I said, shouldn't I be grandfathered in? And even their own lawyer questioned that and said, that's a good question.
Yeah.
But they said they don't do that. And I said, in what world?
Why wouldn't you be grandfathered in? You're the original person that started. You should be able to have
Because
whatever.
they have all kinds of different like cutoff points, pre-96, pre-91, pre-this, pre-that. So, and that was all through changes made. So I don't get it. At this point, it's become a personal thing. Like literally, it's just become a personal thing.
I just can't even fathom them wanting.
And I can go to the NSLC and buy a big bag of buds.
Yeah.
Ultra sour. And when I send them in the receipt for that $130, they come back and say, no, we're not paying for that because that's recreational. But it comes from Organigram.
Yeah.
And is it coming through the medical line, or are you going to the store to buy it?
I'm going to the liquor store to buy it, but it's coming from LP.
Yeah,
So-
I realize it's coming from an LP.
If they don't mail it to you and send you the receipt from them, they will not cover it. Nobody will. It's recreational market, you think that's the thing you mean with your taxes. As a medical patient, if you're trying to use those receipts for your medical, for income tax,
It wouldn't matter whether you ordered it through the medical system, through the LP, or whether you went to the store. They're not going to cover it either way.
oh no, if she got it from the LP, from the net, like if she could waited to get that in the mail, they would have covered it.
Yeah.
But because she went to the store and bought it, they won't cover it. Same LP, same pot, different resource, right? Instead of getting it
It's
directly.
different spot where you bought it.
Yeah, so
And it's ultra sour, so it's half sour diesel, which I need, and it's the only place I can find it. So, and they said, no, we won't reimburse you because that's recreational. And I'm like, that's like saying alcohol is recreational. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're selling alcohol. So is alcohol, some people still use it medically. So, I mean, for appetite and stuff, because I know several older guys that used to use the, what was the beer, the thick beer, the malt beer to improve the rapid stuff before they would eat. Yeah. So that's medical, but they won't cover. They keep telling me that no, it's recreational. I'm like, but
During Prohibition, they had medical alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
There, people were getting prescribed.
Really?
And
Yeah.
during COVID, when everything was locked down, they kept the liquor stores open.
Yeah, they did because that was an essential.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Cannabis is an essential. They were left open too, right? So why all of a sudden is it not essential?
Well, yeah, like during COVID, cannabis stores got
Right?
that.
So if it's an essential, essential, then it should be essential.
But I think they kept it open in Nova Scotia because it was sold at the liquor store. And if they had to shut the liquor store, the emergency departments, people would have been finding out really quick who was an alcoholic because they would have been in emergent DTs. And there's a lot of prominent people that don't want to land in emerge and kind of end up like that too. So.
All right, ladies, I see it's about the hour. Time for us to take a quick break. And while we do that, that'll give everybody an opportunity to see who our sponsors are. And other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. That's twice tonight I've done that.
Listen, I didn't even know what day today was. Honest to God, all messed up.
I've obviously don't know what show I'm doing.
Out in your basement, you don't even know what time it is.
All right, you're watching the Pace Radio Show here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. Tonight we have our guest, Melissa Ellsworth, and we are talking to her about her fight with the WCB in her province. Now, Melissa, as Tamara mentioned when we got started the show, like in the first segment, we talked about a lot about your situation. But today you are traveling, correct?
Yes, I'm in Halifax I was supposed to be up here last week to get nerve blocks and infusions, but workers' comp said they didn't have enough medical information to send me up here. Even though I was up here twice before to see the same doctor, last week they wouldn't send me up. They said it was they said it was a miscommunication. So all of last week I was basically face down in a flare up.
Right.
Yeah. So
and that's games they continue to play. I'm just gonna my daughter's here, so if I cut out quick, it's just because I don't want the dogs barking. But these are the games they keep playing. So it comes to the point where they just like leave her to where she's like face down in the ground with no fight left. And then all of a sudden it's like, we're gonna pick you back up. Sorry about that. Hurry up, get your bags packed because you got to be here Monday. Like
yeah,
and
it's like being waterboarded.
Yeah. And then you get there and they don't know. Now, have you got there and they don't know why you're there, or is this going to go? Are you going to get your pain blockers?
I had my pain. I had some injections yesterday.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow morning I have my second MAID assessment via Zoom. And then tomorrow I go back home to Cape Breton on the shuttle. And then I'm back up again in 2 weeks to see the same doctor I saw yesterday.
Yeah. Okay.
And they have to, but everything has to go through the hotels or shuttle.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like,
The
yeah.
travel.
It's awesome, right? And I mean, this shouldn't be the way any patient, whether, you know, like, again, with the cannabis too, that should be like, it should not be an issue. They're already seeing benefits. Like Al and I have done like several shows about the research. But at the end of every research, they want to have more research. And
more research.
And more research. right?
And we've had meetings. We've had meetings with people in the government. We've had meetings with an MLA and a couple other people in labor about this. We've had 3 meetings so far this spring with the MLA, the labor department, and
Yeah.
a couple of people from workers' compensation. And in one meeting, some things were said, and I think they got caught in a couple of things. So she said, well, I think we have sufficient medical, and she slammed her thing down. And then 2 days later, they sent a message saying they need more medical. And since the last script went in, they said they were going to expedite the decision, because now hearing officer decisions can take 6 to 9 months.
No.
Yeah. And I said, I don't know if I have that long. Like, come on. And they said, well, we'll expedite the decision. So I appealed it, and I basically told them in the appeal that once whatever the decision comes back, whether it's yay or nay, I'm still taking it to a judge for judicial review, because it has to be done.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the next step that you're going towards now, right? Is the judicial review.
Yeah.
And when does that? Do we have court dates set already for that, or what's going on with that? Let's get into that a little.
I have to wait for the decision first
Right.
before I
yeah.
can even move on that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to make out the report type thing that you're going to submit without knowing the decision.
Yeah. And hopefully the judge will want to know more information and look into it a little further. And if they do, they're not going to be impressed by what they see.
Well, no, and they shouldn't be, because again, this is like, you're bringing this to light, you're raising awareness, but how many other people are behind you that they're done before you and are continuing to do after you, because they don't want to pay, right? And like I said, private insurance companies, and they don't mind taking the money from the employer. Their hands are out, their premiums go up. They make sure that their asses are covered and their CEOs are getting 3-digit, 6-digit, payments every year. It's the people like you that suffer from that, right? Yeah, it's just disgusting.
Their job is to make money, and by paying but for someone's cannabis,
But I mean, the thing is, like,
doesn't make them much money.
no, but I mean, they don't have a choice. Everybody's got to have WCB covering their employees. Everybody,
It's legal. If you don't fill out the paperwork, you have to sign the injury form, because if you don't, it's a legal process. But as soon as you sign that form, you're signing all your rights away at the same time.
Because then you become property of WCB.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which province that they're in. They seem to be a challenge every time.
Reefer madness will never. I don't think it'll ever go away.
No, that's right. Well, you gotta remember, it's been around. It was around for like 90 years, 85, 90 years, and it's gonna take a lot of years in order to eliminate that.
Yeah. But the information, the research, it's all out there.
Yeah.
And I mean, even with myself, like when I was almost in this position back in 2012 when this doctor switched me over to flower from the Nabalone, and I started to, like, I was teaching courses. I was teaching veterans about safety and how to make their own meds. And I had the dog and dog therapy, and I was doing like mental health volunteering, and like I was doing a lot. Like I had moved to a community in the country where I didn't know anybody, but I set down roots there, and I got involved with things, and that's what I was doing. And then in 2019, when they came out with this policy, it basically took the legs right out from underneath me.
Yeah.
I couldn't access anything.
Yeah. Imagine the time where you're training or teaching the veterans and them would be a time that would be, say, heart swelling, because it made you feel.
Oh my God. Like, and I'm all about safety and, like all that, like, don't, all about that stuff and how to do it right. And, like things like that, and helping them with journals and like journaling what they're taking and what works and what doesn't work and all that stuff. And I like they used to call me Skinny Jesus, and now really, and because that's what I was doing, and
You got the hair.
it was just true enough, but it blew my mind because they were saying they wanted me to see a cannabis expert. Now I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I'm more than knowledgeable on the subject because once as a nurse, I didn't we weren't even told what the endocannabinoid system was in training.
No,
So
they still don't.
no, and then
Well, there's
once
very little. Let's just say this.
I think it's like an hour. Even doctors only get like an hour. But
Yeah. Last I was told, it was it wasn't. It was only part of a day training. That was about it.
Yeah, just enough to say that it was covered. But
Yeah.
once I realized it worked for me, I was like, okay, hold on a second. Why is this working when nothing else did? So I 2013 is when I dove headfirst into research, and I researched. I was researching all day. Research, PubMed, all this other stuff. And some of the research and the publications I was reading was written by by my pain doctor that was in Cape Breton.
Yeah.
That's good information. And he probably learned it from you.
No, he was already involved. Like he was doing that through Dow. And I didn't realize until I saw him and I saw his name, and I was like, holy smokes, that's the guy that I was reading his research when I was doing the research.
So right now you're back with the original guy. So obviously he's submitting paperwork that's in support of your cannabis use.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because a lot of doctors don't want to deal with them because they're so difficult to deal with.
Right.
And that seems to be a barrier too. But
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's not. He doesn't seem to be.
Yeah,
So
I know when I was applying for CPP, that I'd be 6 to 8 months waiting for the paperwork to come back from my specialist. And I was getting threatening letters from CPP telling me, well, if you don't get your information in, we're going to shut down this file. There's just
not everybody has access to their doctor or a doctor like that.
Or a doctor, my doctor would say, you see that file over there? Yours is in there.
Yeah. Oh, they'll get to it, but
Yeah, and he did, but it wasn't. Yeah, everybody wants everything done tomorrow, and
yeah, but except for when it's important. Like this.
It's just crazy that they just keep these policies. Like they're policies that don't work, and they know they don't work, and they're continuing to fight other policies that don't work.
Does it have anything to do with, like, if some of us, like for myself, I'm more of a smoker than an edible and a person for taking cannabis. Would it have anything to do with the concern about smoking of the cannabis?
No, because when he first gave me the initial prescription in 2013 or 14, he started me off on 3 grams because he didn't want me smoking. He wanted ingestion. So that's what I stuck with the whole time.
That was your doctor, right?
Yeah. And then the only time I did smoke it, if I woke up with a pounding headache, I would smoke a little bit just to take the edge off, but then that was it. But once they put their policy in effect, they kind of boxed me into a corner where I can only afford this much at a time. And if I can only afford this much at a time, I can't make much edibles out of that. So I'm forced to stop that.
And that's exactly it. Like, how can they expect you?
So your doctor didn't have any problems with smoking, but what I was wondering is compensation arguing against the smoking end of things? Have they brought that up as a part of a reason for denial?
No, I know someone who was approved for 10 grams a day with no restrictions, smoked through comp.
then that's not the issue, obviously.
No, I'd rather not because I have COPD.
But they covered. Did they cover that patient's medicine?
Yes, they do.
So
And
how
also-
come it's different for you and not that person? Like, what's the difference? I
Yeah,
thought policies were
because it's
supposed to be.
me.
Well, that's not even fair.
No,
It's because of what?
because it's me.
Because it's you.
Like I fought them so hard that
Yeah.
now it's just become personal between a Crown Corporation or an insurance company and a 90-pound disabled woman is basically what it's come down to.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's absolutely crazy because in reality, like you think that it was coming into that worker's pocket, and it's not.
No.
The money doesn't come out of her pocket or his pocket or whoever's pocket, right? Even
They
the
should be
CEO,
looking at it.
it doesn't come out of their pocket.
They're
Well,
already
both
paying
of
for
them
somebody
mentioned-
else's. So the president has been set that they will pay for people's cannabis. It's the hoops and how high that you're being made to jump to get over them.
Right.
And I already set like a precedent, and at that time they had no policy, but I proved that I met the requirements that I needed it, and it was the only because I trialed all the other medications.
And then this other patient got it after you, so you opened the doorway.
Yeah.
That person is now in that door,
Mhm.
and now when you try to re-enter it, you can't get in.
No.
That sounds like a Hardold situation with his mushrooms.
Like they have me at like 9% or maybe 12% because they keep changing it around so much. But I know someone that's getting up to 31%.
Well, especially if they've got no restrictions.
But here's the thing: how do they know what the percentage is? It's not on the fucking receipt.
It's in the tribunals.
But not from the cannabis. You know what I mean? Like you can't like when you're buying the cannabis, it doesn't like what
Well,
does it have to do with it?
Does it say anything in the receipt from when you get it directly from the LP as ordering it through the medical system? Is there
Does it say
anything?
there's 12% or 9%?
Or would there be there'd be a prescription or something written anyways? I
Yeah.
would think, or
But they
you
don't
could-
know the difference between THCA and THC.
Yeah, they should look at it as a combined.
They're just oblivious.
Yeah, and then the LP at that point would restrict you to what you would be available for you to consume based on that THC and the prescription.
That's just
Sounds like your phone's ringing.
because when I had my medical cannabis, I guess it's got you at WCBB. Though my doctor didn't put a percentage on it, it was just so many grams per day. There was no limitation.
The Health Canada paperwork. There's none of that. We're looking at it as a doctor and prescription and looking at dosing. How they like my family doctor, he wouldn't sign my paperwork because I couldn't guarantee that my dose that I got from joint to joint would be the same as if I was getting a pill from the pharmacy.
Well, you can grow, you can have 5 seeds of the same strain, right? And grow all 5 plants, and each plant would have a different.
Well, yeah,
But if you go to LP every month, like one product would be
Yeah.
available, and the next month it wouldn't be because it was over the. It said it was the month before it was 9%, and the next month it was 11%, but it was the same strain.
Yeah.
And different spots on the plant.
Yep. Yep.
And then now with their variables of what 10 or 15%.
Yep.
And I was given a license. I was approved by Health Canada to grow. Health Canada had no issues with it for my full prescription. And they say they're following Health Canada policies. And I keep saying, do we have 2 Health Canadas? Because as far as I know, we don't.
Yeah. You got a license to grow, but you're not capable of growing.
Not 40 plants. No, I
It's a lot
wouldn't.
of plants,
I
yeah.
tried 3 last year, and I could barely do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
only shows
your mother when you're growing, you are Mother Nature, and you need to take care of your plants. You ignore them,
And do you know what? There's nothing more therapeutic or self-empowering than growing your own medicine.
Being successful and
Yeah.
seeing how your medicine grows.
And it's a learning process too. I
Oh
mean,
yes.
everybody learns, like you got to learn as you go, but once you figure it out and stuff, then, but like someone in my position right now, I can't grow, like I can't be
Yeah.
doing that. So that's even more proof that I need it provided.
Yeah.
As opposed to growing it. So,
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Why, I don't know why they keep throwing barriers up against it.
Yeah, and then there is the designated grower program, but still, there's still that huge cost of growing. Some people, oh, you grow your own cannabis, you get it for free. Excuse
No.
me?
Oh, it costs a lot.
It costs a lot of money to get that free cannabis.
Between last year, I grew 3 plants, and between the 3 plant seeds and everything else I needed, it cost me $400.
Yeah.
Seriously.
And you know, you're still gonna need to feed it, even if you're growing outside, you're still gonna end up with some costs. It's not as expensive growing inside.
No.
But you're gonna need your access to your medicine year round. Right? So growing inside can do that. But
Yeah.
there is the cost of electricity, water, if you're in town.
And I was growing outside,
And you
where
go
I
through more
live-
food. You go through more food growing indoors than you do outdoors.
And where I live, we still have frost warnings until the end of June.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I mean, like I'm right on the ocean. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's
Actually,
the grow season is like
yeah.
Yeah, it
into
snowed
that.
somewhere out west. Did it not in the last week or two? I seen something about some
Hail.
snow, some hail.
But not that I know. Or maybe in Banff, it's possible.
Yeah.
Possible because, like I said, we've had, yeah, it's been like weird weather.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we had thunderstorms roll in. We had hail, heavy rain. Like we had some dandy weather roll through that would have. And I remember thinking, thank God I don't have any because they'd all be destroyed right now.
Well, that's what I said last week on the show. I hope that everybody gets through this. Like, you know, the hail that was going through the tornadoes last week. This week it's heat wave.
Yeah,
So,
heat wave.
if anything survived the hail and the flood and every, all the other crap that went through last week, like this week it's
Yeah.
starting.
Headline right there. The Weather Network. A burst of July snow is on tap for some Canadians this week. The date is July the 7th, 2026.
That's crazy.
I just cut my Viking scarf off a little bit. Now I got to grow it back. It's so warm and
Yeah,
stuff.
better hold on to that. You may need
well,
it.
Yeah, no, like it's, everybody's like, oh, it's hot. But it was only 21 degrees here yesterday. Where it was like 40 some degrees out in Ontario. So it's like, and even today,
We were
like,
fine.
it's a little warmer today, but my daughter I came from Calgary. It was supposed to be nice and it hasn't been. So she's all disgruntled about that. But it's muggy.
Yeah,
Like,
the humidity's hard.
Oh, I lied. It's now 34 degrees.
No, the humidity. I think there was a couple of days here where it got down here. It got really, really hot, but the humidity was like, it was something else.
Okay.
And those were the days that I was literally face down.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
No, especially when you need a heating pad. I've been laying on 4 heating pads and it's like 36 degrees outside. And I'm like,
Yeah, we've had it's been like dry heat. So there's been very little humidity here, and I'm loving it because the humidity fucking kills me. So
and when I lived on the mainland, the temperature was like the climate was different than it was where I am now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was totally, it's.
I'm assuming it'd be more humid now.
Oh yeah, every morning there's fog.
Yeah.
Like until the sun comes out enough that it burns off the fog, then by 1 o'clock, yeah, you're good to go. But until then, it makes my head feel like a pancake.
Yeah. That's not good.
No, and they're finding out too, like more about brain injuries and the fact that concussions and stuff can really cause severe damage, right?
And then,
Brain injury,
yeah, like any brain injury like that. So
traumatic brain injury, TMI. Is
Yeah.
what they call them.
Mine's never been treated. I've
Again,
never
Oh,
had vestibular rehab. I've never had they've yet to recognize post-concussion.
did they recognize the? No, they didn't even recognize the concussion.
It's all littered through my paperwork, my medical files, everything. And the last two that were sent through was post-concussion and CRPS because it's just progressing. Like it's
Yeah.
central sensitization. So everything is getting like really, it's getting worse.
Worse,
They're not,
not budging on things.
no.
And are they stating it's because they don't figure that it, like, are they looking at this like it was a pre-existing, but they know it wasn't, but they're trying to pin it on a pre-existing prior to?
No.
Well, that's
But,
good. They aren't doing
they're
that.
just denying the severity of your injury.
I think they're trying to, because I worked as a nurse for the government,
Mm.
that I think that's part of it. Because like there, in the last little bit, there's been a few healthcare workers that were assaulted and things like that had happened. So things have been kind of kicking up that way. But back when I was injured, I think we made the front page of the Chronicle Herald 3 times in 1 week for just nurses on our unit getting hurt.
Oh, that's
So
not.
it wasn't new news.
Yeah, I know. On a side note, I know one of our local hospitals just did weapon detection in their hospital, in their entrance for the emergency department because of situations that you just described.
I think they just did the same thing to one up here, but I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. But really, anything could be a weapon, a pencil, a pen. And
Yeah.
like, if you're sitting there
Correct.
taking notes, they grab the pen into your hand, that's a weapon.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. You can use that to stab somebody, take out their eye.
Mhm.
You know, in through the temple. Oh.
Like, especially like institutions, right? Like it's not an easy place to be, that's for sure.
Yeah.
My brother's a correction officer, so
okay.
yeah. Yeah, no,
Maybe
my brother's been a correction officer handling the contraband dog at Lethbridge Correctional Institute for 30 years.
Oh.
That's where after I got hurt and I was hoping to go back to work, that's where I was planning on going to work with the canines. That was my plan because I had applied and I wrote the test. And then by the time it came to go to Joliet, Quebec for the physical training and working with the dogs and stuff, I still had no pain control because they were still denying that I was as injured as I was. So I had to pass. Which
Yeah, you can't be handling a dog if your shoulders are in pain.
no, and
Yeah.
at that point they weren't even admitting that I had it, because at that time they were still calling it TMJ.
Right.
Right.
You were still working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I went back to work, I think 5 separate times.
They push you to go back to work. So then your first injuries never really contained to begin with or dealt
Didn't heal.
Back to work, and you're re-injured again, and then they don't deal with that injury, and then you've got this combined 2 injuries on top of everything, and then the lack of care is just, yeah.
Yeah, because they don't want their premiums to go up, right? Because it's like insurance. If you hit a car, then your insurance goes up. But it's odd because a couple of weeks ago, workers' comp here, because I don't think they treat employers any better than they treat us, really, at the end of the day. And a couple of weeks ago, they announced that because in all the meetings that they used to have in legislature and stuff when they were discussing this stuff, all the employers wanted was lower rates. And in my head, I'm thinking, well, if you want lower rates, then look at your occupational health and safety and lower your injuries. Like that's where the problem is. But a couple of weeks ago, they announced that they were going to lower the percentage that the employers had to pay in.
Oh, so taking in less money.
For the first time in 20 years. Which was very strange.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's too, like if you've got work in health and occupational health and safety positions, so you have less injury, which means that WCB isn't paying out what they were paying out prior to you, which means that they're pocketing more money, and the government says, you know what, you guys aren't, you're still taking the same premium, even taken for 20 years, but you're not, and you're raising it because they got to raise it up every year for cost of living, blah, 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 inflation. You know, it's always going to go up. That premium is not the same as it was even 20 years ago. But if they're not paying anything out because nobody's getting injured, they're just
I was getting $110 a week when I was on comp.
Wow.
And I was getting $5 more. I was getting $5 more than what I was making while I was working. I was making $3 an hour.
Yeah. Back in
But
the
I
day.
was on comp for several months because I got ran over by a forklift at work. And I had surgery and they put a pin in my ankle.
Yeah.
So I went on comp.
But then again, you still were forced to go back to work with that injury, even though it was a
Yeah,
permanent,
in the end.
got a permanent injury with that knee. He's got a permanent injury, right?
Yeah, it's still there.
They'll retrain you and make it so that you can work around that injury till you can't walk at all. And then when you can't walk at all, need a new knee, come talk to us.
Yeah, they made me work at a desk.
that point. I didn't even get retraining. I applied for a behavioral counselor position, which is not security. It was on the same unit I worked on, and it was half my job anyway because of my psych background. And when I applied for because a lot of CX would transfer down once they got injured or something, whatever, they could transfer down into the VC role, and they tried to tell me I didn't qualify. And I'm like, I qualified for CX, but I don't qualify for BC. Like, how does that make any sense?
Doesn't.
They have the post
Um,
themselves, right?
Talking about making sense, it's time for us to take another commercial break.
All right.
All right, gotta pay those bills. We need those cents.
Bills are gonna pay our bills.
Okay, when we get back, we will continue our discussion, and then we'll wrap things up at the end of the show. But other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're coming to you from paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And thanks for tuning into the Pace Radio Show. Where did Melissa go? Oh, there she is. She's behind her. Is that a cup beside you?
That is, I'm trying to stay as hydrated as I can.
Yeah. Okay. So it is a big cup.
Yeah, it's my McDonald's cup from last night, so I just saved it because I'm in a hotel. So,
right?
Sure. Yeah.
So
Exactly.
it's not you when you're rolling around having to take care, and that's the thing. Like you don't even have the option. You have to leave your home. It's not even available in your own town. You have to take a shuttle into Halifax, have your treatment, stay in a hotel. So it means you're gone away from home for how many days? 2 days, and then have to come back every 2 weeks or whatever every month. So
Pay for the hotel room, pay for the show.
yeah, and then with like food options, because I can only open my mouth 2 finger widths. Like I went down to the restaurant here in the hotel, and the only thing on the menu that I could actually physically eat was seafood crepes, and they were like $39.
Wow. Seafood crepes.
And they allowed us, I think, $15 a day for meals.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
do meals. No,
Yeah, $15 doesn't get you much at a restaurant.
No.
not anymore. Like we went out for dinner last night in town, and I had a starter, and it was $18.
Yeah.
You know, like then that's a starter. That wasn't even a meal. That was just a starter. I usually order a starter because I don't eat much more than that. But again, like I said, that's $18. So
yeah,
plus tax, and then a tip on top of it. Like yeah.
That adds up. There's no doubt about that.
And don't begrudge, the people that are working there. But Jesus, like, come on, like, how can they not see the inflation? Like, you're having to, they've got to. It's like giving you $20 for gas now. Like that's a joke too.
Mm-hmm. And I'm saying they want me to see a dietitian on Friday, and this is the 4th dietitian I think I've seen since 2018, and they wouldn't listen to the first 3. So
You've been talking about doctors and all that. Is there any lawyers involved in any of this?
no. In Nova Scotia, it's pretty hard to get a lawyer to.
In any province, no lawyer will touch WCB. Not. Now they do have independent mediators that are supposed to help you, and they're still paid for by WCB, right? But no, a lawyer won't touch it.
Like if workers' comp did what they were supposed to do and follow out the medical, like like we would in the hospital or any other medical setting, when injuries are involved or illnesses or anything, then you just follow the protocol. But if workers' comp did that, we would need workers' advisors program to fight for comp, fight the denials from comp, and then we wouldn't need the tribunal system to go through that either.
No.
So it's costing like the province. It must cost the province a fortune. Because I know I won 12 or 13.
Fortune not to pay the.
Well, it's not costing the province anything because this is not a government entity. It's a private insurance.
Right. Yeah, but those insurance companies are charging money someplace.
Yeah, but it ain't costing the government shit. Like compensation is an absolute separate entity from any government at all. So it's not the provincial government. It's not the federal government. They have regulations that are covered.
The laws that require them to have that.
They're funded by the employer, period. Right? That's
And
what
here in Nova Scotia,
employers,
we're 70% funded now. So there's no reason why, because everything before was that we can't afford it. We don't have this and we don't have that. They're 117% funded now. So I don't know how.
So the money should be there.
Yeah. And again, like I don't understand how they can say that there's no money for anything when we're paying taxes like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
For healthcare especially, right?
I think we're one of the highest tax provinces in the country.
I'm not sure exactly what the stats are per capita and everything else when it comes to that. It's all under different jurisdiction per province, right?
But it just doesn't make it, well, it doesn't make sense, but at the same time it does, because and the thing with, once you stand up for yourself, if you just go with the
You didn't
flow,
follow,
and
yeah,
what they
you didn't follow. Yeah.
yeah, but once you stand up for yourself, then no, you got a target on your back.
Well, you have
Yeah, that's what happens when you speak up and speak loud.
you have
Yeah.
to. If you hadn't, you wouldn't even be where you are now. If you hadn't.
No, because when I was terminated from my employment in 2015 because of my injuries, so I lost my medical, my dental, my pension, everything. So I'm completely reliant on workers' compensation. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like being in an abusive relationship that I can't leave because I'm completely reliant on them.
Right.
And then every once in a while, they'll give me just enough to kind of get me back on my feet, and then they'll pull it away. And then I'll start to fall down again. And that's why I compared it to being waterboarded. Like they do it just enough where you can't breathe, and they pull you up just to get your breath, and then they do it again.
Get encouraged, and then you get let back down again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're supposed to like permanent.
And remember, that alone causes harm because of the stress involved in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they're supposed to, like, if you had a permanent injury, they're supposed to pay you out. Like, eventually they're supposed to pay you out. I know one person that after years of fighting with WCB finally got the back surgery that he needed. And once the back surgery was done, they actually paid him out.
And that's the thing, like they say, if they cut you, they got to pay you. And like I know several people that have had surgeries and never got any payout. And there I am, like with all these injuries, like just stacking up on top of each other. Because I've been diagnosed with CPTSD on top of PTSD, and the CPTSD is directly from the treatment of workers' compensation.
Right.
My psychiatrist said that himself.
Right.
But they don't want to hear that, and they just pretend that, well, that doesn't fit our narrative, and that falls back on us, so we're not dealing with that.
And they're the ones that have caused harm.
They're not accepting any blame.
Yeah. So in hindsight, they should be paying you for mental stress and anguish.
And something else really funny, my head injury from 2006, when I would look on the portal, it would say multiple body systems. Now it says psych. So it's like they're trying to bury the whole head injury aspect of it completely.
So now they're just blaming it and saying it's a mental health issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not even right.
That's as far from accurate as it can get. They cause the mental health stuff. Like granted, like the jobs I had, the things I've seen, you know, like I wasn't working at McDonald's, so I get that. But at the same time, if you're diagnosed with CPTSD on top of it because of the treatment that you've been, and there's multiple reports where he said about bullying and harassment and all this other stuff, and they have the reports. They just pretend they don't have them. And I know because I asked them for copies and they sent them to me.
They should be being held accountable just for that. Like they really should be. They should be being held accountable for that alone. Never mind anything else that they're, should be taken care of for you.
Yeah, because with their medical advisors are still doctors. So at the end of the day, the oath is do no harm, right?
Yeah, but they are.
And when I contacted the College of Physicians and Surgeons, I had that question because when I worked at the Burnside Jail, I was contracted through, I worked for Capitol Health, but I was contracted through the Department of Justice to work at the Burnside Healthcare Unit. But my license was still attached, my nursing license was still attached to me. So no matter where I worked, I still had to follow the same ethics and all that other stuff, right? All the things I said I would do. So I don't know how the medical advisors at workers' compensation can keep their licenses, I guess is the only way to put it, when they're doing harm.
Yeah.
They're causing more harm.
They're causing more harm because they're denying, even when they know that the diagnosis is a certain thing, they'll still deny because WCB at the end of the day is making like signing their paycheck.
Like when they deny those things, but yet they're reading that they would receive these doctor reports, but yet they deny the report or what the doctor is saying. So do assume that every doctor is lying to them?
Yeah, they
Well,
do.
it's almost like they're calling them incompetent, because I contacted
Yeah.
the minister and I said, I'm just, me. I contacted the health minister and I said, like, should the public be concerned because like workers' comp is calling some of the best doctors in the community incompetent? Like,
Yeah.
should that be a public health concern? So, like, by doing things like that, I probably ended up on the shit list too.
Shit
But
list.
I mean,
An
it's
agitator.
Irrelevant. What you've done and what you said are irrelevant to your medical needs, and they should not be discriminating against you.
They
because
shouldn't be.
you don't know.
no.
And that's the worst part about this is that they're discriminating directly to you and for your medical needs because you decided that you were going to speak out and you weren't going to keep your mouth shut. With
Yeah.
the mistreatment, the bullying, the harassment, the way they
Yeah,
treat
they
their clients. Because at the end of the
they
day,
were-
you're a client.
I'm a
You're
client.
and they treat their clients like shit.
Yeah. And they just hope we go away. But
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
2023, when a bunch of the diagnoses came down, one medical advisor denied everything and said that my PTSD, my head injury, my trigeminal neuralgia, cervical neuralgia, all the new diagnoses were not work related. And I'm like, how can they not be work related? So I filed a complaint again with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and within 48 hours, another medical advisor overturned that decision based on the same medical information that she denied it with. The first one denied it with.
Wow.
Yeah. Same information, same criteria.
48 hours, nothing changed in 48 hours until I filed the complaint. And once I filed the complaint, then I got a notification that it was all approved, except for, well, my diagnoses were approved, but not all of them.
Mhm.
I don't understand how they can cherry pick that shit. When a doctor's diagnosed you with a diagnosis, how does another doctor, especially one that's never seen you, just reading the fact,
Never laid eyes on me.
right? But
Yeah, exactly.
they're reading a report from another doctor, never laid eyes on you, but they're going to change that diagnosis from another doctor that started giving you the diagnosis.
And the other doctor that gives me the diagnosis has been treating me for 8 to 10 years.
Right?
Oh, you became a friend, and he's just helping you out.
No.
Well, I know that, but
Yeah. But everybody's faking, right? That's the main thing that they go with, is that everybody's faking.
yeah, I can understand where they have to put some scrutiny into some of the stuff, but man, oh man, like when you've got all these doctor reports and everything that backs you up, and it's not just one doctor making all these claims. There's several different doctors.
Yeah, like there's an MRI that I had done and they wanted it reread by a neuroradiologist, and they didn't think it was necessary. Workers' comp didn't think it was necessary. So the doctor pushed to have it done, and then that's when they found out that I had pinprick lesions all along 3 branches of my trigeminal nerve. So it's just mind-boggling to me.
Right. Yeah, this does make sense. But every doctor's got their own way of presenting things, right? And like I said, I think at the end of the day, it depends on who's signing their paycheck.
And when insurance, because one time they used to say they're not an insurance company, but when you look them up now, right on Google, it says insurance company.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
They tried hiding behind that too. Like even in Alberta, because like I said, I've had to go around with them in Alberta with my husband, right? And they tried hiding behind all the lies. They do. They're trained to lie. They're trained to be liars. Like I said, Health Canada, check, up an eye. It's the same.
And they're trying to say I'm making them look bad by making everything public.
No,
I said, no, you're doing a good job of that on your own. I'm just making it public.
Yeah, you're incompetent. You're showing it, and I'm just throwing it out there so everybody else can see you're incompetent. But I mean, they don't care because again, big money. They don't give a shit. The big CEO at the top's got the big fancy house and the big fancy cars, and at the end of the day, the patients, the clients, are the ones that suffer.
Yeah.
I had a case manager say to me one time, she said, you're making more money sitting home doing nothing than I am coming to work every day.
What?
Yeah. That's what she said to me.
A
She said,
case
you're making
manager
more,
making more money than
you're making more money sitting home than I am coming into work every day.
You know what,
And
lady?
then
My WCB is actually based on the wage that I was earning prior to being injured, right? So it's based on the wage that you earned, right? WCB is the same, any insurance is the same. So it's really unfortunate you're working for a cutthroat company that isn't even giving you a wage that you deserve. I'm sorry about that. You know, because at the end of the day, it's not your fault that they're paying you more than her because you made more money as a nurse than she does working for the cutthroat company that's trying to fucking fuck you over.
and
So
my last injury, I was a federal
giving
corrections.
wages to their fucking employees. How fucking gross is that?
Yeah, and I was a federal corrections officer on my last injury, so I was making more then than I was as a nurse.
Right. Again, you're given a
Hmm.
portion of what you made. Like it's given a percentage, and there's a top out. Like there's maximum that you can get. They will never just. Same with unemployment. Anything, there's always a maximum, right? You may have made $5,000 more a month. We're only going to give you this much. You know,
75% or something like that, I think is what they.
you're
what they
supposed to take a penalty on your wages because you hurt yourself. Like, how does that?
God.
You should be getting more. Like you've injured yourself. You're dealing with depression, stress. You know the fact that you're in pain, and they want to only give you a certain portion of a wage. They should be giving you double your wage when you're injured. That's
And
how.
So
both
you got more. You got medical expenses.
Both of my injuries were my employer's fault.
Yeah.
That could be part of it too.
I guess then the next, like, if it's their fault, like, do you have any legal?
No.
venue
Once you
to
sign
do
that
way?
form, once you sign that workers' compensation injury report,
You release your employer of all liability. That's why they pay for WCB. But WCB is their insurance company. So if you hurt yourself, an employer, once you sign that WCB, then you're then released to WCB to take care of you, and the employer is no longer liable for you. They have to guarantee your job though, while you're on WCB. So if you're going to be off for 6 weeks, why they always push everybody to be back to work in 6 weeks, right? And then WCB pays you half of whatever you were supposed to be making if you were working, and then push you to go back to work within 6 weeks, right? That's the insurance coverage by the employer, but the employer is forced to pay for it. Like, so it's a forced program for the employer. It's a forced program and basically WCB gets rich and everybody gets fucked.
They get the money and nobody, the people don't. Patients.
Well, and I guess if people are being injured at work and they're not collecting as much, they're not putting out as much as they're collecting, I guess it's time to have their premiums cut, which I guess
Make it a
is.
safe place to make it a safe place to work. Then your employees don't get
Well,
injured.
when the employee's telling her she's making more money, then you're not even paying your employees a decent wage. That's fucking really gross.
Yeah.
I had the same case manager.
Corporation, an insurance company that's overriding all these other businesses, and and she had the nerve to say to you that, but then that's even grosser.
I had the same case manager tell the secretary at my doctor's office that she said, I have TMJ and I don't miss work. And the secretary said, were you hit in the head with a wooden chair?
Why would she be discussing your medical information with the receptionist at that office to begin with?
Yeah.
Receptionist isn't a medical person. That receptionist shouldn't be even talking to your caseworker
Oh,
about it.
no, she was backing me up because
I know
this,
privacy. That's a privacy breach on both behalf, on both of their jobs' behalf. Neither one of them should be discussing your medical. Your doctor won't even discuss your fucking medical with the caseworker. Shouldn't be.
Well, remember what happened when my case manager sent a letter to my doctor and asked when my May date was for administrative reasons? Because if it was going to be in June, they were going to take me off payroll July 1st.
Yep. Because they couldn't wait for that to happen.
Oh, they were cracking.
You want to know whether they're going to submit a check to you or not?
Right, whether they had to pay her for July or not. Oh, are you going to be gone on this date so we can write you off so you don't have to issue another check? How fucking gross is that? I'd sue them for that too.
Yeah.
But she ended the facts with how concerned they were about my health.
I don't give a fuck how concerned you are about my health. It's none of your business. And no, you're not. If you're that concerned, why are you worried about whether you're going to pay me or not?
Nope.
Yeah, why you give me such a hassle?
Privacy, like there's such a breach of privacy on everybody in that office's behalf. Like,
I've gone after them for 3 prior. In fact, when I was working with corrections, there was no chance I was going back to work at in the jail at the correctional capacity. Like there was, I could have went in parole, like other areas, but in the community, but I couldn't go back to that setting because of my injuries. So during a meeting, a return to work meeting, my case manager told my employer that I was using cannabis to treat my symptoms, not that it was prescribed by a doctor. And right then and there, my employer said, yeah, there's no room for her here because of their policy. So
Policy of no cannabis.
so that was a breach. That was a medical breach.
Yeah.
For that. And now they try to say, no, that's not a medical breach because we have a right to know. We have a right to tell the employer.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. And what this case manager also did was gave them my entire file going back to my very first injury from another employer who had nothing to do with the employer.
That's a privacy breach too.
But they say it isn't.
I'd be talking to a lawyer about that, about a whole privacy breach lawsuit.
I tried. It's as soon as you mention workers' comp, it's like their eyes glaze over because they know what they're going to have to deal with.
Well, they're one lawyer, and WCB's got 100 lawyers all lined up, and every one of them have already been paid for by WCB. Every lawyer in the province is on fucking retainer by WCB, so they can't.
There's a conflict. There's some kind of a conflict or something.
Always a conflict. There's always a conflict. Yeah, bunch of fucking cowards is what they are.
But
do,
in my
do law firms have to have WCB?
What's that?
Do law firms need to have WCB on their employees?
If you know what, if you have more than I think 30 employees, I can't remember the exact number. You have to have
it.
Depending on the level of safety level. I didn't have to have WCB in a hair salon. I didn't have to have that. No.
There's a certain amount. If you have so many employees, then you have to.
There's a little line there.
If you only have 3 employees and you got to continue doing construction work, you have to have WCB.
Mm-hmm. And it depends on the nature of the job too.
I didn't have to have WCB.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on the nature of the job too.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, my dear ladies, I see that it is almost the bottom of the hour. Well, actually, it is here on my clock.
It is because my daughter's looking at me going, "Can I come in the house now?"
So is there anything else that you'd like to touch on, Melissa, that we haven't gotten to?
I'm still fighting. I am not giving up yet. They're trying real hard to put me in the ground, but I'm a Cape Brettoner and we don't go down easy. So right now I'm hoping that with the recent medical information and different things that I'm bringing forward, and we sent a lot of, now that an MLA is involved and labor's involved, and we've had some meetings and a lot more medical information has been sent to them.
Yeah.
Now they have it. So it's hard for comp to say, well, we don't have this and we need more medical when they're looking at the medical themselves.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that shortly this will get wrapped up as quick as possible so I can get on with what's left with the rest of my life.
Correct.
And quality.
Yeah, exactly.
And I have to move back up here because my doctors are up here.
Yeah.
Like the only reason I've had to move back to Cape Breton was because they weren't getting the supports. They put the limit on me and they said we don't do home renovations, and apparently they do. So I mean, there was a lot of things that they backed me into a corner with, and I had no choice.
Yeah. All right, Tamara, anything offhand?
I'm just want to say thanks for coming on, sharing the rest of your story. Again, we'll have you back on again so we can continue on with that, because again, like raising awareness to other people so that maybe they still have that little bit of fight left in them and they see you still fighting will give them a little hope to keep fighting too. Because I know that you were kind of like, nah, I know where you were, right? I'm happy to see that you're not there right now. You know, I told you before I'd support you in whatever way, shape, decided you, whatever, but I'm glad that it's past that date and that I'm having you on the show that you can continue to tell your story. And that's important, because if we don't continue to tell our stories, even that little shred of hope for somebody, right?
Yeah, because you never know.
Sharing one story can help educate others as well as.
And remember, you have a lot of other people to teach because you're not done yet.
Oh, no. No.
There's a lot of education out there that we can keep continuing on with. So with
And
the
that's what I'd like to get back to doing, but I can't.
this community that we've got tattered and torn, let's just keep on moving forward. Other than that, everybody have a great week.
Yeah. And thank you very much, Kendra, for your kind words.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, I'm going to say thanks to Melissa for coming on the show. And thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Plus, thank you to everybody who tuned into the broadcast. Really appreciate it. Other than that, just a general thank you and good night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Also known as the doobie.
And today is it's night out day.
Yeah, that's a little confusing, isn't it?
It's a day to celebrate night outs. And so we've got a lot coming up on this show that are going to talk about crazy stories that we have and other things that are talk about the night out experience.
Yeah.
But before we get into any of that, coming up on today's show is our word of the week.
We have our LA story.
We've got another clip from our friend Martin Franks with a Duber Minute.
I love Martin. And then we're going to do a cinema review,
followed by that time when my car got stolen. True story, and you're going to hear about it.
And of course, we can't forget about Timmy's Midnight Thrill.
All of that is coming up, so stay tuned. As we were coming in, I guess it wasn't coming, it was yesterday. We were going around, you were getting prepared, getting your weed. You were getting
my supplies for the road trip. Yes.
We knew we were gonna be on the road all morning.
Yeah.
And then recording all day, because we do 4 episodes in a day. I mean, by the time you watch this one, who knows which episode? We don't even know which episode this is currently.
I don't even know what day it is.
Well, it's a long day. That's how we're going to describe it.
It's 2 days.
So you were getting all prepared because unlike you, I put on my shirt and my pants and sometimes my socks.
Well,
I head out the door.
Most days. In all fairness, today you did prepare. You look really good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As do you.
Thank you.
So, but you have to go that one extra step further by me not being a consumer. I have nothing else I need to worry about. I can even, if I had a good solid breakfast, so I knew it'd be fine. But we've talked about before how the need for cannabis in your life equates in a lot of way for the need to food. Like if my energy level is dropping, I almost always equate it to the fact that I need to go eat. But that also happens if you don't get your THC level to a thing. Like you could be hungry, or you might just need a joint. So you need to make sure that you've not only fed, but you've got. So we go out and we're looking for weed.
It's so funny. You make it sound like we're looking for weed. Nobody's had to look for weed.
Got to find Buddy.
Since
remember
legalization, because there's one on that corner now, and there's one on that corner. But yeah, we were actually out for a walk, and I thought, why not grab a pre-roll, because I like to smoke and walk. It just makes the walk that much more pleasurable for me. Maybe not you, but I was like, oh, well, let's check out this store. And I dragged you in. Actually, I didn't drag you in. You stayed outside.
I stayed outside. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe I just imagined you were there.
Well,
Maybe.
everything's got, here's the thing, everything's got these crazy, the limits still. And it's like, why would I, as a non-consumer, take the space when
That's
someone on
true.
the outside is going, I need my weed?
You see, I thought it was the girl on the outside that was really cute that you were like, I'm just going to wait outside here. Which, I mean, I don't blame you, because if I didn't need something from inside, I probably would have stuck around outside too.
Yeah.
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 But
well, I will share her phone number with you later.
Sweet.
We'll give her a shout.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
yeah, I went in and I picked up a pre-roll. I just asked for, single pre-roll, gram, maybe, something less than $20.
Mhm.
Because I don't want to spend more than $20 on one joint, right?
Right.
And they handed me, are you going to show them?
Yeah.
I was going to throw out the box after I yanked the joint out.
I said you can't throw out the box. So my first thought, she pulled this out. She pulled this out of her
He's
purse.
like, what'd you buy?
And my first thought was, what do you need preparation H for? Like that's what it looks like. It looks
He
like
actually said that too. I was like, that's not what it is.
this is the thing. This is the sad thing about being a comic, is that you have to preface things, or it's like come up with a thing. He actually said that, because much of what I say is completely and utterly untrue. So I always feel bad. It's like, why do you have to say that? And then I realized, oh yeah, because I lie a lot.
Yeah, you legitimately said that.
I said it looks like a preparation H container. Not that I know anything about preparation H containers. Although apparently, if you use that underneath your eyes,
Yeah, it's supposed to get rid of puffiness.
yeah, it's supposed to get rid
and
of
dark circles.
Yeah, and I have had these like, I don't know what they're not.
You just need more sleep.
Yeah, I probably need more sleep. I'm gonna try to do it that way, because I don't feel like putting preparation H on my
Put
eyes.
butt cream on
Anyways,
your
that's a whole
face.
different thing. So this was what. So she opened it up
After, like, I want to say, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit it took me like a minute to figure out how to get into it.
It's some sort of. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, okay, this is actually true too, because I don't. You have to push it down. Oh, you push it down and turn it.
So it is.
Okay.
It is like
It's like a childproof.
yeah, just like I was about to say Advil bottle, but not all Advil bottles have child resistant tops.
Right.
And I've actually called them and asked them why, because on the back of the label it says that there is enough medication in that bottle to seriously harm somebody, yet there is no child resistant cap on it. But you're making fun of the cannabis container that has to have it by law, it has to have the child resistant.
Yeah, it's got a child resistant cap. I mean, no doubt this container costs more than the joint.
It's probably why the joint costs so much.
Right.
But see, I have two children. One is 16, one is 11. And I test my children. They know cannabis, and
For
I've
weed?
asked. No, I don't give them cannabis. Well, I kind of
I test my children for weed every day.
No, that's funny, because I did get a test from the dollar store the other day, so I could test my kid for weed
Yes.
every day.
Well, we're going to be doing that test. At
yes,
some
we
point.
will. Not today, but
No,
yes.
not today. So don't be hanging around going, they said they were going to do a test.
Yeah,
No,
no.
but we do want to test the theory, right? Ultimately, we want to test the theory.
That's right.
Of whether or not I have any cannabis in my system, even though, I mean, when was the last time I consumed?
Oh, 2019.
Right?
Yeah, long time.
So people talk about secondhand high, all that type of stuff. And
Yeah.
I say that it doesn't affect me at all.
Mhm.
And I don't think it does in terms of my mental space but maybe I have traces. And we're interested to find out.
Yes.
Do I have traces of cannabis just by hanging out with you?
Which is I'm excited to find out, but that's not the testing I was talking about
Okay.
with my children, because
All
I
right,
don't
sorry.
consume around
Scratch
my
that.
children.
We'll edit all that out.
I only consume around you, right? And
Right.
I don't consume around
No.
the kids. So the testing I was talking about is I hand my children the empty containers,
Okay.
and I ask them, "Can you get into this?"
Hmm.
And I test them to see how long it takes them to get into the packages.
And how resourceful are your children?
My kids are pretty smart, and now granted, some of the packaging is similar to other packaging, and I try not to give them the same type of package twice, because like rats, you put them in the same maze, they're gonna figure their way out faster and faster every time.
For the record, MJ just called her children rats. Continue.
I did not. You did.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no, my kids don't like rats.
No, nobody does.
No.
So they can get into those things.
They can actually get into
I
this.
can imagine they do, but they're 11. They're 11.
They're 11 and
15.
16.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I feel like those age children, if they want something, whether it be, cigarettes or alcohol or cannabis or even money for lottery tickets or candy, they're going to take it if they want it.
Yeah, I suppose, unless you
Right?
raise your kids properly.
Yeah. See, that's the next point. You need to raise your children.
So, so where I wanted to ultimately go with this, the whole thing of this packaging is the fact that you pulled out a single joint.
Yes.
And
out of that box.
My jaw dropped when I realized that only one joint was in this box.
That's correct. A 1 gram joint.
A 1 gram joint. And I'm just saying, if you,
this company is no
I'm not even
worse
saying
than
it's
others.
good or bad. I'm just saying, if you've never ever bought a single joint from a legal cannabis store, I would have thought seeing this package, open it up, maybe 3 is what I thought. But it was 1.
Well,
it seems like a lot of packaging for 1 joint.
It depends. You can purchase a gram in 2 or 3 joints, like 3.3 joints. This was 1 gram joint.
Right.
So there could have been 3 in there.
With a package that is 10 times the weight.
It's gotta be childproof.
Look, I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying I was shocked.
Yes. Well, that's one of the biggest complaints with the packaging of cannabis is that it is wasteful. It's like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Well, I don't know. What do you do with it now? Can
That's
you recycle
just
it?
a joint. I could put another joint in there and take it to travel. Like if I rolled a joint, I could put it in there.
Well, it does have a number 7 recycling, which I think can only be used in like New Zealand or something like that.
I don't know. See, and that's that tricky thing. I have that sign on my wall too that the recycling people gave me, and there's like all these
we
little
all
things.
hang that, but nobody ever knows what.
Well, there's one number that you can't even recycle, but yet they put it on things in that little triangle. I'm like, if it's not recyclable, then why are you doing the same symbol?
My ultimate question is, how do you recycle that paper?
I don't know.
Because it's got like a coating on it, I think. So it's like, I think, wouldn't that be funny if the recycling notice was unrecyclable because they covered in like a.
Well, no, that would make
coating?
sense because they don't want you to throw it away. They want you to keep it.
So much logic. I also wanted to briefly talk before we get into some of these crazy stories and stuff.
Yeah.
It just was so funny to me. I don't even remember the context, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this.
I don't know. Should I be taking a drink right now?
Yeah, maybe take a drink.
Okay, go.
So we were talking about cannabis affecting you. This was on that same walk.
Oh, because I said secondhand high, and you said I don't get secondhand high, and I said, well, we're going to find out, and you said no, we're going to find out whether or not I have it in my system. And see, this is the discussion that I always talk about with, yes, I am under the influence, but I am not intoxicated. I am still 100% functionable.
Right. And that's the word.
And you said you were what? I said 100% of the time, I am functionable.
Functionable.
And I don't know if that's just my knack of creating words, but it sounded right to me.
And to me, I cracked up because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, like that would derail you as a stoner to walk into like your boss
I'm a
and
functionable
say,
stoner.
I am 100% functionable. Please go home, sir.
What is the word? Functioning? I can function 100%.
Please go home, sir. No,
I never said I was good at grammar. Who teeter-tottered you how to spoke?
I am not good at grammar, but I am fully functionable.
100%. 100%.
So, okay, so there's no real bridge. I was trying to think of some kind of interesting segue.
How to get into the functionable?
Yeah, the functionable thing. I just wanted to make sure we told these stories today.
I wasn't sure where we were going because we were talking about prepping.
Yeah. No,
is that where we were going?
Here's where I wanted to go with it. So, because it's date night day. It's date night, or it's night out day. Night out day. Night out day. So
we can tell what you do on your night out.
But here's the thing: in order for you to be fully functionable,
yes,
on a date night, right?
On any night,
you have to prep accordingly. And so this small little piece of conversation is not so much for the consumer, but for the non-consumer. And we've been hearing great reviews from non-consumers who listen to the show. And if you know a non-consumer that is, in your life and curious at all about cannabis, as a non-consumer, I hope to bring some stuff to the table that helps those people. We want our show to be watched and listened to by consumers and non-consumers.
Yes. So consumers will be able to relate with me.
They'll be able to relate
on this, and non-consumers, please listen, because you might not realize how important cannabis is to somebody else.
Right.
Because you had no idea. So the only way I can describe it is, imagine I have a young baby and you don't. And we have to go somewhere together.
Okay.
And before I can leave my house, I need to ensure that I have diapers and bottles and soothers and blankets and change of clothing, and the list goes on and on and on.
Baby.
Of course, the baby.
Yeah, but sometimes
do not
that
forget
gets
the
forgotten,
baby.
though. People load up their cars.
Yes.
And
never leave the baby in the car. My God, this has happened.
Whole different thing.
Don't do that. But just say that I have to go through that massive list of things, because without those things, baby can't live. Baby can't, she's going to soil herself, or, they're going to, whatever. Soil
That's
themselves.
It's a funny word.
So think in terms of that baby, my health is that baby.
Okay.
And in order to make sure that my health is good, my baby is good, functionable, I need to make sure that I have my dried flower. I need to make sure that I have papers and a grinder and filter material, and sometimes capsules, and do you know what I mean? Like, depending on where we're going.
Well, just like
I need this massive list of things.
Just like a mom would have for a dad,
a diaper bag. Oh my God.
You do. You have a case.
I have it here. Can I pull it out?
Yeah, we weren't going to go down this route, but let's do this.
So,
but yeah,
funny,
you
we
actually
were talking about packaging. I got this from work. So it's a case from Tweed. And the awesome thing about this is it actually has a lock on the side where you can stick your zipper and a little spinny knob. Okay. So it helps keep it safe during transport.
That's cool.
So just something simple like that. I also have this here, which carries my concentrates, and I actually cannot open to show you because I locked it.
Okay.
Because I was transporting it. And I didn't open this yet.
That seems like, to me, it's like the case in the movies where, they put this tiny little case in like this big protective truck, and it's like guarded because they open up and it's like got 3 vials of explosive powder.
And this one.
And that's your baby bag.
This one is my baby.
That's your diaper
I
bag,
take
right?
this everywhere. I'm not going to open it because I did not clean it first.
Fair enough.
And we look really nice. And
yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is like really stinky. It's very potent. But yeah,
you have a diaper bag. Like,
yeah.
When we go out for a night out,
I don't carry a purse. If you see, like, honest to God, if you see me out on the street somewhere, I'm generally in a fanny pack, and I'll have, if I don't have my car close by, because that's like my purse, like I carry that weed box is my purse, and then I have my fanny pack.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's generally, unless I'm driving, there is weed within my arm's reach at every moment of every day. Yeah.
So like to do a night out if you are in a relationship as a non-consumer and a consumer, the non-consumer needs to understand that it isn't just a matter of, the cliched thing of like, the man just gets dressed, stands by the door, and has to wait for his significant other to get dressed, and it takes so long, right? Well, now there's an extra step as a consumer, because now you got to make sure you've got your diaper bag.
I don't like that we're like referring to it as a diaper bag.
For your cannabis baby.
Although it is where I put my shit.
Oh yeah, your
Haha.
soil. Put your soil.
I don't put my
The baby
soil
was
in there.
soiled.
Ew. Okay, that's not where we were going with
Okay,
that.
no.
But
But yeah,
just
so-
be prepared that you're
yeah.
going to have to make these like changes, and be prepared that probably more than not you're going to be waiting 15 minutes.
But it's even with
for them
scheduling
to-
too. It's with scheduling too, because you don't just bring this stuff if you're not going to consume it during our night out. So like
Yes.
we can't just say, okay, we're
We're going to go for dinner and a movie.
We're just going to go for dinner. Exactly.
Yeah.
We need to time that out accordingly to say,
I need to have a smoke
when is
in
my smoke
between,
break?
yeah.
You know,
And
like-
generally it's let's go to the drive-in because I don't want to sit inside of a building in a theater where I cannot smoke.
But there is no dinner reservation is at 6. It's the movie is at 7. So we got to get in, have our dinner, go to the theater. It's like, no, we're going to have to get a later movie because we need the smoke break. So non-consumers understand that. You're going to need to have these break moments. And that's all what I'm
You
learning.
gotta feed the baby.
Right? You got to feed the baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
You
the
gotta
phrase of
feed the
day.
baby.
You gotta feed the baby. Let's
should we get into the stuff from the list?
Let's get into the stuff that we have on our faithful cards that we spend so much time on. And let's start.
You say that sarcastically. Wait.
What?
Was that sarcasm?
No. No.
I thought I picked up on it for once.
No. But let's according to the card, you are doing your word of the week.
I am.
So let's do, ladies and gentlemen, the word of the week. Dun, dun, dun. We're still working, by the way, we're still working on getting our Paul Schaefer, who's going to create some music for these segments. You know, well, we don't have that yet, but just putting the word out there. Word of the week.
All right. Our word of the week is hash.
As it should be.
Yes. Not like heavenly hash, although some of it is really heavenly.
It's one of my favorite ice creams.
Oh, good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So it is an extract, which we learned is a concentrated form of cannabis.
Yep.
This form, concentrated form of would try that again. Hash is actually a concentrated form of trichomes. Do you know what trichomes are?
Okay, so you've done other words of the weeks. I think we've talked about trichomes.
We did. Okay, so it's also known as keef.
Okay.
Okay. So, sorry, I got distracted because I was just remembering a story which I'll mention about hash. So there is hand rubbed hash. So there's a bunch of different ways to make it. Done exactly just as you would imagine.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Growing up, not being aware of the cannabis world at all.
Yeah.
It was all just drugs.
Okay.
I never knew that hash was the same as cannabis. I thought it was a different element altogether. It was like, ooh, hash, and then some people use cannabis. Like but they're actually the same, just done differently.
Exactly. So there are different types of extracts. Hash is a form of cannabis extract using the trichomes, which is the keef, which is the sticky, icky part of the plant.
The stuff I don't like on my
The
fingers.
stuff you don't like.
That's
it's the
horrible,
stuff that protects
horrible.
it. It's the very resinous glandular globs that form on the top of the buds to help protect the plant from bugs and sunlight when it's growing.
Yep.
It's the part that actually has the highest percentage of THC. So that's why you're going to use this to make your concentrate.
Okay.
So when you make chara, which is the Indian word for hand rubbed hash, it's like one of the oldest known ways. And they would go out into the fields and they would literally spend all day rubbing their hands on the cannabis and making these big balls of hash.
That would kill me.
You would go nuts for sure. But it's the most wasteful way to make hash because you're basically taking the plant and just rubbing all the trichomes off of it. There are better ways to do it, and you lose a lot obviously when you're rubbing it on your hands.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know about anybody else, but when I've trimmed, I get really I feel like the THC is going in through my pores, and I feel euphoric. We'll say that's the word I'm going to use when I'm trimming if I don't wear gloves.
So it's literally going into your system.
Well, your skin is like,
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a comic.
well, they I don't know. It's like the biggest absorber of.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either, so I'm just gonna say
You know,
it
your
does get
skin is an
absorbed through your
organ.
skin.
Your skin is the body's largest organ.
Oh, is that what it is? The largest organ?
See, I'm not a scientist, but I
don't
do
know.
know things.
So, okay, so the hand rubbing method is great when you're done trimming.
Okay.
Like if you do it by hand and you have like it, rather than just wasting the trichomes that are on your fingers, you can make little balls and scissor hash, which is you can just take it off the scissors as that's that stuff that builds up on your scissors. And then there is dry sift.
Okay.
So it's a form of taking the cannabis and putting it on like screens or I think it's called a pollen. Oh God, it's here somewhere. It's like a pollen box, and you shake it, and all the trichomes go through different screens, and they fall to the bottom, and then you can use that to make hash. But how you do it is you take it and you compress it into bricks.
Okay.
And by compressing it, you get little tiny like pucks, hard pucks. You can buy like hand done cranks, but you really need a lot of force to get nice, dark, blocks. There is also a method of CO2 extraction, which is done with dry ice and filter bags. I personally, that like we already talked about, we're not scientists. You talk about dry ice and I'm like, oh, chemical, I want nothing to do with that. I'll just leave that to like professionals.
You can burn your hands on dry ice.
It's so cold, it's hot, like it stings.
You would think I'm a scientist with all the knowledge I throw out on these shows.
Well, I do know that because back in the day, I used to have a wart, and the doctor you'd go to the doctor and they'd put that like dry ice stuff on it, and it would.
I wouldn't know.
And
that.
it burned. It
That
was
is
so
a wart.
horrible. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't.
Maybe I
yeah.
have.
And then the most common, most like way that people prefer to do it is the ice water or bubble hash method.
Is that like bubble tea? I've heard of bubble tea.
Well, bubble tea it's called that because it looks like it has bubbles in it. Bubble hash actually bubbles when you heat it up. That's the air escaping from the hash. So ice water hash or bubble hash is solvent free. And it's basically made with ice and water and a bucket that you mix, or instead of a bucket, you could use a washing machine, like the camping style washers.
Could you do it like they do wine and put it in a big vat, and you can just walk around with your shoes off and crush it?
I honestly, I never understood why they did that with wine in
Like
the
if you
first
can
place,
roll it
because
in
you're
your
drinking
hands,
it. I don't want your feet on my cannabis. But that being
You've
said,
got nice feet.
people have used laundromats in the past
Okay.
to bring their cannabis hash bags and with their ice and method of making hash that way. But you still have to take it home. You've got to take your screen bags and strain it all out. And yeah, obviously that information's out there. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it because yeah, I'm sure you can find that on your own. And I personally, I don't make very many concentrates like that, mostly because I feel weird washing my weed. I feel like I'm gonna put it in water and ice. I'm like, I just, that breaks my heart. And I know you can do it, but I'd rather smoke it.
All right. So hash. So there you go. Hash.
It's
cannabis.
Yeah, it's that stuff that your
so
parents used to
just
smoke.
very
Well, not your
quickly,
parents.
just in like a one-word answer, maybe two, is hashish the same as hash, or is that a whole different thing as well?
It's the same. It's the same.
Okay, because I've heard that word. I've heard hashish.
Hashish.
So hash. I like hashish better than hash.
Funny story. I never even got to tell you about the hash. When I was a little bit younger, I made one of those hash balls out of when I was trimming, because I had just got my crop, my first crop, and I made a little hash ball. And I went over to my friend's dad, and I was like so proud, and I was like, check it out. And he took one look at it, grabbed it from me, and shoved it in his mouth. I don't know if he thought it was a chocolate or what, but I immediately freaking panicked and was like, spit it out. And he spit it in my hand, and it was really gross, and I couldn't smoke it, but it was funny.
But still a good story.
It is. I don't understand how he had chewed it 3 times already, because it's hash and it tastes like ash, we'll just say.
Hey, we can say anything we want on this show.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely smelled like ash.
All right. So we wanted to also talk about today, because we're talking about night out, and we're talking about the need to prepare.
Oh,
and
yes.
how difficult it is to prepare
Mhm.
just for a night out as a
Yes.
consumer. Now, maybe you've got this great system. Maybe you're a consumer, and maybe you only, recreationally use one once in a while,
Mhm.
but you need quite a few during your day to keep your THC
Yeah,
levels up,
medicinally, for
right?
sure.
Because you're a
It's
medicinal
it's
user.
a constant.
So you need that in there. So that's fair. So you can imagine that it's difficult to plan a full evening out, trying to put those into schedule. Well, we discovered we were very early on in our relationship, and not only did we attempt to plan a night out, but we planned a trip to Pasadena, California.
Which actually was supposed to be, what was the other place? Nashville?
Yes. Originally
Yeah,
we were supposed to go to
and you
Nashville.
said Nashville, and I immediately went online and searched Nashville cannabis, and I was like, yeah, not going to
See,
Nashville.
There's another thing, non-consumers. My first thinking is going, sure, Nashville. Her first thought is, let me look into this.
And immediately I
And
was
we
like,
couldn't
yeah,
go.
not happening.
We couldn't go because
no,
you wouldn't be able to smoke at
no,
all.
no.
So
It's bad enough that I have to go to the airport, go
Mhm.
through security.
Yeah.
At that point, I'm not allowed back outside. I'm not allowed any cannabis,
Yeah,
anything
flying
with
in general
me.
is difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and luckily it's legal in LA,
Yes.
right? So I was like, yeah, let's go to Pasadena.
So we try to plan this venture down there, going down there to participate in the Clean Comedy Challenge. Leslie Norris Townsend, Joby Sad.
Which you were a finalist in.
I was a finalist. Doesn't matter who won. That's not an important part of the story. But I was a finalist there and performed at the legendary Ice House.
Yeah.
Got to see a lot of
was
the guys that I
awesome.
look up to. Their pictures were on the wall.
Joel and Lou. Sorry.
Yes. We met
I miss
some amazing-
them.
Okay. So out of all the other people we met, don't take offense, but Lou Deck, Joel Madison, shout out to both of you.
Yeah.
You were very memorable.
You touched me right here.
We had some great conversations.
But not
with them.
really. I did
No.
not really touch.
No,
but
they
like,
didn't touch you. No.
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 No, I just want to clarify that.
So just trying to get ready for that trip though, and
Yes.
then realizing that when we get there, you need to find weed. Like it's
It wasn't that you were realizing. I already knew that.
Yeah, but that's
in
the
my
whole thing.
head, I'm like,
But I'm the
we're
one
gonna
who-
land where I was already on weed maps. Where is the
as
closest
a
weed
non-consumer,
store?
I'm not thinking any of this. I'm literally just thinking
And I was
about
like, I gotta get my
up the plane,
bag.
go to the hotel.
Gotta get through
Yeah, and
security.
you're
Like,
where do we buy weed? And in my head, it's like, let's come with the shoes, go to the
he's
hotel.
like,
And
let's
he's
just
like,
call
no.
Uber and go to the hotel, and it'll be fine. I'm like, is it? It's not fine. He's talking like he just smoked a joint. I'm like, it's fine. Chill. And I'm like, I need a goddamn joint. It's not fine. It's not fine.
That was a stressful day.
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day.
That's the day we met Martin Franks.
We were down in LA. We met Martin Franks, who was our Uber driver.
And my savior, thank God he smoked weed.
and
He
happened-
knew where to go. He was like, I know where to go.
So what was amazing about this whole scenario was, and this is when people talk about, I don't know, synchronicity and universe and all this stuff coming together. Martin Franks was our Uber driver. Not only is he an Uber driver that consumes cannabis and was able to hook up MJ pretty quickly,
Yeah.
but he actually was participating
Yep.
in the comedy challenge that I was participating in.
Yeah, which it was funny because he was cracking jokes and whatever, and you're like, this guy's really funny.
Yeah.
And then we found out he was in the thing, and you're like, oh, maybe he's
because he asked
not as
where we
funny.
were going and why we were down there. Yeah, and then there was and he did really well. He did really well in the
did.
challenge as well.
Didn't he? I think he was a finalist too.
He was, yeah. There was 5,040 finalists.
Yes.
That's the way it's starting to
Yes,
sound.
out of a million.
Everybody, you were a finalist too. And here's a medal for you, and here's a medal for you.
That's funny.
But yeah, no Martin Franks. There was, I think there was 4 of us, four in the finals.
Yeah.
After this couple days of like competitions and stuff.
Yeah.
And Martin was one of them. So so let's bring in Martin now.
Yeah.
We've been doing if you've been look back on other episodes, every couple episodes we bring in Martin Franks. We basically tell him, Martin, give us a shout from your Uber. Tell us what's on your mind. We give him no information. He doesn't know the theme of the day. We just say, tell us something interesting, Martin. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is our 3rd episode of the Duber Minute with Martin Franks.
Duber Minute.
Hey guys, newbie, what's up? Martin Franks here. I was just at a red light. I'm in another red light now. This is a flashing red light, so it's a little bit different. But I was thinking about, man, these red lights. I drive so much, and I hit a lot of red lights, and I sometimes find myself zoning out at a red light or just sort of staring into that light, and I start to like relax my mind and really open things up, and things start to get really quiet. And I'm like, wow, I'm on the verge of some sort of, I don't know what's the word, epiphany, right? Or some sort of brilliant, discovery, of my own, on a personal level. And I'm just staring at that red light. I'm just getting there, man. And it turns green. And then I'm like, oh, green, I love it. And I just go deeper, deeper into that thing, in my brain. And I'm like, wow, I am about to really effing figure some S out, right? And then I start hearing like these other sounds, like honking and people yelling, right? And they're like, green light, a-hole. And it just snaps me out of it, man. Just when I'm about to figure it all out. Wow, so bummer. If they could change the system, it would help me out. If we could make the red lights, green, or make the green lights mean stop, then I could really stay in it a lot longer and probably figure out all that, the next level stuff. But that's probably not going to work. It's not going to happen. I would mess a lot of people up. Anyway, it's just one of those thoughts, random thought. I'm Martin Franks, signing off. Catch you guys later.
Look, I'm not going to say that that's never happened to me. Okay. I can't ever connect it to cannabis. I don't even think he was connecting to cannabis, but
I personally find that cannabis drivers are a breed of their own. I know people crack a joke about this. They say, if you drink and drive, you'll blow right through that stop sign.
Yeah.
But the person that smokes and drives sits there and waits for the stop sign to turn green. So either way, it's still wrong.
That was weak. Can you use your other hand?
Either way, it's still wrong. But I just feel like,
But look,
you'll get pulled over for going too slow.
Deep thoughts, though. Deep thoughts from Martin Franks. Martin Franks' information will be in the description boxes, both on YouTube and in our podcast. But connect with Martin, and we'll be sure to have him back for another Duber Minute in the future. I think he went longer than a minute, though. Maybe we should call it the Duber Minute Plus. Like, remember dollar stores? It's like dollar stores. Yeah, everything in it used to be $1.
Tree. Yeah.
And now we have to, it's like Martin Franks Duber Minute and a little bit more sometimes.
Yes. Duber Plus.
Duber.
That's what we'll start calling it, Duber Plus.
The Duber Plus Minute.
No, just Duber Plus.
Okay, we'll talk about it. This all should be discussed.
No, it's already been decided.
Okay, it's been decided. Martin's journey and what he just shared was there leads actually very nicely into my cinema review. I haven't done a cinema review in a while.
Okay.
And just to catch everybody up, MJ has been forcing me. No, okay, no, unfair word.
You waited until I took a drink to say that. I couldn't say anything.
But I've been watching what she would call classic stoner flicks. And some I have seen, some have completely and utterly blown her mind that I have never seen. And so
yeah, this is one of them.
We're doing these cinema reviews once in a while, SIN, because growing up in the church, cannabis was sin. So these are my cinema reviews of either movies that I feel would be enjoyed by cannabis users, or they are cannabis focused films. And I'm getting a chance to share my thoughts on them. So recently we watched Dude, Where's My Car?
I could not believe it. You didn't know what the continuum transfunctioner was.
I did not. Well, here is my review of Dude, Where's My Car?
I'm excited.
My cinema review.
I'm excited because at the end of it, you were like, that was nothing like what I thought that was going to be.
It was not. It really was not. All right, so here we go. If you've seen it or haven't seen it, Timmy Boyle's cinema review of Dude, Where's My Car?
Get all the squeak out of that chair.
2000s Dude, Where's My Car? That's hard to believe that it was over 20 years ago. Anyways, almost a decade before The Hangover masterfully took viewers on a wild and crazy, retracing the steps of a unforgettable night out journey, Dude, Where's My Car was laying down the crude yet functional framework for such a flick. Now, let's be honest, if Christy Swanson's character in Dude jumped out of a car trunk completely naked, just like Mr. Chow in The Hangover, this review would definitely have taken a very different slant. But sadly, she didn't. So here we are. A movie focused on a car, released at the dawn of a new millennium, starring none other than the kings of car jumps and tech design, Bo Duke and Steve Jobs. Dude, how could this go wrong? As soon as I sat down to watch this cult classic, I thought, dude, where's the popcorn? And then, a few minutes in, I thought, dude, where's the plot? And then, dude, where's Mr. Chow? And then, as the credits rolled, I thought, dude, where did my last 84 minutes go? From the moment I heard one of the lead characters, and I can't remember if it was Bo or Mr. Jobs, and it doesn't really matter, but the moment one of them uttered the words, dude, where's my car? I knew two things for sure about this movie. One was that this is the line that the producers got the title from, and two, a car is missing. To this day, those are the only two things I know for sure. Turns out, Dude, Where's My Car was just the first of many, many questions stirred up within me. For example, how do I get into a Zoltan cult? Why can't hot space chicks in latex come after me? Can I find one of those continuum transfunctioners on Amazon? And of course, where is Mr. Chow? As compelling as those are, my most pressing question is actually, what happened in this movie? I mean, I do have a very vague recollection of ostriches, Scandinavians, and a closet dweller, but little else. I can't even remember which one is Jesse and which one is the other guy. But you might be thinking, at least you remembered the names Zoltan and Continuum Transfunctioner. Well, that, my friends, is called Wikipedia. Is my inability to recall any specifics of this film a result of being high? Nope, I don't consume. Is it because I've only seen it once? Nope, because MJ, who was high and has seen it a million times, and despite loving it, seems just as fuzzy on the details as I am.
Yeah, throw me under the bus.
The reason I can't remember anything is because Dude, Where's My Car is exactly like its premise. It is a forgettable, unforgettable experience. And that is why I recommend watching it. And because of Christy Swanson. As a stoner flick, I give it 3 joints out of 5, which is quite respectable. And I'm looking forward to the sequel. Dude, is that a naked Christy Swanson jumping out of the trunk of a car? That I go see.
I think it most likely is going to be, dude, where's my walker?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Is that a shot at Mr. Kutcher?
No, it was at Chester.
Which one was Chester?
Exactly.
Exactly. There's my cinema review on Dude, Where's My Car? I really do recommend it. You could watch it. You literally could watch it a million times and you will forget it the next day. And you can watch it again as if you've never seen it before. It is that unforgettably forgettable.
Well, it was so funny because as soon as we started watching it, I immediately went into, oh my God, this kind of looks like Bill and Ted.
Right, yeah.
Because in Bill and Ted's, they have the hot princesses.
Yep.
And then in Dude, Where's My Car? Sorry, I almost forgot the name of the movie. Oh, dear
Right?
Lord.
I'm telling you, this is no joke. Watch it, and the next day you'll be like,
What happened? Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is very, it reminded me very much of I do not think that Steve Jobs and Bo Duke did the Bill and Ted's characters as well as Bill and Ted.
Who is this Bo Duke?
You know, Bo Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard movie?
Isn't that Ben Stiller?
No, that's the guy who played.
Oh, that's Starsky.
The guy. Yeah, Starsky and Hutch. That was Ben Stiller.
Okay.
And Owen Wilson. That was a good movie.
Okay.
That was a good movie.
Wrong.
Might not be a cinema review,
superheroes.
but
Wait, they're not superheroes.
But here's the thing. I will say this. I enjoyed the weirdness of it. And I actually told you that if I was to create a movie, and we have some ideas of stuff we want to create, I would pull elements out of that. It went down some crazy paths. So there you go. I give it 3 joints out of 5. That's my new rating system going forward on our cinema reviews.
Nice. See, I if I could do a show, it would be very Pee Wee Herman-esque.
Right?
Yes. And maybe a little bit of Tim Burton. Oh, and Tarantino in there as well. That would be like a really crazy.
Actually, if I was to, and we might actually talk about this in another show at some point, but if I was to make a movie, I've always told people Mystery Men.
Oh, I love that movie.
Would be a movie that everything about that movie. Look, Batman, 1989 Batman, great movie. Die Hard might be one of the most perfect movies cinematically across the board. But if I was to make a movie, almost everything about Mystery Men, I was like, oh my goodness, I would do that.
The Invisible Man.
The Invisible Boy who's not.
When he's all naked. Right?
There's so many.
If you haven't seen that one, you should watch it too.
That was the only movie that I've seen 4 times in the theater. I actually brought people to see it. I'm like, you gotta go see this.
Which is funny because most people are like, that movie sucked.
Those people shouldn't be. If you're one of those people, find something else to listen to. I don't even need them as viewers right now. There's certain people you just brush off.
Well, you don't need to listen to Timmy, but you can listen to me.
It's kind of like this. I have a shirt that you can buy online. I'm going to do a shameless plug here at TimmyBoyleComedyStore.com that says, if Michael Keaton is not your Batman, keep social distancing. So once COVID's over, there's certain people. You don't like Mystery Men? You don't think Michael Keaton is the best Batman ever? We can keep the social distancing thing going for as long as you need.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at it. I wanted to, though, after talking about that, it reminded me of the time where I walked outside and my car was gone. Now I didn't
that's like every day you go to the grocery store, or the time we went to the Kiss concert, or
that's absolutely fair.
Blue Jays game.
I lose my did we mention that on
that one time
before?
At IKEA?
Did we mention that one time before on an episode?
That was one of our
new
beer
who's more likely
which is funny because I lose the key and you just lose the car.
I lose the car every time. So at first I thought, so I walked outside. This was years ago. I was in Toronto, and I walked outside and my car wasn't there. But I didn't think anything bad, like it was stolen, because I'm used to walking out
You thought it
places.
got towed?
No, I thought I misparked it somewhere.
Oh yeah, because that's the Timmy thing.
I just don't know where my car is. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I can walk out of grocery stores and I will do this pause, and MJ immediately will be like, "You don't know where we parked, do you?" And I'm like, "No, we've only been in the grocery store for like 5 minutes."
You know, it's funny. I've actually debated buying garland at Christmas time and wrapping the roof rack of your car because you're tall. And you would be able to look out into the parking lot and see this sparkly
I need
garland.
like a Christmas tree.
You need like sirens and lights on the
You
top.
think I'm going to notice a little bit of glitter?
That's true.
I'm not a very observant
My
person.
kids make fun of the fact that you don't notice anything.
Yeah.
Like,
you have kids?
Which is funny because they don't notice when you're there. They
No,
go,
that's
"Oh,
true.
Timmy's here?" Like, he slept over. Like, he was here all day yesterday. Where have you been?
Yeah, I'm like a ghost. I always bother my son because I always call him a ghost, but I think that's where he gets it from.
Yeah.
It's kind of like,
But that's because he just
floating.
walks around the corner and goes, so.
So.
Because you never see him unless he wants something.
That's true.
So.
So I walk out, my car isn't there. Okay. And I start walking around the streets.
Because maybe you parked on the other
Well,
street.
because back then, here's the thing: I had to move my car 3 times because I refused to buy a
City
parking permit.
Yeah.
So I would get up at midnight and and move my car to avoid. And one time we were parked in this one spot, and I got ticket after ticket after ticket, and slowly the cars that were around me were all vanishing as people were like, "I'm not paying more tickets," and I'm just like, "I've got money in my budget. You just keep. I'm not parking anywhere else."
It's like it's the same as paying for parking.
Yeah, right. I'm just paying. So just keep ticketing. Anyways, so I paid all those tickets, by the way. Point is, I end up calling the police, and I'm like, "Hey, like my car has been stolen." Eventually, and they said, "How do you know your car has been stolen?" And I hate dumb questions in general, but it's the police, so you have to kind of humor them a bit. And I was like, "How do I know my car has been stolen?"
Because I just spent the last 3 hours wandering the streets looking for it.
Well, I had actually come across it, and so I described it. I said, actually, there was glass all around my parking space.
Oh, I was like confused. You came across your car?
No, I came across the space.
Oh, you came across the
and
carnage.
so there was glass all around the parking, and I had heard squealing tires the night before, but I didn't think too much of it at that time, right?
So can I ask what kind of car this was?
Oh, well, here's the thing. The reality
You're not
is,
gonna remember.
well, I don't remember, but I do know this. I knew that I had the best security system possible. It's called crappiness. Like, why would anybody
Oh,
want
I was
to
gonna
steal
say,
my
was
car?
it a crap car?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like literally, that if they wanted my car that bad, they could have come to my house, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, can I have your car?" And I'd be like, "Sure." Like you didn't have
I'll
to
give
go.
you 3 days before I call.
You didn't have to go through all that work. So I say there's squealing tires, there's glass on the ground, and there's this pause, and then they asked, for them to, how do you spell squealing? And I'm just like, who am I dealing with here? Like that's not even my car isn't here.
SKW.
So he goes away. He takes down my information, right? And comes back a little while later and says that they pretty sure my car's been stolen. And I don't know what they're discussing, on the thing. Like I told them that, and so I don't know what information they gathered in those first few minutes. But clearly, like Nancy Drew I'm working with here, or actually,
Drew Nancy.
I actually called the officer Nancy Drew. It turns out it was a man it was a very awkward moment. His voice was a little bit on the high side. But the point is that eventually they got all my information. They said they'd call me back. A half hour later, the phone rings, and they say, we've got good news and bad news. Now, I'm one of those people that always wants, I like the bad news first. Right? A lot of people want to hear the good news, but I want the bad news. So I say bad news, but do you know which one he told me?
The good news.
Yeah, the good news, right? Because it's the only question in the world that no matter which one you pick.
Because if they give you the bad news first, then they've already given you the good news.
Question?
Because let me guess, the good news was that they found your car.
The good news, yes, they found my car.
But listen, if they didn't tell you the good news and they started with the bad news, then you would have already known that they found your car.
Right. But how would that be bad to the story? I know they found my car.
Well, they should just say bad news.
Yeah, exactly. My point is, it's a useless question.
Oh, it's useless phrase.
Tell me,
okay.
Just tell me what you're going to tell me. So they say they found my car. Okay. Now they'd only been gone for a half hour. So you're asking, how did they find your car in a half hour? Here's what happened. True story. Follow me here. If you're listening in the podcast world, you're gonna have to go onto YouTube to really get this picture. But basically, my fingers are like 2 inches apart. And what happened was the person, it was a man, because they did say somebody saw a witness was there, saw a man flee the scene. A guy stole my car from here, drove it around the corner, and crashed it into 3 parked cars, 3 unmoving vehicles. Now, look, I am not a mastermind in the criminal underworld, okay? I am just sitting there saying, if by chance, children, if you're listening to this podcast, which I think we have an 18+ law, you can't.
If you're listening, shut it off.
Yeah, pass this on. If you are, maybe you're advanced in age and you're looking for a job change, because of COVID, and you're thinking, maybe I'd go into car thievery. Maybe that's a route I'd like to take. There's some money in it.
You
maybe,
better know how to drive a car.
right? Exactly, right? A little bit of quality control, just like that's the number one
Maybe
rule.
get a bicycle next time.
Right? Like, can you imagine somebody going into like, the boss of the criminal underworld and be like, hey, I'd like to apply. I'd like to be a pickpocket. And they're like, okay, do you have fingers? And it's like, no. It's like, what? Like, then you can't be a pickpocket if you don't have fingers. Like, just a little
But
bit
I
of
have teeth.
Yeah,
They
that
run
becomes
around
a little bit
biting
obvious.
everybody.
So here's the thing. So I'm really ticked off by the whole thing. And then they say this. So they say that one man was seen fleeing the scene, and my driver's side window has been smashed in. My passenger side window has been smashed in, and the front end of my car has been almost accordioned. Okay. Now, in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, hold on one second. One person was seen stealing my car. I understand fully why one person would smash my driver's side window, because you need access to the steering wheel. But then I'm racking my head over going, well, hold on one second. Why in the world would one man also feel the need to smash my driver's side window? Like, it's either like somebody who is like just a gratuitous, destructive individual.
But did they smash it prior to the accident? Or did they just smash the driver's window, climb in, and then the other windows got smashed when he wrecked the cars?
Well, I would think that because the front window wasn't smashed, that it was a smash in prior to the thing. Either so here's what I told the guy.
I don't know. I've never stole or like wrecked
I
a
don't
car,
know
so.
how it all works. All I know is that I had this light bulb moment, and I was like, okay, I don't know how this all played out, but clearly the man who stole my car was British, because he went to the other window first, smashed it. So now we've narrowed it down.
That would make sense why he hit the cars, because he was trying to drive on the other side of the road.
Right? So I thought I had broken the case wide open.
Or Australian. Don't they drive on the other side in Australia
I
too?
don't know. I live in
Well, their
Sterling.
toilets go the other way.
No, they don't. We actually had an Australian comic on calling comedians in quarantine, and we went. Oh no, it wasn't him. Yeah, we did. We checked out his toilet.
And it was clogged.
I think it spun the wrong way, or the other way. Anyways, my point is that I thought I had figured this whole thing out. The cop apparently wasn't impressed with my sleuthiness.
So did you get insurance all covered and you got another car? It was all good?
No, I don't even know, because the car was worthless. And so I ended up buying another car off of somebody else's lawn. I was in a long string of buying cars off of people's lawns. So anyways, that was a true story. My car was stolen. Very unsettling, but I think I could be a policeman after that, though, because I'm pretty sure I put together some pieces to solve the thing.
Well, I had my car stolen once, and I will tell you, the police were no help in that matter.
No?
No.
Have you ever stolen? Have you ever stolen a car?
No, but that's what they were trying to say. They
Yeah.
were trying to say that I stole the car.
I've never stolen a car, but apparently it's not that difficult, because the guy who stole my car clearly wasn't all there. So.
Well, yeah, like I do you cross wires like they do in the movies? Like
I don't know.
I would tell you.
How about a Teaching Timmy segment on one of these episodes? Teaching Timmy.
We
how to
don't have the
hotwire a
right.
car.
We don't have the right people in here. I don't know how to do that.
All right.
If
If you know how to hotwire a car, drop us a line.
Yes.
Let's close off today's episode.
Yes, I'm excited. What is this midnight thrill?
Okay,
Timmy's
the midnight thrill. So we were putting all of this stuff is all piecing together, and I thought about, after watching Dude, Where's My Car, and my car being stolen, you get these moments of like something weird and crazy happens, and then afterwards you're kind of like, you look back on it and you're like, wow.
Were you abducted?
That was a little odd. I wasn't abducted. I wasn't abducted. But if I get abducted, I want 5 of those leather-bound, latex-bound women.
If you give us the continuum transfunctioner, we will give you oral pleasure.
Right? Why doesn't that happen in life?
You need the continuum transfunctioner.
We're going to end this show here. We have a few minutes left. So for those of you who don't know, I am an author, Inside Timmy's Mind. You can get that through timmyboylecomedystore.com, or just drop me a line, save yourself some extra costs there, and order it from me directly, and then I'll be able to sign it for you. But I was thinking in particular about Dude, Where's My Car? And about waking up the next day and realizing that something amazing had happened the night before. And they didn't remember it. But in my case, I remembered it. But waking up is what stopped the amazingness. So so we're going to close off today with a story from my book, Inside Timmy's Mind.
That's kind of sad.
It's called Midnight Thrill.
It stopped when you woke up.
It is. So here we go. This is it. And with this, we close.
On with the show. This is it.
This morning, I got up bright and early. Okay, so it wasn't exactly bright, but it was early for me. It was 7 a.m. I was thoroughly disappointed when my alarm went off. But not because it was 7 a.m. or that it was still dark outside, or even that it was ice cold in my room. I was peeved that yet another great dream had been cut off midstream. I hate that. And it happens far too often. Just when things are getting good in dreamland, beep, beep, beep. Actually, my alarm doesn't beep. I use my cell phone, and it plays a tune called Memory. It's a pleasant little ditty, but I'm thinking about replacing it with the A-Team theme song very shortly. Anyway, just prior to being raised from the dead of sleep, I was having one of the most incredibly awesome dreams ever. But sadly and ironically, as memory started to play, the memory of my dream began to fade. So unfortunately, I can't explain all the details to you. However, I'm able to recall most of it. The story seemed to revolve around free-range chickens, Abe Lincoln, and a road trip to Kamloops, BC. Now you understand why I'm upset. I mean, seriously, who wouldn't want to know how that ended? But there's no use crying about it because my alarm did go off for a reason. I had something to do, an important thing, a thing that would make missing the end of an epic dream worthwhile. What thing, you ask? Was I going to meet Ben Stiller? Nope. Heading off on a Caribbean cruise? Nope. Buying new furniture from IKEA? Nope. So then what was this awesome reality that would ultimately replace my awesome dream? It was this. I had to clean my back deck before the roofers arrived. That's right. You heard me. No one will ever know if Abe and I safely arrived in Kamloops because I had to clean my deck. Stupid roofers. How frustrating. Now I will never know if the chickens were really secret agents, which I was beginning to suspect. I will never know if Abe was just using me to get close to Ben Stiller, which I also was beginning to suspect. And I will never know if the man in black who was following us was an assassin or just going to Kamloops as well. This is killing me. There was so much left unsaid. Why would Abe never take his hat off? What was he hiding? Why was the chicken that we knew as Carl carrying a passport that read Henry? And where did the kilt-wearing blonde girl from the McDonald's disappear to? So many questions. Would the 18-foot silver girdle turn out to be just a myth? What does sweet honey when the moon rises to the north mean? And why did Abe kill the person who said it? How did the monkey in the Spider-Man mask crack the safe's combination so quickly? I have so few answers. Why did the raspberry smoothie taste like lemon? How did the man in the black survive the crash? I saw his car explode in flames after we ran him off the road during the long, winding chase through the mountains. And whatever happened to the suitcase that was once handcuffed to Carl's leg? So much mystery still left to be unraveled. Why did that small-town gas attendant slip a pack of smokes into my hand and whisper 3694? Would anyone ever find the all-important corner piece to the ancient map? And for goodness sake, who the heck was Thomas? What a thriller. But now I guess I'll never know how it ends. That's like my Dude, Where's My Car story. It's like, Dude, where's the ending?
I'm just like stuck on the fact that Carl probably isn't a chicken. It's probably a hen, and that's why his name's Henry.
But I'm ching. High five.
High five.
High five. All right, there was our crazy night out. Shared a dream, shared a story about a crazy
Our
night
out day.
Our night out day
Yes.
down in LA. So many interesting stories. And I can't imagine what my life would be like if I smoked pot once in a while. Right?
I
Do you
can't
get dreams like that?
imagine what my life would be like if I
Do you get
didn't
cannabis
smoke pot
infused
once in a while.
dreams like that?
I actually don't dream.
Okay.
Which is weird
All right.
because we both have the Fitbit and I get about 20% REM every night.
Yeah, and I get about 6.
And I say I don't
and I still
dream.
get stuff like this. Anyways, inside
Yeah.
Timmy's mind. All right, let's wrap this thing up, shall we?
All right.
Let's get out of these.
Get a bow.
I'm so hot in this suit.
I know
Right?
you are hot in that suit.
Thank you very much. As are you.
I'm not wearing a suit.
No, but still hot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in next week when we have some more random things that may or may not be true, nor interesting, or not. We'll
Yes.
see what happens.
And Timmy will actually change again.
And I will change back into my regular black shirt and blue
Or maybe
jeans.
not. Who knows?
My name's Timmy,
My name's Mary Jane. Stay lifted.
and keep on laughing. I think we just did it. Cheers.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And today is July the 16th. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. Well, I'm in a little bit of shock because just before we went live, we were talking about how fast time goes. And I swear to God, last week it was January.
I know, eh? We're talking about that. When we were younger, summers used to seem to take forever. I'm bored. What can I do, Mom? You know, those type of scenarios. Whereas now it's like, holy smoke.
Yeah, it's a quarter over already. And I swear to God, the kids should still be in school.
Yeah. It feels like it just got out, maybe. So yeah, it's the flying. There's no doubt about that. That's for sure. So yeah, we got we're like you say, a quarter of the way through it.
Yeah.
And as we're both seeing, and right now, all these fires, the smoke in the air. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
dry. Usually, like August is dry month.
Yeah. And it's right across Canada. It's, you know, I mean, Ontario, Alberta, BC. I mean, I'm watching, you know, pictures and videos that friends are putting up out in BC of like, you know, out on their front porch and taking pictures of the flames coming up in the distance, right? And it's just
It's
scary.
yeah, not a good scene. Not a good scene. So, but we do have some news today on cannabis and psychedelic news. We're going to go to Thailand. We're going to go to Kenya. We're going to go to the U.S. We got some surprise press release and some other information as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you say? We get at her?
Might as well get started. Yeah.
All right, here we go. First story of the day. It comes to us from StratCan. It's an update on a story, and it says testing clears unlicensed dispensary of opioid contamination following overdose concerns. This is good news at that end of things. An unlicensed cannabis store accused of causing 2 overdoses reports that the Anishwauk Police Service says testing confirmed its products are free of fentanyl and other harmful substances. The store plans to reopen on July the 17th, which is tomorrow. Now, the police services in Ontario issued a drug alert for Garden River First Nations on June the 11th. Now, after 2 reports of 2 suspected overdoses in the past week, one of which was fatal, and both incidents were suspected of being connected to cannabis use or was thought to be cannabis. Now, the APS said at the time that it could have been connected to cannabis purchased at the dispensary in Garden River First Nation near Sault Ste. Marie. Now, that dispensary now says testing has cleared the store of any dangerous substances. The store says it will seek the full results from APS. Now, the store plans to reopen, as I mentioned, on July 17th. Now, when the reports of the overdoses were made public, the store, the Little Green Garden, said it provided samples of all its products to APS. Testing was conducted by Health Canada. They say, to support the investigation, we have provided samples of every cannabis strain in our store to the police services for testing to confirm that the products do not contain any harmful or dangerous substances. Now, they commented a representative for the stores at that time. And they say that our hearts are with the families, loved ones, and all those affected by this tragedy. We stand with our community during this difficult time and remain committed to supporting the ongoing investigation and ensuring the safety and well-being of everyone that we serve. We have a major update. APS wrote the store on its Facebook page on July the 15th. So this was just yesterday. They say, as we anticipated, all samples we provided for testing have come back negative for fentanyl and any other harmful substances. All samples collected from our store for each and every strain we sell contain only cannabis. We will share the testing results once we receive them through the Freedom of Information. And in the meantime, APS has informed us that you may call them to confirm this information. Now, Jennifer Hartman, communications lead for the Anishwauk Police Service, confirmed with StratCan via email that the tested products did not contain opioids. She says, I can confirm that Health Canada has advised that the cannabis samples from the dispensary that were sent to them for analysis did not contain any opioids. There are no official documented laboratory verified cases of cannabis being accidentally cross-contaminated with strong synthetic opioids like fentanyl in Canada's cannabis market. Health authorities emphasize that fears of opioid-laced cannabis often stem from unverified field reports rather than scientific lab analysis. Well, Cindy, this is great news that there was no fentanyl or anything else was in that cannabis.
I'm not shocked.
No.
No. And this is, I mean, this is great news. And it's not just great news for these guys. They can reopen tomorrow. Exciting for them. This is great news for the unlicensed, stores right across Canada. This is beautiful news.
And,
And I mean,
and
like,
as they stated, that there's been no cases of fentanyl. None.
across the country, and it was something that our premier here in Nova Scotia accused Indigenous, and then the RCMP put them down. And I think that that's great. I think that medical dispensaries and Indigenous dispensaries are going to come out on top eventually.
Yeah, and as we know, our friend Ted at the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, they are pushing for that. And let's go, guys. Let's get it done.
They keep getting good news too, and so it's exciting to see. And I hope that this is a positive step forward for everybody.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Shall we move on?
We shall move on.
We shall. All right.
Our next story of the day is coming to us from Business of Cannabis. It states the U.S. rescheduling hearing nears end as opposition's own witness acknowledges cannabis fits Schedule III standards. One of the most surprising moments in the ongoing U.S. cannabis rescheduling hearings came from an unexpected source, an expert witness called by those opposing the rescheduling. According to Business of Cannabis, as the DEA's administrative hearings draw to a close, one of the opposition's own witnesses acknowledged under questioning that cannabis appears to meet all the legal criteria for placement in Schedule 3 rather than Schedule 1. The admission immediately caught the attention of observers because the central issue before the DEA is whether cannabis has an accepted medical use and a lower abuse potential than other drugs currently listed in Schedule 1. Schedule 3 includes medicines such as ketamine, anabolic steroids, and certain codeine products that have recognized medical applications while remaining regulated. Although the witness continued to oppose rescheduling on broader policy grounds, the acknowledgement that cannabis fits the statutory criteria for Schedule 3 may prove significant as the administrative judge reviews the evidence. The article notes that supporters of rescheduling viewed the testimony as reinforcing what many scientists, physicians, and federal health officials, including the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, have already concluded. The hearing now moves closer to its conclusion, with administrative law judge expected to review testimony before making recommendations to the DEA. For many in the cannabis industry, the moment represented more than just an interesting exchange. It highlighted how the scientific discussion around cannabis continues to shift, even among those who remain skeptical on broader legalizations. What do you think, Al?
Well, as you said, it's been a long process. What's going to happen in the end? Be anybody's guess. The fact that they had anti-people speaking, some people look at that as a good thing. Some people look at it as a bad thing. Some people think that it's good because they feel that the government's already made the decision and just want to hear from the negative side of things.
Yep.
Who knows? But it'd be interesting. And if it does go through, what happens then? Will cannabis medicine as we know it change?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
I don't know, but I think moving it to Schedule 3 is going to have large implications in many areas besides cannabis as medicine. I think it's going to influence the Safe Banking Act. I think it's going to help, federal, people that are legal in the states have more confidence in what they're doing and more security in what they're doing. Because we all got into this not necessarily for the recreational side. That's been a bonus. But it's the medicinal side that I'd say at least 85% of us have gotten into this before.
My concern is that it's going to end up more of the pharmaceutical end of things.
My concern is not necessarily ending up over there, but them trying to chemically create it. And, you know, I know from personal
Yeah, that's
experience,
synthetic.
it's terrible, right?
Yeah, like no one's ever said I prefer Nabalon over smoking a joint.
Or eating your cannabis or a
Yeah.
tincture or a topical. Never.
Yeah, yeah. So I know I'm keeping an eye on that, and so are others. You know, poppies, great. Opioids. You don't see poppies, you know, the little red ones.
No.
So on and so forth, right? So, all righty. From anything else on that?
I don't think so.
Okay. From there, we're going to move on to the next story. And this is a press release that is coming to us from the First Nations, Six Nations in Grand River. Headline there says Six Nations of the Grand River 59th elected council repeals cannabis control law and regulations. Story says the Six Nations of the Grand River 59th elected council has repealed the Six Nations cannabis control law and cannabis control regulations effective immediately. This decision is informed by ongoing challenges with the Six Nations regulatory system, including resources and enforcement. Now, the SNGREC, which is everything all down to letters, also considered community feedback received during a formal public comment period, which was May the 29th to June the 30th, which provided an opportunity for community to share their feedback on a proposed transition away from cannabis regulation. In response to Canada's legalization of cannabis, the Six Nations Cannabis Control Law and Regulations was established in 2021. The goals were to support, at Six Nations, public health and safety, sale and acquisition of safe products, law and order, and an awareness of health risks related to cannabis. Since the enactment of the Six Nations Cannabis Law and Regulations by the 57th SNGREC, the amendments have been adopted by both the 58th and 59th Six Nations of the Grand River Elected Council to strengthen the regulatory system. However, ongoing challenges persist, including compliance enforcement and financial sustainability. After investing $4.86 million in cannabis regulation on the territory, there was only one licensed business in the community at the start of the comment period. As part of the repeal strategy, SNGREC has directed the Six Nations Cannabis Commission Corporation to undertake the required steps to dissolve the corporation. SNGREC remains committed to protecting the health, safety, and well-being of Six Nations of the Grand River community members, and will provide further updates through official SNGR communication channels in the coming weeks. Cindy, this isn't good news. Repealing cannabis laws right here in Ontario.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's a give up.
Yeah, that's. I know there was a lot of controversy over that one license that they had licensed grower going on. The location of it wasn't what people liked, but I'm not sure what else was going on. But obviously, it was enough that they had to change the laws twice, and it didn't help. And you know, as they say, if you abuse it, you lose it.
Yep. Yeah.
And you know, hopefully, now that they've done such a drastic action, that the community reacts in a way that can change things for the better.
Yep.
And allow them to get their laws back into place.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
we'll just run like some of the other places without
it might.
regulations. It may.
might.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on it, see what's going on. If you see anything. we'll let our viewers know. And just for anybody else curious, that was the story that Buddy Weeds was talking to us about on Monday.
Yeah. Yeah. We went and found it and made sure we talked about it.
Yeah, exactly. All righty, you're up.
All right. On to the next story. Our next story of the day is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. The title reads, Federal Health Officials and VA launch psychedelic research partnership. This should be interesting. The United States government is taking another significant step into psychedelic medicine. According to Marijuana Moment, federal health agencies and the Department of Veteran Affairs have announced a new research partnership aimed at accelerating studies into psychedelic-assisted therapies for veterans and others living with serious mental health conditions. The collaboration brings together expertise from multiple government agencies to better understand how substances such as psilocybin and MDMA may help treat PTSD, depression, addiction, and traumatic brain injury. Veterans remain a central focus of the initiative. Many former service members continue to struggle with treatment-resistant PTSD and depression despite years of conventional therapies, prompting increasing interest in innovative treatment approaches. Officials involved in the partnership say the goal is to improve coordination between agencies, strengthen scientific research, and generate the evidence needed to guide future healthcare decisions. The announcement reflects how dramatically attitudes towards psychedelics have changed within the government. Just a decade ago, federal involvement in psychedelic research was limited. Today, multiple agencies are actively supporting studies designed to evaluate both safety and therapeutic potential. While these treatments remain experimental, advocates say partnerships like this, demonstrate that psychedelic medicine is steadily moving from the margins of science towards mainstream healthcare research. And Al, both of us are involved with veterans in one way or another. I am one. I have many friends who are combat veterans. You work with veterans through the, through the network as well. And we know, we have watched this medicine help people, like whether it's cannabis or psilocybin or MDMA or other ones that we're not talking about in here, such as iboga and combo and 5-MeO-DMT and ayahuasca. We know, I've seen firsthand how these medicines are helping not just veterans with PTSD, but everybody else.
Everybody else, exactly. Veterans, emergency response people, EMS as well. I see within the report that they say that they hope to increase participation in clinical research. They hope to start training therapists, nurses, physicians, and other clinicians about psychedelics, collecting and sharing real-world data on the safety and effectiveness. More research. You know how they always say we need more research, so they're looking at doing that and creating guidance. So basically, it looks like setting up the whole system.
The whole thing, yeah.
Right. It's I think it's great that this is happening. It's just too bad that on the cannabis end, and even on the psychedelics end, people have been jailed for them as well, and now it's being used as a medicine.
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's good to see veterans are going to get things rolling there, and you say that will spread. Just veterans. So. All right. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, by the looks of it, it's time for us to take a break. Time for our viewers to hear from our sponsors. What do you say?
Sounds good.
All right. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We'll be back in less than 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. I see, Cindy, the second half, we are traveling. Not only are we going to go to the U.S., which we go to often, but we're going to go to Thailand. We're going to go to Kenya, and we're going to Japan. Japan. What be going on in cannabis in Japan? All right. Well, you'll be surprised, I think, once we get there. So that's right. You know, I know I was surprised when I found out years ago about Japan.
There's so many places that just I can't believe they still think like that in the world.
Yeah, exactly. But before we get there, we're going to get started in the U.S. and we're going to get going here with the story from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline there says, survey highlights how far U.S. medical cannabis has advanced. The cannabis plant has always possessed medical benefits. It is why the father of Chinese medicine, Emperor Shen Ying, listed cannabis in his famed pharmacopoeia thousands of years ago. Humans used cannabis for health and wellness purposes for centuries. And it was only in the 1900s that politicians and special interest groups pushed to prohibit cannabis use for medical purposes, with the United States leading the charge for global prohibition. Cannabis became prohibited at the federal level in the U.S. after the passage of the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937, including cannabis use for medical purposes. The basis for federal cannabis prohibition in the U.S. would eventually evolve with the passage of the Controlled Substances Act of 1970. The act designated cannabis as a Schedule I substance, describing it as having no currently accepted medical use. For most of the 1900s, the medical cannabis was considered to be taboo in the U.S. medical community, despite patients continuing to harness the cannabis plant for its health and wellness benefits. It wasn't until 1996 when California voters approved Proposition 215 that medical cannabis laws started to be modernized. The historic vote in California in 1996 ushered in a new era of medical cannabis in the United States, with most states having since adopted their own medical cannabis legalization measures. A team of health researchers affiliated with Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and Baylor College of Medicine recently conducted an anonymous cross-sectional web-based survey of U.S. healthcare professionals to access the knowledge, attitudes, and concerns about medical cannabis in clinical settings. Now, the survey results were published in the Journal of Cannabis Research. And we mentioned this on our last report on Monday. A total of 879 healthcare professionals responded to the survey, including mental health professionals, registered nurses, physicians, and advanced practice providers. Among the survey respondents, 89% of them reported that they treat patients who use cannabis. It says participants rated their self-reported knowledge highest for cannabis risks, followed by therapeutic indications and mechanisms of action. And in contrast, objective knowledge check scores were generally low across the domain. Personal experience and popular media were the most endorsed sources of cannabis-related knowledge. This is what the researchers found out. Now, they also found out that overall, most respondents, 87%, endorsed the therapeutic promise of cannabis, with 74% reported openness to recommending medical cannabis, and 95% supported its legal medical use. Now, that level of support, for medical cannabis is significant and particularly encouraging within the United States professional healthcare community, given the history of medical cannabis stigma and opposition within that community. It is indicative of how far medical cannabis has come in the United States in recent decades, thanks in large part to the tireless work of medical cannabis advocates across the country. And Cindy, I would have to say across the world. Around.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's it's people have spoken, people are using cannabis as medicine. And it has the history there of those riparian laws that they had and all that. So hopefully the future looks much brighter than what the past has been.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's here in Canada, I've known a number of doctors, and when I first started using cannabis as medicine, there was one doctor that was, willing to write a cannabis prescription, but he wrote so many before I got to him that he got harassed by the RCMP here. To the point where he had to, he literally got scared, they scared the absolute bejesus out of him, and he turned against cannabis, on the outside, because it was the only way to keep himself from being charged and losing his license. And these days, there are doctors all over the place that have specialized practices to help people get their cannabis and help
all that stuff. Yeah.
How things have changed, right? And this doctor, by the way, has gone back to writing his cannabis prescriptions, just so you know.
Yeah, he doesn't have the buses showing up every day anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, because more people do it, right? So yeah. But it's, even in Canada, the changes are huge. So it's really nice to see other countries opening up, and other doctors in other countries opening up to the knowledge and the use of this beautiful plant.
It is, yeah. And, it's taken a while, but it's getting there.
Slowly but surely, yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Slowly but
All right.
surely.
Time to move on to the next story.
Absolutely. Once I get my hair out of my face. Coming to us from Cannabis Law Report, the article states Thailand. 90-day cannabis shop crackdown launched by Deputy Minister in Phuket as concerns about cannabis sales spiral. Thailand is tightening once again its approach to cannabis just a few years after becoming the first country in Asia to decriminalize the plant. According to Cannabis Law Report, the Thai officials have launched a 90-day nationwide enforcement campaign targeting cannabis retailers, beginning in Phuket Phuket I'm not sure which way it's supposed to be pronounced. PH could be an F, under the direction of the country's deputy minister. Authorities say the crackdown is intended to address concerns about unlicensed businesses, improper sales practices, tourist-focused marketing, which is the reason I would want to go. I'm a tourist, and access by young people. Inspectors will be reviewing cannabis shops for compliance with licensing requirements and existing regulations. Thailand's cannabis policies have undergone rapid changes since decriminalization in 2022, and Al and I have reported on many, if not all of them. While legalization initially sparked explosive growth in retail stores and cannabis tourism, government officials have increasingly expressed concerns that the industry expanded faster than the regulatory framework could keep pace. This article notes that officials insist the campaign is not aimed at eliminating medical cannabis, but rather ensuring businesses comply with existing rules while broader legislative reforms continue to be debated. The situation illustrates one of the challenges many countries face after legalization or decriminalization, creating regulations that both support legitimate businesses and respond to public concerns. Thailand remains one of the world's most closely watched cannabis markets. I know here at the Pace Network, we watch it pretty closely. And many countries will be paying close attention to how these enforcements unfold and what comes from them. I know you're excited to watch it, Al.
It's just crazy what's going on now. How could any business get any ground going, being that their laws are changing all the time?
Yeah, like decriminalization means that there are no laws about it. And they decriminalized it. So people took that, okay, it's decriminalized. We can now do what we want.
Yeah, they gave away 1 million seeds. Yeah. So maybe they've just decided to do what the name of that town is.
Fuck it.
I think it's actually pronounced Phuket. I don't know, but yeah, it sure looks like it. Yeah.
Interesting to watch. Something to keep an eye on in the upcoming 90 days for sure.
See what happens exactly. So see whether they go reverse course and go back to jailing and hanging.
I hope not.
I hope not. Exactly. All righty. From there, we're going to move on to the next story of the day. And this one is coming to us from, there we go, CTV News. Headline says, Kenya denies Rastafarians the right to smoke weed. A Kenya court refused to grant Rastafarians the right to smoke cannabis on religious grounds in a long-awaited ruling on Wednesday, which some members of the community saw as an attack on African spirituality. Rastafarians, who often use cannabis as part of their religious meditation, have been pushing Kenya's court since 2021 to allow them to use the herb under the constitutional right to the freedom of religion. But the High Court ruled the community had failed to show that cannabis was a necessary part of their practice, and so did not give them the right to bypass the country's drug laws, under which possession is punishable for up to 10 years imprisonment and a substantial fine. While all witnesses agreed that cannabis is used as a sacrament, they could not agree on whether its use is essential or merely preferred, the judge said in his ruling. Now, one of the petitioners, Rastimo, 40, he's 40, told AFP the judgment reflected the laws of oppression, colonial laws that want to put African spirituality down. Rastaman just wants to burn his holy plant so that the incense can rise to the Almighty, he added. The community's lawyer said that they would appeal the decision. Now, Rastafarism emphasizes mysticism, Pan-Africanism, and vegetarianism, and is thought to be growing in Kenya, especially among young people. Despite ruling against the community, the judge said the widespread recreational use of cannabis in Kenya suggested that the current law was too harsh. He says it is beyond dispute that use of cannabis in this country has become ambiguous and has arguably been so for many years, he says. Even quoting from Peter Tosh's reggae song, Legalize It, including the lyrics, judges smoke it, even lawyers do. The status quo appears untenable, the judge says, and there should be a full and frank conversation on cannabis and which direction we should take. The community has a special bond to Kenyan history because of their tradition of wearing dreadlocks. They're also worn by many Maya, Kenya's independence fighters who fought against British colonial rule in the 1950s and 60s. But Rastafarians say the country's drug law is regularly used by police to harass them. The East African country effectively recognized the movement in 2019 when a court ruled that expelling a school pupil because of her dreadlocks had violated her religious rights. Although Rastafari religion was formed in Jamaica in the 1930s, it has ties to East Africa, particularly since its members, the former Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie, who was crowned during the same period as the second Jesus Christ, come to save Black people. There you go, Cindy, as a religious person yourself.
Yeah, as a religious person myself and somebody who believes in religious rights, not church rights, religious rights, and somebody who also believes in the burning of certain medicinal plants, cannabis being one of them, I believe we have the right. The burning of the plant, the smoking of the tobacco or of the cannabis or the burning of the sage, the smoke is what allows us to send our prayers to the heavens, to the creator. It's and especially true tobacco, which is mapacho, has, grown in reverence, grown in prayer. And cannabis, they are known for being able to take our prayers to the heavens, to be heard by the creator himself. And to take that away, to tell a religion that you can't do what you've done for centuries. I mean, we've used cannabis to heal and to speak with the spirits, and to tell them they're not allowed to. It's, man, somebody came to Canada and said, you can't talk to the creator the way that you've been talking to the creator. I'd be telling them where to go and how to get there and doing it anyway.
That's more likely what's going to happen. So they're just going to keep right on doing it. Now, should I say spiritual, instead of you being religious, should I say spiritual?
Yeah, like that's right. how I say. I'm very spiritual. I'm very religious. Has taken on representing the churches, like the right. Organized religion, the religion that tells you if you don't follow us, God is going to hate you and punish you. And I just don't believe that the creator or God or Jesus or whatever you want to call that higher power rules with an iron fist. I believe that being is all loving and all forgiving. And the only way that you don't end up in God's graces with him when you pass is by choice.
Yeah, I thought about that after I said it. I should have probably said spiritually instead of on the religious end. So, all right. I think we got one more story?
We do have one more story. It's my turn.
All right.
I should click some buttons.
Your turn. And we're off to Japan.
We are.
There we go.
Our next story, pardon me, is coming to us from Cannabis Law Report. And the article title reads, a record 7,120 people have been accused over cannabis in Japan in 2025. 7,120. Wow. Japan has recorded its highest number of cannabis-related criminal cases on record, despite maintaining some of the strictest cannabis laws in the developed world. According to Cannabis Law Report, 7,120 people were accused of cannabis-related offenses in 2025, making a new national record. Wow. The figures come as Japanese authorities continue pursuing an aggressive enforcement strategy centered on criminal prosecution and public education campaigns warning about cannabis use. Oh my God, you may get healed. Officials, pardon me, have expressed particular concerns about rising cannabis use among younger people. And recent legislative changes have strengthened enforcement while introducing new penalties for cannabis consumption itself. I just want to take from a thought from a previous story. Dear Japan, your future leader is smoking cannabis right now. The article notes the contrast between Japan and many other parts of the world where governments are moving towards medical cannabis programs, decriminalization, and regulated adult markets. Officials have expressed particular concern about rising. Oh, I already read that one. My apologies. Despite international trends shifting towards reform, Japan remains firmly committed to prohibition and continues to view cannabis primarily through a criminal justice lens. Supporters of the country's strict policies argue they help discourage drug use and protect public health. Critics, however, point to the record number of prosecutions as evidence that enforcement alone has not prevented cannabis use from continuing to grow. 7,120 charges. The number serves as a reminder that while the global conversation around cannabis is changing rapidly, not every country is moving in the same direction. And Japan remains one of the clearest examples of that divide. Just wow. 7,120.
They say accused, so basically were these people charged or?
Well, later in the article, yeah, it does use the word charged. I think they used accused because, even though they've been charged, caught, whatever, they haven't gone to court yet.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like majority of those people are 20 or under, in the 20s or under. Because they have, I got here, 5,000. Well, 5,000 of those people were in their 20s or younger. Of all those people that were busted.
Yeah.
Now,
so 3,772 were in their actual 20s, and 1,379 were under the age of 20.
Yeah, exactly. There's 5,000 people out of that number that were in their 20s or younger. So,
yeah.
But
dear Japan, I swear to God, right now your future leader is smoking a joint.
Yeah. Now we mentioned something before we went into this about the travel end of things. So while you're doing the story, I did look it up. All right, just so people weren't thinking that we were full of shit. This is a page right here. Japanese travelers and cannabis abroad. Cannabis is legal for adults in parts of the United States, Canada, and Europe. What should Japanese nationals know before visiting these countries, and what risks exist when returning to Japan? It says Japan's drug laws technically apply extraterritorially, meaning cannabis use abroad could theoretically be prosecuted upon return to Japan. While enforcement of this is rare, it is a legal risk that every Japanese traveler should understand. So they come to Canada for a month or 2 weeks, try some cannabis. If they got found out or got tested for it when they got back.
Yeah, if they one of the ones walking through and get flagged, it's not for sure every Japanese tourist is going to get tested when they get home, but it's the same as really traveling anywhere. You have to be careful what you take because I remember going to Mexico. If you're one of the ones that gets the red button, everything is searched, and it's just randomized. It's just randomized, so it's the same thing. Yeah,
and that could happen to any Japanese, someone from Japan returning home from a holiday just because they came to Canada where cannabis is legal, that could be enough just to, hey.
Yep. Oh yeah, the people getting flagged are the people coming home from legal spots for sure. Not 100% of them, but yeah, that's a big risk, and that comes with jail time and fines and just.
Yeah, and really, Japan's people wouldn't think normally of Japan as being a strict country against cannabis, but
no, but they are.
They
But
are.
they are. But they're future leaders smoking a joint, so just give it some time.
Exactly. All right. I see you've got something you want to mention.
I do. As always, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is up to fun and goodness. And coming up in August, we have a speaker series coming up. One of our co-founders and former board member, he has stepped back now. He is an expert in harm reduction, and him and his partner Coco are going to come along and have a beautiful, exciting chat on harm reduction. This is happening August 19th. And even though this poster says the Paul O'Regan, we are meeting in the BMO room at the Halifax Regional Library. So it should be good. 6:30 p.m. Get there for 6:30, and TR and Coco will be standing up and speaking probably around 7. I'm hoping to air it here on the network live. Once I speak with my board members and, they're all for it, which will come up at the board meeting at the end of the month, I'll get Al to help me, but we'll make a little ad stating that it is coming when and what time. So if you want to join virtually, you should hopefully be able to join through us, where we can take questions in the comment section, which is really exciting.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. You'll have access to those comments while you're there. So you'll be
yes,
able
because I'll be the one running the board, behind the scenes running the board, and be able to speak the questions to the people who are lecturing for sure.
Yeah.
So come and meet TR, who was one of the co-founders of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, and his friend Coco talk, and they're going to talk about harm reduction in psychedelics, which includes, a lot of the people here go to the different events, like the different weekend musical festivals and whatnot, and they run a tea hut, which is where people can come if they're not doing well on the substance that they are choosing to sit with.
Yeah. I just, because you mentioned the word tea, I did see a report earlier today where cannabis tea is something that makes people happy.
Cannabis tea, absolutely. Have you ever tried cannabis tea?
I just had a sip of it.
You should be drinking cannabis tea. It was something that, and you don't have to have just cannabis. I purchase an orange pico infused cannabis tea, which is just, it tastes so yummy and so good, and it's so good for you. The heat combined with the cannabis as it's going into you can do wonderful things.
Good. Yeah, I used to drink tea years ago, but I haven't. So, but it's been suggested to me to try it because I can't drink the carbonated drinks, and tea is not carbonated, so that's been suggested to me several times.
There is a product that I can get as a veteran. It's beverage drops, they call it. So this company that came up with it, they created a way to sell THC edibles in a form of 1,000 milligrams. So when you buy the bottle, it's like a tincture. But
so
they
it's
teach
you,
so they teach you for 10 milligrams, you need this much of this medicine, and you just put it in your drink, and it dissolves into the drink perfectly and beautifully. And when I see this, I think of you or people like you that can't drink the sodas and whatnot that you can easily go gut. So now you put this in your fruit juice. I've got a client, he can't drink anymore. He doesn't drink anymore. He's a reformed alcoholic, but he found a fake wine, like a non-alcoholic wine that he really loves, and he infuses that. And then he gets to sit with his friends and drink a wine while they're drinking, right? And, he feels like for him, it's a social thing. So he'll put just a third of a dose in, and then he can have 3 wines to get the full, because 10 milligrams is more than enough for him. So he puts a third of the dose in each time, and he thinks it's great. Over the period of a night, it's perfect.
Yeah, good. It's fun. All righty. Is that it?
That's it.
That's
I'll
it.
be quiet now.
Yeah, okay. That's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to everybody for tuning into the broadcast and to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And other than that, I will see you Monday because Cindy has the day off. And other than that, as I always say, do not educate or don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Music by music by we got a story in the cup, different genres, same post, same hand, same fire. We can make a tune out of a tired wire. Every sound got a face, every beat got a name. When the songs get loud, we can play that green flame. Music by, music by.
Who's ready to hear some cannabis tunes?
We are.
Here's a paper crack. Oh, he comes trotting in. Click clack. Tuxedo suit, little French stash, wide low, wobbling down the track. Tail up like a flag in war, gold eyes locked on my floor. Her motor rumbling, hungry roar, and he acting like he owns the door. Steven the stoner cat comes running when he smells that track. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Burn like a spaceship, loud and mad. Steven the stoner cat, big white, tiny little stairs, screaming like a siren when he wants it back. Yeah, Steven the stoner cat. He struts in slow, on my hand, push and shove and you'll understand. Yells once, then twice, then three, the echo bouncing off the TV. King of crumbs and company, high priest of the lazy seed. In the rainbow haze, whiskers twitching, chasing little colored waves. Bad belly rising like a rolling moon. Pause near time, rewinding the room. He blinks once, I lose a day. He blinks twice, world melts away, yeah. Even the stoner cat comes funny when he smells that drag. Jumps up, pops where my heart is at. Purring like a spaceship, loud and mad. Even the stoner cat, big body, tiny little stairs, screaming like a siren when he wants it big, yeah. Stephen the stoner cat. Front step, the volunteers at the desk, a clipboard full of names and a lock on the chest. Victoria, BC, warm rain on the glass, patience at the counter, trying to make it last. The high dose edibles, counted out by hand, every jar, every label built for the sick. Across the lane, patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, hold the line, hold the line. Patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Medical cannabis for the ones who need it most. Blue lights in the lane, boots on the floor, paper on the table and a fist at the door. They came for the boxes, they came for the sign, but the people kept showing up one at a time. Compassion Club in a rented store, late night counting under a hummingbird. Patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, hold the line, hold the line. Patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Medical cannabis for the ones who need it most. Let them write the notices, let them kick the gate. Some things you can't rate. Once the neighbors taught to wait, getting patient stood steady. Victoria stood tall, every hand that reached in made a louder wall. Patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, hold the line. Patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Cannabis Compassion Club, for the ones who need it most. Patience helping patience, patience helping patience. Medical cannabis, and the door stays open tonight. It all started with a dream out of the back of a van. A guy from Ontario was being a helpful man. They said a young man here to BC. He went with nothing but good intent. The patients came and nothing was funny. It was there to help as it was a man. Cause it's never been about the money.
Patience and life, standing side by side, helping and supporting each other, because it's not about getting fried. Patience, helping patience, helping patience. Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, hold the line, hold the line. Helping patience, patience, helping patience. Cannabis Compassion Club, for the ones who need it most. Patience, helping patience. Patience, helping patience.
Medical cannabis.
And the door stays open tonight.
Yeah. Hey, I got soil on my jeans. I got mud on my grin. Sun at the window hard and the whole y'all leaned in. My face a in the bow. Got a little too proud. My firm by the zinc said, turn me up, not loud. I said, hold up, what you doing there? Little green brother shaking up the air. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Leaves in the middle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Shake that pot, baby, that's the rhythm. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. My cactus did the shimmy by the pepper sauce. My ivy got the rhythm like it in a block. The tomato one I sealed did the two-step slide. Even grandma's allow had a bounce inside. I said, hold up, what you doing there? Little green brother shaking up the air. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Leaves in the middle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the plants go wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Shake that pot, baby, that's the rhythm. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. If the sun get rude, they still lean to the beat. If the room get dry, they still move their feet. I'm talking vines in the corner dancing like that. When the whole house laughs, they bounce right back. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Leaves in the middle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the plants go wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Shake that pot, baby, that's the rhythm. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Coyotes young and old visit the edge of dawn. Fishes pass through like shadows on the run. Raccoons in the trees and porcupines too. Moose stop by slow like they own a view. A hoof and paw prints in the mud by the trail. A light wind moves through the tops of the pines. Talking leaves and the mind unwound. I keep walking till the worry goes down. Out back, where the wild things know my name. Out back, every step feels less the same. Mama deal with the farm by the swamp and the reed. Out back, that's the place that sets me free. Birds keep singing from the crooked trees, and I hear the loon across the blackened reeds. Walking past the swamp on the tractor path, cannabis smoke in the air drifts right back. A joint burns in my hand, and it's quiet in my chest. I I let the day slow down, let the heart thoughts rest. Talking leaves and the mind unwound. I keep walking till the worry goes down. Out back, where the wild things know my name. Out back, every step feels less the same. Mama dear with the phone, by the swamp and the reed. Out back, that's the place that sets me free. No rush, no noise, just the sway of the trees. Old past, wet mud, and the calm that finds me. I think things through as the shadows lean. Then the loon calls once, and I know what it means. Out back, where the wild things know my name. Out back, every step feels less the same. I'm a deer with a phone by the swamp and the reed. Out back, that's the place that sets me free. The fox ventures down the trail with the red coat full of fire, bird knocking her through the forest, sometimes sounding like a chorus. As the night settles in, the swamp becomes alive. The frogs and crickets sing how swamp music begins. Out back, where the wild things know my name. Out back, every step feels just the same. Mama dear with the phone by the swamp and the reed. Out back, that's the place that sets me free.
In a painted cave of sound, eyes grew wide, then words came down. A tiny cap, a giant flame, changed the way we called a name. Night air split in velvet threads, new colors marched through old dead heads. Kids with cords and ragged jeans found whole worlds between the screens. And the room kept turning slow, like the ceiling learned to glow. One more lick, one more drum, and the ancient flood came up. Mushroom echoes roll again from the earth and through the bend. Mushroom echoes stay alive in the guitar and in the drive. Roll again. Stay alive. Buzzed out, six strings bit the sky. Snare drum cracked like a battle cry. The backbeat walked with human hands, and every solo drew new lands. Not just tripping for a night, it rewired fire, fear, and sight. From studio glass to muddy floor, it left the door a little more. And the room kept turning slow, like the ceiling learned to glow. One more lick, one more drum, and the ancient flood came up. Mushroom echoes roll again from the earth and
mushroom echoes stay alive in the guitar and in the drive. Roll again. Stay alive. Now the amp still breathes that heat in basement bands and festival streets. A drift of purple, a thunderhead, old spores under the notes we shed. One brave spark in a cap of rain, make a wild brain sing again. Mushroom echoes roll again from the earth and through the bend. Mushroom echoes stay alive in the guitar and in the drive. Mushroom echoes roll again through the hands and through the skin. Mushroom echoes never die. They just bloom in another sky. Roll again. Never die.
There were nights when the clock's ticking froze, every second a steep uphill climb. Then a shimmer of green arose like a soft little spark in time. When the weight of the world pressed in and the body forgot how to cope, a healing leaf touched the skin and the room filled with breath and hope. We're still growing in time, finding sunlight and shadows we once feared to find. Every heart beats a sign that love keeps lifting us leaf by lifeline. Oh, the days realign, 'cause we're still growing in time. There were seizures that stole the dawn, chasing peace from the edge of the day. But the trembling slowly moved on, like a storm cloud drifting away. When the gut storm loosened its hold, letting laughter return to the room, all the stories we feared untold started blooming instead of facing doom. We're still growing in time, finding sunlight and shadows we once feared to find. Every heart beats a sign that love keeps lifting us leaf by lifeline. Oh, the days realign, 'cause we're still growing in time. Some fought battles with fire and
to the moments they owned. Then a gentle green spark of peace gave them time, they were never alone. So we honor the gift it gave, every smile, every breath, every climb. For the ones who were saved by a leaf, we keep singing their song through time. We're still growing in time, finding sunlight and shadows we once feared to find. Every heartbeat's a sign that love keeps lifting us leaf by lifeline. Oh, the days realign, 'cause we're still growing in time.
Hey, Dave, thanks for listening to Music for Al, everyone. That was a great set, and we hope you're ready for more awesome cannabis tunes.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Brain on shuffle, same song. New spin, coffee gone cold, legs can't sit still again. Little blue notebook full of half-formed schemes, page after page of almost an in my dreams. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Tiny little ticket to the room, realign. Take a slow, sweet drag, let the static unwind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. To-do list tangle, knots behind my eyes. Future on fast forward, past on endless reprise. So I count my blessings on my fingers, on my toes. And I count my troubles, watch them shrink down to a microdose. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Tiny little ticket to the room, realize. Take a slow, sweet drag, let the static unwind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Oh, yeah, yeah. Little bit of color in the cracks, that's enough. Little bit of space in my chest for the tough stuff. I'm breathing slow, I breathe out light. Let the small things glow in the big dark night. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Tiny little ticket to the road, realign. Take a slow, sweet drag, let the static unwind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Ooh. custom mold.
Fill it up,
Tuck tight,
then load and press.
we just trying to keep long still shining.
Do it calm, do it clean. He makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome flow. Loading on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Ooh, see a pack in the mold.
Put it into the Rawson bag.
First squish, then the shine pulls through.
Little river on the parchment flowing.
Think flat,
Clear drop,
that you
wear it out.
take a breath.
Think twice,
Dose right.
keep the bag in view.
We just squish.
We don't strip, we don't rush. Treat the plant like it's part of you.
He makes the trichome flow.
Slow drip,
Let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome flow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Smooth as silk.
Brittle like glass.
Creamy like milk.
Put in your rig
Light the torch.
or push the button. Get you medicated like nothing.
He makes the trichome flow.
Slow drip, let the pressure go.
From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome flow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's the 710 code. Feel it in your toe, feel it in your head.
The body temperature.
Up it goes.
Forehead flex.
Where's the bed?
Things calm down. Body sweats disappear. Wow.
Memories of their first dance.
Ooh. He makes the trichome flow.
Slow drip,
Let the pressure go. Let the pressure
from the
roll.
flower
To the glow.
solving free, keep the spirit in me.
Keep the spirit in me.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
He makes the trichome flow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Twist up another rollie, pass it down the road. Ash in the mason jar, bare feet on the floor. Your grin says trouble, mine says let it go. Bluegrass in the moonlight, dust on my jeans. Your hand on the table, my heart on the beat. We got all night and not much in between. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Boots by the doorway, bottle on ice. Your name on my tongue tastes sweet and wild. This old room still buzzes when you get this high. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. If the night gets restless, we can slow it down. If the stars start falling, we'll keep them around. One spark, one circle, one more round. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Yeah. Brown paper on the table, crumbs on my fingertips.
You laugh, say I'm too careful. I'm just trying to make it. You grind, I line it perfect. Little hill, not too tight. Fold it like a secret, tuck it in and twist it right.
Yeah.
Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Let it catch, let it bend in the wind. Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Tray full, some fat, some skinny. One sparkle when the light hits gold. You pick out the loudest, say, this one's for when we're old.
Hey!
Sticky fingers, stain tips, cough, laugh, eyes wet. Roll another memory we ain't burned through yet.
Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Let it catch, let it bend in the wind.
Yeah, yeah.
Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Yeah.
Twist the end, watch the cherry spread.
Yeah.
Little glow, painting circles in my head.
Yeah, yeah.
Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Roll a worm or hash.
Put it in a paper, line it with herb, twist it up.
Open the jar.
Get out the pen and stick it in.
Oil slick on the paper.
Oh yeah. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. So talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Grind a herb,
Oil slick on the paper,
sprinkle on some Kia.
wrap it in half.
Infuse that joint, make it a point to enjoy it all. It's gonna be a ball.
Hey! Twist the end, pass it to a friend. So drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Ooh.
Just to twist the end. Girl, I need to know. Girl, I need to know. I need to know. Empty page in motel morning.
coffee cold, ashtray full. Mumbled lines on crumpled napkins, trying to catch a restless pool. Got a riff that keeps on circling, same 3 chords feel like 10. Chasing down that wandering feeling till it finally lets me in. I just ramble on till the words feel like they knew me all along, chasing where the melody has gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. So I ramble on. Names and faces in the hallway, ghosts that never learned my name. Every town a faded postcard, every bar a borrowed flame. Humming verses in the van ride, drumming patterns on my knee. Every mile another memory, begging to be set free. I just ramble on till the words feel like they knew me all along, chasing where the melody has gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. So I ramble on. Maybe it's the road that rides me, maybe I just hold the pen. Oh yeah, every heartbreak, every highway finds its way back here again. So I ramble on till the words feel like they knew me all along, chasing where the melody has gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. Yeah, I ramble on if it feels like you have heard it all along. It's the sound of every place I've been and gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. So I ramble on, ramble on. Glass shaped like a pear, tiny hash worm on the stem. Love like a cryo pledge, water at stem. Play up calm, waiting for the first inhale. Original on a sticky dart, road like a secret tale. The dew drop,
multi too watery. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubbles, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, the dewdrop is on my mind. Use with a bowl, use it with the nail. Use it with hash, it's multi-use tool for your bash. Fill it with water, medication on the table. Get it ready, turn it on and light it up. Take a haul, it's gonna be a ball. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubbles, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, the dewdrop is on my mind. Lips on the small glass straw, careful like a counted dose. You said we're learning how to stay medicated, not the one to get the most. Slow draw, whisper clouds begin to rise. Burning cleaner, breathing softer, trying to stay on the safe side. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubble, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, the dewdrop is on my mind. We remember the moments, we remember the times. We're chasing something greater, not just another hit. Let the glass be kind and clear. If we're gonna inhale a little, it's not like chugging beer. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubbles, kissing on the edges dry. Put it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, dewdrop is on my mind.
Fence for you. Steam rising from the Sunday pot. You're laughing with your head thrown back, bare feet dancing when the stew get hot. Rain drip through the whole tin roof, but we still share the same dry spot. You say life rough like the riverbed. I say hold me, that's all we got now. No worries, my empress, dry your eyes. Don't stress, storms come, they pass by. Hold my hand, we get high, no worries. My empress, heart strong. We stay blessed when the night feels too long. You're still my morning song, yeah. You're still my morning song. Bus late and the rent come due. Shop book full and the work runs slow, but you still plan time in a painted car. Say watch this little garden grow. Neighbors talk about big plans, we just sharing one plate. One bed, but you kiss my brow in the black house. Say richness living in my head. I said no worries, my empress, dry your eyes. Don't stress, storms come, they pass by. Hold my hand, we get high, no worries. My empress, heart strong. We stay blessed when the night feels too long. You're still my morning song. Oh. If the roof fall down, we build again. Palm to palm, we find a way. If the lights cut out, we hum, we hymn till the dark feel like new day. If your tears drop deep like drum, let them beat on my bare chest. Every trial that a man overcome is a jewel on his queen's neck. Black.
Mic on. Red light. Lean in. Hit live. Pull up a chair to the table. 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable. Little green leaf on the label. Big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
from the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help heal what it will.
Protest,
and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
They say I was scared, I was quiet, till one dose cut the storm, stop the riot. Now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
From Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
I was in a big city, 2,000 miles from home. Saw an old buddy I used to know at a music festival, waiting for a said, you know I know a guy. If you wanna get stoned, I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind.
so come on and try.
And you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind.
so come on and try.
And you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
well, we did a little dancing, we did a little drinking, didn't take too long, and I got to thinking how good it would be to be a little more high. Said, you know I know a guy. If you wanna get fried, I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind.
so come on and try.
And you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
hey, I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind.
so come on and try.
And you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy.
But I know a guy.
You should have seen the look on my face when I saw his face, when he saw the look on my face, when he turned and he saw those blue lights are shining in the rearview mirror, when I heard that voice come over the intercom, and he said,
Boys, what you doing?
I said, you know, officer,
I know a guy.
I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind.
so come on and try.
And you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
hey, I know a guy.
If you wanna get high,
He's a little bit shy,
but he can change your mind.
so come on and try.
And you'll see why.
He's a little bit shy,
But I know a guy.
T-shirts on the rack say more than they look, front and back like a little lesson book.
In the grocery line, while the car rolls slow, somebody reads the facts, and suddenly they know.
Short sleeve, long sleeve, let the message breathe. Hemp in the fabric, truth in the seam.
Walking billboard,
Let the people read.
walking billboard,
Plant the facts and see.
walking billboard,
In the checkout line,
walking billboard.
make the word shine.
Cannabis ain't cheap for the day and night. Educational info printed bold and right
On a handmade shirt that feels clean and strong.
Wear it to the crowd, let the knowledge move along.
Short sleeve, long sleeve, let the message breathe. Hemp in the fabric, truth in the seams.
Walking billboard,
Let
It's a living flyer. You can wear. You can lift. One small eye. Turns heads around. One good teeth. Spread the word through town. Walking billboard. Let the people read. Walking billboard. Let the facts and see. Walking billboard. In the checkout line. Walking billboard. Make the word shine. T-shirts full of memories, full of history, a time gone by, educating on the fly, time never forgotten, a cool kind advocacy, quiet and direct to the point. Gotta go smoke a joint. Walking billboard. Let the people read. Walking billboard. Let the facts and see. Walking billboard. In the checkout line. Walking billboard. Make the word shine.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Music by Al broadcast. For those who don't know, we are found at 420pace.ca.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.